and strategic cooperation. Here's more.
Hello from the Melodi team.
It is not just about diplomatic association, rather one of the most talked about friendships in global politics, Melodi. Modi's visit to Italy from May 19th to 21 at the personal invitation of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni comes at a moment when the India-Italy relationship is quietly but decisively acquiring strategic depth. But beyond strategy, it is their personal bond that has captured imaginations worldwide. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi has written the foreword for the Indian edition of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's memoir titled "I'm Giorgia, My Roots, My Principles." Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi have often caught the internet's eye for the camaraderie. They first met in November 2022 on the sidelines of G20 summit in Bali. But what fueled the internet was Meloni's arrival in India in March 2023 for bilateral meet with Prime Minister Modi. Many Indians began to pour their love for Meloni on her Instagram posts. What really created the sensation was the chemistry between both leaders at the G20 summit in New Delhi. The smiles and the handshake between the two world leaders became the talk of the town.
Hello from the Melodi team.
Months later, another video went viral. Hello from Team Melodi at the G7 summit broke the internet and racked up over 40 million views, instantly becoming a social media sensation. Even Prime Minister Modi has acknowledged that he is aware about viral Melodi memes on social media.
जैसे हम दूसरे देशों के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, अगर मैं थोड़ा डाइग्रेस करूं और पूछूं कि मेरा फेवरेट फूड अगर आप पूछें तो पिज़्ज़ा है और पिज़्ज़ा इटली से है और लोग कहते हैं कि आपको इटली के बारे में इंटरनेट पे बहुत कुछ पता है। आप इसके बारे में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आपने ये मीम्स नहीं देखे?
नहीं, वो तो चलता रहता है। मैं उसमें अपना टाइम खराब नहीं करता हूँ।
In September last year, the duo had a productive meeting in Johannesburg on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Each Modi-Meloni meeting deepens a friendship that is as personal as it is powerful. Most importantly, the cordial question between the two leaders is not without substance. India-Italy bilateral trade has reached nearly $16.77 billion, making Rome New Delhi's fourth largest trading partner in the European Union. From summits to book prefaces, Modi and Melodi camaraderie is fast becoming one of the defining diplomatic friendships in our times. With Atishay Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, we all woke up to those crazy pictures, in fact, crazy viral pictures that are breaking the internet. Beautiful, delightful moments of the two world leaders. And today, of course, as we told you earlier, it's time for business. The important bilaterals, viewers, at 2:45 p.m. today. And we will be getting you more details on that on the other side of this very quick commercial break.
Character, the taste of success.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky over all, feels like gravity is gone.
feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodayMediaInstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
सात महीने में एक भी राज्य ने, एक भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने, एक भी गली ने उनका ऑर्डर माना नहीं है। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने हाथ धोकर के कह दिया कि आज के बाद हमारे पास मत आइए, अब जाइए हाई कोर्ट में। तो अब देखा जाएगा।
डिसअपॉइंटेड हैं आप? नहीं, मैं तो खुश हूँ। ये होना ही नहीं था, होना ही नहीं था, क्योंकि जो ऑर्डर्स उन्होंने दिए हैं, कोई राज्य का कोई भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इसको अमल नहीं कर सकता है। एक तो 1 रुपया सरकार ने नहीं डाला है, दूसरा कोई भी शेल्टर्स इन 7 महीनों में बनाने हैं, तीसरा जो आप कह रहे हो कि रेलवे स्टेशन से कुत्ते हटाओ, आप जाकर के देखिए कैसे हटा सकते हैं हम लोग आते खाने के साथ, दरवाजे हर वक्त खुले हैं। तो फिर आप मुझे बताइए कि कुत्ते नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा? बंदर आएंगे, कुत्ते आएंगे, जहाँ खाना मिलता है वहीं जानवर आता है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And some news coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister Vijay is open for power sharing in the state. Vijay has invited BCK, Congress, IUML, Indian Union Muslim League to join the cabinet, but no invite for AIADMK to form the government in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu received power sharing first since 1967. TVK is open for power sharing, invites at least 3 parties, alliance partners to join the cabinet. And these are developments we're reporting on, with gradual updates coming in, but no invite just yet for the AIADMK to form the government in the state of Tamil Nadu. What's brewing? We will be getting in a word from Pramod. I understand he's on the line with us. Pramod, talk to us about what are you hearing about government formation and about the fact that the AIADMK hasn't got an invite.
Shreya, this is a very big development when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu, because since 1967 and since the Dravidian parties came to power, there has been no concept of power sharing. And in fact, while speaking to India Today, the former Chief Minister M.K. Stalin very clearly said no to power sharing also in our conclave. But right now, Chief Minister Vijay, who came to power stating that he will accept power sharing, has now also stated. It is Minister Adav Arjuna who has stated very clearly that they are invited for the cabinet expansion will be announced by the Chief Minister. However, they are inviting Congress Party, and the Chief Minister Vijay wants Congress Party to be a part of the power sharing. And we are getting 2 names. One is Rajesh and the other one is Vishwanathan MLAs who might get berths in the cabinet, Tamil Nadu cabinet. And the next is about VCK, Vidutha Chitraikal Katchi, which has 2 MLAs and is giving external support for VCK, for TVK also to, they are inviting them for part of the cabinet as well. And along with Indian Union Muslim League, probably VCK and TVK, IUML might get one ministerial berths in this particular cabinet, Sneha, which means the TVK does not have to depend on the AIADMK rebel MLAs as well. Because yesterday, Shanmugam, who is the CPIM, the state leader, very clearly said that if TVK gets takes the support of AIADMK rebel MLAs or gives them ministerial berth, he will have to reconsider extending their support, and it will go against the people's mandate, Sneha. So it looks like CM Vijay wants to only concentrate on the support given by Congress, IUML, VCK, and the external support from CPI and CPM, Sneha. However, I also want to highlight that even now, VCK and IUML are claiming that they are with the DMK alliance. So probably they have to make their decision at the earliest, Sneha.
Be with us. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Pramod Madhav with the very latest on that story. We have a reaction also from Adav Arjuna on the cabinet formation in Tamil Nadu.
சமூக நீதிக்கான அரசாக இருக்கும், மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் உறுதியாக இருப்போம். பண்டிதருடைய மண்டபத்தின் முன்னாடி நாங்கள் உறுதியாகவும் சத்தியமாகவும் நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சி தலைவர் அண்ணன் திருமானன் அவர்களை நாங்கள் அழைக்கிறோம் அமைச்சரவையில் பங்கு பெற. மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுடைய விருப்பமும் அதுதான். ஐயுஎம்எல் நம்முடைய இஸ்லாமிய சகோதரர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நாங்கள் பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். அதை நாங்கள் தலைவர்களிடையும் வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறோம். அது மாதிரி இடதுசாரி சிந்தனைகள் கொண்ட சமூக நீதியின் அடிப்படையில் மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லோரும் தலைவர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் வர வேண்டும் என்பது மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சருடைய விருப்பம், அதோடைய கனவு. ஒரு அன்பான ஒரு எப்படி எல்லாம் ஒரு குடும்பமா இருக்குமோ அது மாதிரி அமைச்சரவை இருக்கணும்னு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர்.
More news coming in. This is TVK's big remark on the AIADMK rebels. Now, Tamil Nadu minister says rebel MLAs had said they wanted to save AIADMK. Rebels said EPS mortgage AIADMK to the BJP. That is what is being said. Minister Adav Arjuna has said on AIADMK joint cabinet. The faction led by C.V. Shanmugam came to us and said they wanted to save AIADMK. Told us Edapadi Palaniswamy had mortgaged AIADMK to BJP in Delhi. Shanmugam said he didn't come out because of a desire for power. So they are basically indicating here that AIADMK never really wanted power. They just wanted to be in a position where they aren't really having to answer questions of the BJP and be a part of that particular alliance. Pramod is with us. Pramod, does this really mean at this point in time that the AIADMK is going to be sitting out? It does appear that, isn't it?
Taking the support of AIADMK or giving them any kind of ministerial berths, because even without TVK, seeking the support of AIDMK, they came over and Rebel CV Shanmugam team, 25 MLAs, they extended support, increasing the number from 119 to 144. So, like we say, it wasn't like this is actually a comfortable majority for the Chief Minister Vijay. However, he had 119 earlier, which means that he had only one number extra of the required number of 118. So, TVK wants to play it very carefully over here, not saying yes or no to them, but claiming that the original TVK and the AIDMK supporters and cadres are with TVK. A similar kind of stance was earlier taken before election, claiming when Congress went ahead with the alliance with DMK, that time to TVK said that the original Congress cadres are with TVK. So similar kind of stances being taken over there. But for now, in the minister expansion, confirmed Congress has been getting two birds. However, they are also inviting VCK and CPIM as well, Sneha.
I'm going to, in fact, leave it at that for the moment. Pramod, that is a conversation that will continue. We're keeping an eye on all those developments. As far as power sharing in the state of Tamil Nadu, there is concerned. We're telling you about the cabinet expansion. It does appear that the AIDMK is to be left out of it for the moment. And you can find the report and much more up on our website to viewers. It's indiatoday.in. You can download the app as well. News continues on the other side with me right here. Thank you for watching.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Correct. The taste of success.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं गिरिबाला सिंह जी, बात करने के लिए जो आरोप त्रिशा के परिवार की तरफ से लगाए गए थे। काफी कुछ बातें इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कल कही, लेकिन परिवार अभी तक अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करवाने के लिए शव ले रहा है। इस पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि अब तो एक हफ्ते से ऊपर हो गया?
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है।
आपने मैम कल भावुक होते हुए ये भी कहा था कि हर परिवार चाहता है कि उनके घर में एक छोटा बच्चा है, और कल जब प्रेगनेंसी को लेकर के आपने बात की, उस वक्त आपने भावुक होते ये भी कहा कि बच्चा वो चाहती नहीं थी और इसलिए उसने एमटीपी ट्रीटमेंट लिया।
उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प की जरूरत होती है। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं, साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारिजुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने ही।
और सिजोफ्रेनिया का कब पता चला मैम?
एंजाइटी का लिखा है उसके पर्चे में, और जो दवाई दी अगर आप उसको वो चेक करेंगे तो दैट इज गिवन फॉर ऑल दीज पेशेंट्स, मैनिक डिप्रेशन एंड शिजोफ्रेनिया। ठीक है, मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं उस दिशा में, तो इसलिए वही कर बता पाएंगे। यस,
आप लोगों ने 8 लाख रुपए करीब जो है ट्रांसफर किए, जिसकी बैंक डिटेल्स भी आपने कोर्ट में सबमिट कराई हैं। क्या आपके एडवोकेट की तरफ से ये डिमांड आ रही है कि बैंक डिटेल्स निकलनी चाहिए तुषा की?
बिल्कुल निकलनी चाहिए। वी नीड टू नो वो पैसा कहाँ खर्च हुआ है।
आप लोगों के ऊपर 2 लाख के आरोप लगाए उन्होंने,
और 2 लाख रुपए तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे? देयर इज नो यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन जो वो दे रहे हैं, हम क्यों मांगेंगे? 2 लाख इज माई सैलरी, तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे इस तरह से पैसा, जब हम ऐसे परिवार से जो हम अपना राइट्स भी रेलिंक्विशमेंट करके बैठे हैं ससुराल पक्ष से भी, तो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन एट ऑल।
जो एलिगेशन उनकी मान कर लगा रही है कि मेरी बात हो रही थी तुषा से, अचानक से फोन कट गया, देन सडनली हाफ एन आवर के बाद पता चलता है कि वो नहीं रही, ये इन एलिगेशन।
मदर ने जैसे ही फोन किया, हम लोग तो सब ऊपर नीचे जा रहे थे, दौड़ रहे थे, कहाँ गई, तो अब देखा बिटिया को, तो देन वी ट्राई टू सेव हर। तो इसलिए इस तरह से उनका हरकत, इट्स रियली बैड, इट्स कॉज्ड लॉट ऑफ पेन।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines. Our top focus is going to be on the Melodi Milan movement in Rome. Let's tell you what's making news at 11 this morning. Prime Minister Modi and Meloni take a tour to the iconic Colosseum after sharing a car ride and dinner in Rome. Meloni welcomes friend Modi with a candid selfie on social media. Prime Minister Modi may meet Trump at G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend the G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi is at G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend the G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi as well has been invited. Modi-Trump the 17th of June. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Another big claim by Donald Trump says postpone strikes on Iran, says Iran is begging to make a deal. Vance asserts Iran can't have nukes. Tehran refuses to bow down, says ready for any military pressure. Falta repolling less than 24 hours away, but TMC candidate Jahangir withdraws, says won't block Falta's development. TMC alleges intimidation by the BJP, accuses EC of turning a blind eye. CM Shivindu Mok says Pushpa jhuk gaya. There's outrage over Muslim lady wearing shoes in a temple. Muslim woman enters Karnataka temple in footwear. Tourists have objected, say religious sentiments have been hurt. And we have some news just coming in at this point in time. It's got to do with the Muslim body's big appeal against cow slaughter. It's an appeal from the Furfura Darbar Sharif, where they say Muslims in Bengal should refrain from sacrificing cows this Bakri Eid. That is what is being said by Pirzada Toha Siddiqui of Furfura Sharif, issuing this appeal to Muslims no cow sacrifices this year. He says, I appeal to everyone not to purchase cows, quote unquote. This is Toha Siddiqui's statement. The BJP government has issued strict guidelines regarding the sacrifice of cows. Adhering to these directives makes the act of sacrificing a cow a difficult undertaking. Therefore, to avoid getting embroiled in any disputes and to ensure that there are no disruptions or unrest on the day of the sacrifice, Pirzada Toha Siddiqui of the Furfura Sharif has appealed to the Muslim community to refrain from sacrificing cows this year. And Toha Siddiqui has suggested sacrificing goats or any other animals instead of cows. Furthermore, he has also raised questions regarding the export of beef from India to foreign countries. Says India ranks second globally in beef exports. Cows are slaughtered in factories owned by our Hindu brethren for export, yet no laws appear to apply to them.
ভারতের দ্বিতীয় মুসলিম তীর্থভূমি ফুরফুরা দরবার শরীফ থেকে বলছি, আমরা এবছরে কুরবানি দেব, কিন্তু গরু কুরবানি দেব না। অবশ্যই আইনকে সম্মান জানাতে হবে।
Is getting in more details on that story. In any case, in West Bengal, like in many other states of the country, cow slaughter is banned. Here, the Muslim body is saying that let's not do anything which isn't allowed in any case, isn't it? However, at the same time, Anupam, raising concerns about how beef is exported from India and no rules seem to be applied to those people who are in the business of this, isn't it?
Well, yes, this is not the first time a Muslim cleric has appealed this. We have seen that 2 days back, the cleric from Nakhuda Masjid, Maulana Kazmi, has also appealed to all Muslims in Bengal not to sacrifice cows this year during the Bakrid. And they have also raised questions on why the same law will not apply to the persons, those who are involved in export of beef. Because what they are saying that India is the second largest exporter of beef, and most of the factories owned by Indians are Hindus, non-Muslims, but they are not being the law is not being applicable to those, but law is only applicable to the poor Hindus and poor Muslims. That is what these clerics are saying, and we have seen Toha Siddiqui has appealed from Furfura Sharif. Furfura Sharif is a very pure shrine of Muslim in West Bengal, and he has appealed to all Muslims in West Bengal not to sacrifice cow this year, rather sacrifice goat or some other animal, as law is applicable this time and police is enforcing the law. But he has also raised questions about those who are involved in export of beef. So there is a contradiction in the law. That is what he is saying, and other clerics also are referring to this kind of contradiction in the law.
That for the moment, Anupam Mishra getting in those details, of course, putting the spotlight on how there indeed is a contradiction in the law that is being spoken about by the Muslim cleric there. So ahead of Eid, a cleric has appealed and saying that there should be no cow sacrifice, and this is along the rules in the state of Bengal. There should be no one embroiled in any sort of a controversy or problem, is what the Muslim cleric has appealed here. However, has said that there is beef export that goes on in the country. Listen in from the Furfura Sharif Pirzada Siddiqui.
ভারতের দ্বিতীয় মুসলিম তীর্থভূমি ফুরফুরা দরবার শরীফ থেকে বলছি, আমরা এবছরে কুরবানি দেব, কিন্তু গরু কুরবানি দেব না। অবশ্যই আইনকে সম্মান জানাতে হবে।
And we have more news coming in at this point in time and telling you about a bike rally which is for putting the spotlight on the Trisha case. Ex-servicemen on bikes on the roads of Bhopal, where chorus is growing for justice for Trisha. Husband is absconding and a lookout notice has been issued. Mother-in-law has been giving certain statements regarding Trisha's mental state of mind. But the demand for justice here continues. The husband has gone missing. No answers as to where he is at a time when we do know that there is, in fact, a warrant against him, a non-bailable warrant against him. A bike rally on your screens at this point in time, putting the spotlight on this case and speaking about the injustice for Trisha. bike rally that we're seeing. I'm going to go straight across to Ravish, getting in more details. इस पूरे मामले में रवीश, अभी ये दावा किया जा रहा है परिवार वालों की तरफ से कि ये इनजस्टिस था, मारपीट भी होती थी त्विषा के साथ में, डाउरी भी एक एंगल है इस पूरे मामले में। हस्बैंड कहाँ है ये एसआईटी को इस समय पता नहीं है, लेकिन बाइक रैली इस समय निकाला गया है जस्टिस फॉर त्विषा के लिए। रवीश,
बिल्कुल, और इंडिया टुडे भी उस बाइक रैली में इस वक्त मौजूद है। ये तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन हैं जो भोपाल में रहते हैं, और क्योंकि त्विषा जो है वो एक आर्मी के मेजर की बहन है, तो इन तमाम लोगों ने, ये जो एक्स सर्विसमैन है, इन्होंने त्विषा को अपनी बेटी माना है, अपनी बहन माना है। और ये तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन और साथ ही आर्मी से जुड़े हुए तमाम लोग जो हैं आज वो भोपाल की सड़कों पर उतरे हैं। और ये आप देख सकते हैं इस तरीके के पोस्टर उनके हाथ में है, जस्टिस फॉर त्विषा, और जो अक्यूज्ड है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन हो, एक्सपोज होना चाहिए उन तमाम लोगों को। इस तरीके के पोस्टर साथ में लेकर के तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन आज भोपाल में निकले हैं। और इनकी आज जो मेजर डिमांड्स है वो है कि त्विषा को जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए, जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए, और साथ ही में जो आपको बता दें कि आरोपी हैं उसे जल्द से जल्द गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए, क्योंकि फिलहाल जो समर्थ है वो अब तक एब्सकॉन्डिंग है। तो ये तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन यहाँ पे आज भोपाल की सड़कों पर उतरे। हम बात भी करते हैं उनसे। सर, ये बाइक रैली आप लोग आज कहाँ कहाँ जाने वाले हैं? श्रीवास्तव जी, आप सबसे पहले बताइए, क्या आप क्योंकि लीड कर रहे हैं इसे, क्या आज की आप लोगों की तैयारी है इस रैली को लेकर?
सर, अभी हम लोग जो रैली लेके जा रहे हैं वो 3 लोगों के पास जा रहे हैं, डीजीपी साहब के पास, सीएम साहब के पास और गवर्नर साहब के पास। और हम ये मानते हैं कि इस प्रदेश के अंदर ये 3 इसके मुखिया हैं, उनसे हम रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं कि इसको जो है मतलब इसको ठीक कराइए और सही जांच कराइए। और
क्या आखिर हो क्या गया कि 8 दिन तक आरोपी पकड़ में नहीं आया?
ये तो पुलिस बताएगी सर, हम क्या बताएंगे? हमको दीजिए, हम तो फौज होती तो कब की पकड़ के रख देती।
ये आप देख सकते हैं। और भी आज ही बताइए
सर, बात होगी बाद में करते हैं, अभी सर से बात कर लेंगे।
चलिए, ठीक है। तो फिलहाल यहाँ पे आपको बता दें कि जो डीजीपी से मिलने के लिए 5 जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं आर्मी एक्स सर्विसमैन, उनको ले जाया जाएगा। पुलिस यहाँ पे पहुँच गई है और इन्हें लेकर के डीजीपी कैलाश मकवाना जो है उनके पास ले जाया जाएगा, और वहाँ जा कर के ये जो अपनी डिमांड है एक्स सर्विसमैन की तरफ से ये सामने रखेंगे और बताएंगे कि कैसे फौजी की बहन के साथ ही अगर इंसाफ में इतनी देरी हो रही हो तो फिर बाकियों के साथ क्या हो रहा होगा। और इसके बाद इनका कार्यक्रम है कि यहाँ से मुख्यमंत्री निवास या फिर गवर्नर हाउस जा करके उन्हें भी मेमोरेंडम सौंपे, उनसे मुलाकात करें और इस केस की फास्ट ट्रैक इंक्वायरी या सीबीआई से इंक्वायरी की मांग ये लोग करें।
हमारे साथ रवीश पाल सिंह getting in those details and joining us from Bhopal at this point in time. We have more news coming in as far as Twisha Sharma's death is concerned. Let's take a look at these developments at this point in time. Emotional tributes are paid to Twisha at a college in Pune where friends are demanding justice. Students and faculty members paid an emotional tribute to Twisha Sharma at a college in Pune. Remembering her with teary eyes, their friends and classmates said she should get justice, calling for a fair investigation and accountability in this entire matter.
त्विषा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें इवन फ्रॉम कॉलेज डेज से लेकर जो भी अचीव किया है अपने दम पे किया है, और काफी हद तक इवन दो इतनी डायनामिक थी, शी वाज आल्सो वेरी ग्राउंडेड। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि वो ऐसा कोई स्टेप ले सकती। त्विषा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें।
And India chorus they're growing for justice for Twisha Sharma, who's found dead under mysterious circumstances. In fact, this was being seen as a case of suicide of the young woman who was recently married. We just told you, viewers, about how military veterans, ex-servicemen, Twisha family members are also actively protesting, demanding fresh, independent post-mortem and investigation outside of Madhya Pradesh, even as this case is getting investigated. In her own college in Pune, Twisha's friends, her former classmates, are demanding justice for Twisha.
त्विषा बहुत मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग थी और जैसे मैंने बोला कि वो लोगों को मोटिवेट करती थी, वो लोगों को उठाती थी, तो वो मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो सकती है अगर जिस हिसाब से जो भी घटनाएं घटी है हम ये आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि शायद कुछ उसकी शादी के बाद हुआ हो जिस वजह से वो डिस्टर्ब हुई हो। अदरवाइज़ जो त्विषा को मैं जानती थी, जो वो 6 महीने पहले थी शादी के, मतलब शादी के पहले जो लड़की थी, वो कोई मेंटली डिस्टर्ब होने वाली लड़की नहीं थी। ना वो ऐसी कोई लड़की थी जो ईज़िली किसी भी छोटी-मोटी चीज़ से डिप्रेस हो जाए।
Twisha's doctor has broken his silence. Speaking to India Today, psychiatrist Dr. Satyakant Trivedi has confirmed Twisha was his patient, but he obviously declined to share details of the treatment and the medicines she was taking, citing patient confidentiality. However, has confirmed that he referred Twisha for counseling as well, saying stress and mood swings are common these days. Added that he will share details of the treatment with the police or the court if asked. Twisha's friends have arranged a prayer meeting at her college as well. In Pune, they paid tributes to her. We've accessed CCTV footage showing Twisha's final moments, and it captures her climbing the staircase at her marital home. It shows at least 3 men, including her husband, Samad Singh, attempting CPR before carrying her body down the stairs to a lower floor. Twisha's mother-in-law also appears in this video.
देखिए इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि निश्चित तौर पर वो मेरे पास ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आई थी, लेकिन पेशेंट की फाइन डिटेल्स देना, उनकी मेडिकल हिस्ट्री देना, उनकी दवा के बारे में जानकारी देना, और ख़ासकर जब ऐसा कोई मामला चल रहा हो तो वहाँ पर हम पब्लिकली इस बात को कहीं पर भी नहीं बोल सकते। जहाँ पर भी जो न्याय प्रक्रिया है उसका अगर जहाँ पर भी मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो वहाँ पर मैं उस बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ, जो भी मेरे पास जानकारी है। जितने भी मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे रहते हैं वहाँ पर दवा और काउंसलिंग दोनों का रोल होता है, तो लगभग हर पेशेंट में कारगर होती है, तो हम सभी को सुझाते हैं। मैं केवल उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लगभग सभी पेशेंट्स में काउंसलिंग काम करती है।
आप लोगों को जानते हो जो आपके करीब है, आप उनको जानते हो कि आप लोग लाइफ में क्या गलत कर सकते हो, क्या सही, राइट? इतना गलत त्विषा नहीं कर सकती। वो इतनी स्ट्रेंथ, इतनी मोटिवेटेड, पढ़ाई में अच्छी, बॉम्बे में उसने इतना कुछ अचीव किया है, तो हमें पर्सनली लगता है कि सुसाइड नहीं है। एंड हम यही होप करते कि ये सुसाइड नहीं हो, क्योंकि फिर कहते हैं ना कि सिचुएशन हमारे में थी जैसे वो इमोशनल हो जाए।
Meanwhile, Twisha's mother and mother-in-law made serious allegations against each other. Listen in.
ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है। उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो उसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने।
10-15 दिन से ज्यादा हो रहा था, वो मेंटली टॉर्चर करता था बेटी को, कुछ भी बोलता था, कुछ भी सुनाता था। फिर अभी 13 तारीख को बोली मम्मी आप आ जाओ प्लीज, मुझे ले जाओ। तो हमने टिकट करी थी 13 तारीख की, तो उनकी मदर इन लॉ ने, गिरीवाला सिंह ने हमारी टिकट कैंसिल करा दी। मेरे पास भी सुबह फोन आया था कि आप अभी क्यों आ रहे हो, गर्मियों में सर्दियों में आना, थोड़ी बारिश वारिश हो जाए। तो मेरी बेटी थोड़ा इमोशनल थी, मम्मी बोली कोई बात नहीं आप थोड़े दिन बाद आ जाना, बोले जब तक इसका मूड सही हो जाएगा समर्थ सिंह का, क्योंकि वो इनको है ना सुनाने के, मेरे हस्बैंड को सुनाने के लिए बैठा हुआ था गंदा गंदा। फिर 13 तारीख को बेटी का फोन आया, नहीं मम्मी आप अपनी टिकट कैंसिल करो, मैं खुद आ रही हूँ 15 तारीख को। 15 तारीख का वो रिजर्वेशन था उसका अजमेर आने का, हम लोग बेटे के पास में थे अजमेर नसीराबाद। तो 12 तारीख को तो वो पता चला वो खत्म ही हो गई वो बिल्कुल।
Twisha's cousin exclusive on India Today in conversation with my colleague Swesha Sawant.
The lawyer of Trisha's in-laws has claimed that the family had transferred 8 lakh rupees into her account for her day-to-day expenditures, so she had handy money. You'd like to respond to that? Anything that you knew of?
No, not really. I don't know about the transaction and the money being transferred to her and where she used it. As far as I
Because the
know,
family and the lawyer is now saying that you should get to the bottom of where she was spending all this money.
oh, absolutely. If they transferred 8 lakh rupees, okay, tell us what she was buying. I also want to know what she did with that money. 8 lakh rupees is a huge amount of money to be spent. And Twisha, as I know, she has been into the industry, but you would not see anything in her cupboard, in her belongings that would be like, massive and luxurious. I knew her. She was a simple girl. Second point, why did the lawyer got so aggressive when we spoke about the other daughter-in-law who is divorced? He got so aggressive. Oh, in Hindi he said, "Aapka divorce nahi hota, inka divorce nahi hota." The media then had to intervene and said, "No, sir, divorce doesn't happen in a day." He got so furious and he freaked out after this allegation that the other daughter-in-law also left the house, and I think she stayed in the marriage. I don't know the fact whether she stayed for 6 years or 5 years. Then since she walked out of the marriage, and she is, I think, supposedly she's also a lawyer. So ask them, where is your other daughter-in-law? He freaked out. If you go back to the interview, he freaked out. And Girbala Singh is dressed up, her sari, prim and proper sari and everything, and she's just prepared, like, how I have to give the interview. Whereas if you see Trisha's mother, she is dying every single day. My sister is in the mortuary right now. She has turned into something that is beyond unrecognized. She was such a pretty girl, and now she's lying in the mortuary because of these monsters. Where is Samar Singh? Ask her if she's such a renowned lawyer and she knows the law. Where is your son? Why are you hiding your son? Bring him out.
Meanwhile, a shocking twist has emerged in the alleged dowry death case of 33-year-old Twisha Singh that's triggered outrage across Madhya Pradesh. A mental health angle has surfaced after a doctor's prescription allegedly showed medicines linked to schizophrenia treatment. At the same time, a new CCTV video showing Twisha's final moments before her death has intensified its controversy even further.
The death of Twisha Singh, who was found hanging at her marital home in Bhopal on May 12th, raises several disturbing questions. While protests demanding justice grow louder, investigators are now examining fresh evidence, including CCTV footage and medical documents linked to psychiatric treatment. The CCTV video from her marital home shows Twisha's final moments before her death. In the video, Twisha is seen climbing the staircase inside the house. Later, at least 3 men, including her husband, Samarth Singh, are seen attempting CPR before carrying her body downstairs. Twisha's mother-in-law, retired district judge Giribala Singh, can also be seen in the footage. The video has now become a crucial part of the probe being carried out by the Special Investigation Team on allegations of dowry harassment and suspicious death. But even as questions mount around the circumstances leading to Twisha's death, the family of the accused has strongly denied all charges. Twisha's mother-in-law has made a series of sensational claims. She alleged that Twisha was dependent on narcotic substances, was undergoing psychiatric counseling and treatment, and became irritable without drugs. Twisha's parents have rubbished charges leveled by Giribala Singh.
10-15 दिन से कुछ ज्यादा हो रहा था। वो मेंटली टॉर्चर करता था बेटी को, कुछ भी बोलता था, कुछ भी सुनाता था। फिर अभी 13 तारीख को बोली, मम्मी आप आ जाओ प्लीज, मुझे ले जाओ। तो हमने टिकट करी थी 13 तारीख की। तो उनकी मदर इन लॉ ने, गिरीवाला सिंह ने हमारी टिकट कैंसिल करा दी। मेरे पास भी सुबह फोन आया था कि आप अभी क्यों आ रहे हो, गर्मियों में सर्दियों में आना, थोड़ी बारिश वारिश हो जाए। तो मेरी बेटी थोड़ा इमोशनल थी। मम्मी बोली कोई बात नहीं, आप थोड़े दिन बाद आ जाना। बोले जब तक इसका मूड सही हो जाएगा समर्थ सिंह का, क्योंकि वो इनको है ना सुनाने के, मेरे हस्बैंड को सुनाने के लिए बैठा हुआ था गंदा गंदा। फिर 13 तारीख को बेटी का फोन आया, नहीं मम्मी आप अपनी टिकट कैंसिल करो, मैं खुद आ रही हूँ 15 तारीख को। 15 तारीख का वो रिजर्वेशन था उसका अजमेर आने का। हम लोग बेटे के पास में थे, अजमेर नसीराबाद। तो 12 तारीख को तो वो पता चला वो खत्म ही हो गई वो बिल्कुल।
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर, दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता हमारे साथ हो। इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है। उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वॉज कंज्यूमिंग marijuana, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने ही।
Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on the police to arrest Twisha's husband, Samarth Singh, who remains absconding. His anticipatory bail plea was rejected on Monday. For Twisha's family and protesters on the streets, question remains unchanged. Was this a case of sustained harassment leading to death? And is an attempt being made to shift the narrative after the tragedy? Bureau Report, India Today.
And we have more news coming in. Let's tell you about the TVK's big remark on AIDMK rebels, where the Tamil Nadu minister said, rebel MLAs said they wanted to save AIDMK. Rebels said EPS mortgage AIDMK to the BJP. Minister Adar Varjana has made a statement on AIDMK. The big question is, are they going to be getting an opportunity to join the cabinet? The faction which is led by CV Shanmugam, this is the AIADMK faction, came to us and said they wanted to save AIADMK. That's what the TVK is saying. Said that Edapadi Palaniswamy had mortgaged AIADMK to the BJP in Delhi. CV Shanmugam said he didn't come or join the government because of the desire for power, join hands with the TVK with the desire for power, but more for saving the AIADMK. Cadres have understood joining with BJP was equivalent to suicide.
நாங்கள் கட்சி அறிவிக்கும் போதே எங்களோட தலைவர் சொல்லியிருக்காரு புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்களை எந்த அளவுக்கு விரும்புகிறாருன்னு. புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கக்கூடிய கட்சி, அங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய தொண்டர்கள் எப்பொழுதும் தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தினுடைய தொண்டர்களோட எப்பயுமே ஒரு அன்போடு இருப்போம். ஆதரவோ இல்லை இதுக்குள்ள பின்னாடி ஒரு 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 அரசியல் காரணம் கூட கிடையாது. அதை ஒரு தோல்மையுடன் தான் நாங்கள் பார்க்குறோமே தவிர மித்த திமுகவுடைய அதிமுகவுடைய பிரச்சாரம் மாதிரி இதில் எதுவும் கிடையாது. அந்தந்த சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் யாருக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய உரிமை. அதை CV சண்முகம் தலைமையிலான குழு அவரு வழி நடத்துறாரு. அவரு அடுத்த செயல் திட்டங்கள் என்னன்னு அவர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. சட்ட சிக்கல் அவர் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. அந்த கட்சி நல்லா இருக்கணுங்கிறது எங்களுடைய ஒரே வேண்டுகோள்.
I'm going straight across to Pramod, getting in more details. Pramod, talk to us about what you're hearing as far as the AIDMK joining, not joining this government is concerned. Every indication from the TVK that they might just not, isn't it? Of course, the invite hasn't gone out to them, is what we know.
It clearly is that way, Sneha, because you could very clearly say that, Adar Varjana, who very openly said that the Chief Minister Vijay and TVK wants the Congress party to join them, wants VCK to join them, and wants IUML to join them, claiming that they are the people and the leaders who fight for social justice, very clearly wants to stay away from AIDMK when this question was put forward, because 25 MLAs from AIDMK have extended their support, but looks like TVK wants to keep them a little, at a proper distance, because yesterday CPIM's state leader very clearly said that if TVK decides to go ahead and take the support or add them to the cabinet, CPIM will immediately reconsider about supporting this particular TVK government. So that will become a little bit problematic, because the optics might entirely change, Sneha. And another important aspect is that the issues within TVK is not yet over, which means the 25 rebel MLAs might support the TVK government, but their postings and everything inside the party comes under the control of Edapadi Palaniswamy, which they are trying to rectify, because the General Secretary has a supreme power within the party. And now the rebel MLAs are calling for a General Council meeting where a new General Secretary probably could be chosen, or extending support to TVK can be officially decided. So that needs to be resolved even before TVK goes ahead and decides to take their support or not, because it might turn problematic for the 25 MLAs itself, Sneha.
Back to you in a moment from now. Pramod Madhav with the very latest on that story. Does appear clearly that the AIDMK may just be sitting out this time around. And in related developments, let's tell you a little more about how the alliance backing his government appears to be showing signs of strain. Speculation over a possible AIADMK entry into the government, triggering a fresh political storm with the CPM issuing a sharp warning, even hinting at a possible withdrawal of support. Earlier, Shanmugam P mounted pressure on the TVK government, cautioning Vijay against any move to induct AIADMK into the cabinet, emphasizing that voters rejected both the DMK and the AIADMK. Left leader has said TVK must stay committed to its promise of clean governance. The numbers in the assembly explain why the alliance arithmetic matters. It's a 234-member house currently functioning with an effective strength of 232. The majority mark stands at 118. TVK on its own has 106. With outside support on the left, parties, 2 from the CPIM and CPI, along with backing from the allies, the coalition crosses the halfway mark with a strength of 120. Well, if the AIADMK's 47 MLAs were to extend support or join hands with the TVK, the alliance tally would jump to a formidable 163. Even as such, a move risks alienating the others, the left particularly, deepening tensions within the ruling camp.
வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருவது என்கிற முறையில் இடதுசாரி கட்சிகள் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் நாங்கள் அறிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆட்சி என்பது அமையப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவை அவர்கள் அமைச்சரவையில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அவர்களுடைய ஆதரவை தொடர்ந்து பெறுவது என்பதோ மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு எதிரானது. அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிற கிளீன் கவர்னன்ஸ் ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேகா என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேகா செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
I'm going back to Pramod. Pramod, the risk here is a big one that the others would get upset. The allies would be alienated if at all the power sharing is extended to the AIADMK and if they end up joining the government and the cabinet, isn't it?
To be honest, sources within TVK itself very clearly say that even though the MLAs are rebels and they do not want to be a part of BJP, they cannot be completely trusted. One seems to be the kind of a notion within TVK netas very clearly, because they state that if anyone who wants to support the government, they are okay to accept their support. But imagine if something happens like this, and if these 25 MLAs stay back, CPM, CPI exits, and probably VCK and IUB will also exit, which means they will have to rely on either Congress or AIADMK MLA, which means there are high chance of AIADMK coming with 25 MLAs seeking more of the government share and such, as now the Chief Minister has extended support to Congress, VCK and IUM to join the party. So that will mean that the absolute power will not be within TVK or the Chief Minister, and it will go to an extent to AIADMK. And considering how these MLAs have worked earlier, and also several MLAs also have several pending cases on their names, especially ED cases and such, this will definitely not go well with the clean governance note that is being given by TVK's leader and the Chief Minister Vijay. And this is what's being highlighted by Shanmugam as well. So in a clear way, Shanmugam is giving a proper kind of explanation, stating that if this happens, we will have to reconsider our support, and it will also definitely go in a very completely odd manner with the state people as well, Sneha. So considering that, only it looks like now TVK wants to maintain, even though they are accepting the support and such, they want to maintain neutrality when it comes to the rebel AIADMK MLA, Sneha.
Leave it there for the moment. Pramod Madhav with the very latest on that story. It remains to be seen eventually what happens. But for the moment, the TVK not mincing their words and saying that, listen, AIADMK never really wanted to be a part of the cabinet. What they really wanted was to rid the AIADMK of the Bharatiya Janata Party's influence. And that's why the rebel faction broke out. Shifting focus now a little about what is happening in the state of Kerala. Well, from fiery political debates to full-blown meme culture, Kerala politics has found its newest viral star. Its Chief Minister, V.D. Satheesan, is now trending online as the Pookie CM after his reaction to a question on vehicle modification exploded across social media. What began as an election promise on legalizing safe vehicle modifications has now turned into reels, memes and massive youth support online.
Kerala's newest internet sensation isn't a movie star or a social media influencer. It is Chief Minister V.D. Satishan, now lovingly dubbed the Pookie Chief Minister by social media. And in perhaps the biggest political vibe shift Kerala has seen in years. The state has gone from having the image of a stern, serious chief minister to now embracing a meme-worthy, real-friendly, pooky chief minister. The viral moment came during a press conference announcing the new cabinet when Satishan was asked about one election promise that struck a major chord with Kerala's youth, vehicle modification.
നടക്കുമല്ലോ പറഞ്ഞതൊക്കെ നടത്താനല്ലേ നമ്മൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ജനാഭിലാഷങ്ങളെ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാക്കാനാണ് ചെറുപ്പക്കാരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെ അവരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെയാണ് അല്ലാതെ വെറുതെ വോട്ട് കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി പറഞ്ഞതാണ് പറഞ്ഞ വാക്കിന് വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ
The promise struck a chord online, and now his candid reaction to the question is all over social media. For many youngsters, it is not just about modified vehicles, but about finally feeling understood.
എക്സോസ്റ്റ് വെച്ച് മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരുന്നു. ലീഗലായിട്ട് ഉള്ള എക്സോസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്. മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ വേണ്ട തീരുമാനമാണ്. മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് എന്തായാലും വരേണ്ടതാണ്.
Government and people both should keep in mind that they have their own responsibility. So if they are doing it in such a way that they are not harming others, then everyone can enjoy their freedom and they can do that kind of styles and everything.
From campaign promise to policy buzz to full-blown meme culture, V.D. Satishan's political honeymoon is now playing out one reel at a time. With Shibi Molkeji, Bureau Report, India Today.
There is seriously no doubt of viral moments, isn't it? And talking about viral moments, we'll get you more on another one breaking the internet completely. The Prime Minister is in Italy, and guess what? It's the Melodi moment also, which is now going crazily viral. The Prime Minister and the Prime Minister of India and Prime Minister of Italy take a tour to the iconic Colosseum after sharing a car ride dinner in Rome. Meloni is welcoming Prime Minister Modi with a candid selfie on social media. We're telling you all about that in just a minute.
You are watching India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
This has come out as a curb on consumption, which by no stretch of imagination, either politics or economics is good, because a curb on consumption will lead to lesser economic growth, it will lead to lesser government revenue. I don't think that is the intent of the government.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Well, other countries have come to me and they've said we were getting ready to do a very major attack tomorrow. I put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever, but possibly for a little while, because we've had very big discussions with Iran, and we'll see what they amount to. I was asked by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and some others if we could put it off for 2 or 3 days, a short period of time, because they think that they are getting very close to making a deal. And if we can do that where there's no nuclear weapon going into the hands of Iran, I think, and if they're satisfied, we will be probably satisfied also. We've informed Israel. We've informed other people in the Middle East that have been involved with us. And, it's a very positive development, but we'll see whether or not it amounts to anything. We've had periods of time where we thought pretty much getting close to making a deal, and didn't work out, but this is a little bit different. Now, we're ready going tomorrow, very big, and not something I wanted to do, but we have no choice because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yeah.
You are watching India Today.
And we have more news coming in at this point in time. India's NIB has successfully tested Suryastra rocket system with 300-kilometer strike capability for the Indian Army. It's a big boost for the Indian Defence Forces and private sector firm. Has successfully carried out the firing demonstration of the Suryastra rockets of 150 kilometers and 300 kilometers range in the ITR Chandipur, Odisha. Well, the rockets achieved an accuracy of 1.5 meters and 2 meters respectively during the firing trials. The demonstration, of course, is a part of the procurement order placed by the Indian Army on the company NIB Limited. I'm going straight to Shivani for more on that. Break this down for us. With the Suryastra rocket system passing key trials here, what next?
See, this is a part of the procurement already in line for the Indian Army, and these rockets have successfully shown their capabilities, their accuracy. These are two ranges, 150 kilometers and 300 kilometers. So when we talk about the 150 kilometer range of rocket, it has shown an accuracy and it can pinpoint the target at 1.5 meters in that area. And 300 kilometer range rocket will hit a target at an accuracy of 2 meters. So that means this is a successful firing trial of these rockets that are already under procurement for the Indian Army. And these are by NIB, which is a private firm, which is a Pune-based private firm, Sneha. And we know that Indian Army is aggressively moving ahead with its procurements in terms of its strike capabilities. And these rocket procurements are also a part of that drive.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Shivani Sharma getting asked the very latest on that big story. India testing 300 kilometers strike capable rockets, and this is a big success, also a boost for India's long range firepower. We have those images on your screen, also the Suryastra trial that you can see in these pictures at this point in time. 150 kilometers, 300 kilometer rockets successfully tested. India moving ahead in indigenous rocket capability, and that is what is the best part about the successful testing of the Suryastra rocket system here. NIB Limited successfully test firing the Suryastra Universal Rocket Launcher System at the ITR in Chandipur, validating long-range precision. The company has received the purchase order in the month of January under emergency procurement as well. The Surya's trials mark major defense milestone here, with 150 kilometer and 300 kilometer rockets successfully tested. Well, the trials have validated Suryastra's long-range precision strike capability, with the rockets achieving exceptional precision across all ranges. Is what we know. This accomplishment highlights NIPE Limited's focus on indigenous defense technology and the efforts to strengthen the position with India's growing defense manufacturing ecosystem. And the big question here is whether the Suryastra system precision capabilities position NIPE Limited as a competitor to establish global rocket artillery manufacturers for export contracts. Right now, I'm making in India. And this, of course, is the focus on indigenous defense technology to strengthen our own country's position. I'm going to, in fact, go back to Shivani for the very latest on that story. Talk to us a little more also about the timeline for the full-scale production delivery of the Suryastra system here. Shivani.
See, Sneha, the Suryastra is the long-range rocket system in 2 ranges, and it is being made in India by the indigenous company, the Pune-based company NIPE. And after the successful trials of these rocket systems, they will be a part of the Indian Army after the quality checks and the desired capabilities that the Indian Army had sought for. We must understand about the timing that after Operation Sindoor, there has been a lot of focus on enhancing the fighting capabilities, not only in terms of army, but also procurement of these missile systems for various other forces, be it the Indian Air Force, be it the Indian Navy. So in all the services, there are procurements going on to make ourselves more capable. More rocket systems, more missile systems are being procured. For that matter, we also know that the drones are also being procured by the Indian Army. Every soldier would have 1 drone, and the training is also going on. So when we talk about Suryastra rocket systems, very soon after these firing ranges and firing trials, they will be a part of the Indian Army and the deployments will start. So this is how the Indian Army is moving ahead in its procurements, not only in terms of its rockets, but also these drones and multiple other procurements that are going on, Sneha, right now. So this is the capability development that the Indian Army is working on. And we also see a lot of projects are in the pipeline, not only for the Army, but the Indian Air Force and for the Navy. There are inductions that will be seen in the coming months for all the 3 services. And these Suryastra trials also show how the fast tracking of these projects has been done by the Army. So the pipelines are shorter, the timelines are shorter, and there's a lot of focus on enhancing the firing capability and adding more teeth to the firing regiments of the Indian Army.
I'm going to leave that for the moment. Shivani Sharma breaking down those details for us. India's NIPE successfully testing Suryastra rocket system with 300 kilometers strike capability for the Indian Army there. And more news coming at this point in time. We're telling you about a speeding BMW car crashing in Donapola, hitting several vehicles. This accident has taken place in Panaji, where a luxury BMW M340i car traveling at high speed collided with several vehicles in the road in quick succession. The impact of the collision created an atmosphere of panic and fear at the scene. Vehicles involved in the accident sustained severe damage. Taking immediate action in the matter, the Panaji police have registered a case against the driver of the car. The police have booked the driver for negligence and for speeding, and further legal investigations are underway. Well, this marks the 3rd such incident on the roads of Donapola within the last 2 months. The driver's negligence remained evident even after the accident, driving under the influence of alcohol. The BMW driver struck 2 or 3 other cars. Even in the aftermath of the crash, began verbally abusing local residents and other motorists. The driver's arrogance reached an extreme level, hurling insults at the locals. He asked who doesn't get into an accident. Subsequently, he personally called his father to inform him about this. Even in the presence of the police, the BMW driver's arrogance showed no signs of abating. Police have currently taken the driver into custody and have registered a case against him. Tension erupted at a historic temple in Badami town of Bagalkot district after a video surfaced showing a Muslim woman sitting inside the temple premises wearing footwear. The woman, identified as Roshni Mustafi, was confronted by a Hindu woman tourist, leading to a heated argument. The tourist reportedly objected to the footwear inside the temple, questioned the woman over respecting religious sentiments. Following the verbal altercation, the woman was seen crying and making a phone call. The video of the incident has now gone viral on social media.
Authorities to make a rule. Why should I? You are the authorities to make a rule. I am not instructed. You are common sense. Common sense. One day ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಇಂತವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಫೇಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮಂದಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ. ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ರಿ? ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ಳೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ತೆಗಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ.
Sagai has more on that story. Sagai, take us to the details of what happened here.
In this particular incident, tension erupted at the historic temple in Barami, the town of Bagalkote. One Muslim woman who has been identified as Roshni Mustafi was confronted by people from Hindu communities, and especially she was a tourist, and the person who confronted was also a tourist, and she has asked, why are you wearing a slipper and entering the temple, and which has escalated, and the girl who was from a different community has argued with her, and later on it was into a verbal altercation. The woman was seen crying and making a phone call after this particular incident.
Latest on that story, it's a case of a woman wearing shoes inside a temple, and that is the outrage which was caught on camera.
I am not instructed. You are common sense. Common sense. One day ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಇಂತವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಫೇಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮಂದಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ. ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ರಿ? ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ಳೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ತೆಗಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತೆಗೀರಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಟೇಕ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೈಸಾ ಬರೋದು ಪೈಸಾ.
It's the Melodi Milan moment in Rome. Prime Minister Modi met his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni over dinner. The two leaders visited the Colosseum and even shared a car ride. Prime Minister Modi shared pictures of his meeting with the Italian Prime Minister. Meloni, on the other hand, took a selfie with her friend Prime Minister Modi and shared a special post on social media with a caption that read, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Prime Minister Modi will next meet the Italian President and also hold bilateral talks with his Italian counterpart and participate in other diplomatic engagements before departing for India. The Modi-Meloni bonhomie has become a defining diplomatic talking point in recent years. Interactions between the two leaders have drawn attention since 2023. Their latest meeting is expected to further deepen India-Italy's strategic ties. This visit comes amid strong momentum in India-Italy relations, with both sides actively advancing the Joint Strategic Action Plan 2025-2029, a broad framework for cooperation across multiple sectors. These include trade, defense, security, clean energy, innovation, science, technology, and people-to-people exchanges.
Personal chemistry between leaders at the highest level always helps. And in this case, as the Italian Prime Minister herself has put it, we have a melody. And I will go one step further and say that it is a singularly fascinating melody. Now, as regards the relations between the two countries, I was ambassador there 97-2000, and Italy has a lot to offer, and India also has a lot to offer to Italy, because, there is scope for collaboration in higher technology, including AI, and during my time, there were negotiations about submarine vessels, rescue vessels, and the historical, cultural relationship between India and Italy is of great interest.
So I think India and Italy have progressed a lot in the past few years. You've seen that tangible results emerging out of the various visits that have taken place at a very high level over the past few years. I think Italy has emerged as a very important pole as far as the IMEC corridor is concerned. They're also very concerned that progress is not being made because of the West Asia situation right now. Italy would like to actually develop their ports as a gateway into the Mediterranean. And we've seen a roadmap which has been developed between the two countries from 2026 onwards till the end of the decade.
And Prime Minister Modi received a rather warm welcome from the Indian diaspora in Italy as well. The Prime Minister interacted with members of the Indian community and witnessed cultural performances at his hotel. Prime Minister Modi also signed an autograph for a child who greeted him with a portrait. The Prime Minister was also gifted a painting depicting the Ghats of Varanasi, created by an Italian artist inspired by Indian culture. Remember, Varanasi is Prime Minister Modi's Karma Bhumi, his parliamentary constituency. Members of the Indian diaspora expressed joy after meeting the Prime Minister, lauded the Prime Minister for strengthening India's ties with the world. Chants of Modi, Modi, as always, echoed in the hall as Prime Minister interacted with the Indian community members there.
I'm very happy, and this is the second time we met him. We met him in 2021, and he also continued to sustain and to foster our mission. Is Sanatana Dharma Sangha here in Italy is an intent with the state, so it's very important because Sanatana Dharma is recognized as official religious here in Italy from the Italian Parliament. So it's very important to meet him and also to strengthen our friendship in some way.
Oh, the experience was fantastic. It's one of the best experiences, I tell you, because I was very close to such a personality, such a high personality in the world. And he's one of the most important persons of the actual world. And he was very sweet. He shook my hands. To me, it's a bridge, between the eyes of an Italian artist, that look to the colorful culture of India.
कथक डांसर हूँ और मैं परफॉर्म किया काफ़ी बार इंडिया में 15 साल रह चुकी हूँ और बहुत अच्छा लगा ग्रेट इमोशन मतलब दिल से बहुत वो तुक लग रहा था और मैं सोच रही हूँ कि ये ज़्यादा गिफ्ट है.
We played a traditional tune based on Raga Hamsadvani, and we make a composition together with all the musicians, creating together this piece for the Prime Minister of India.
What's your feeling now?
I feel full of energy and really motivated. Yes, to spread more and more the Indian values and the Indian arts in Italy and all over Europe.
We are very happy to welcome him, and the way he is in youth and the people of the old age people, we are very happy, and thank you for Modi forever, Meloni forever.
We are very much delighted the way he came and addressed us, and we are very, very much happy. And this is the first time when we have got the chance to meet him.
and it was a very, very special moment for us, and he has conveyed the message of oneness and togetherness, and he's with us always.
मुझे मोदी जी से मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा, ऐसा लगा जैसे कि हमने किसी भगवान को देख लिया हो पहली बार. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the Embassy of India who gave me the opportunity to attend this event.
Warm welcome from the diaspora and moments from the Melodi, Milan and the Melodi meeting there. There is going to be business as well. Today, 1:45, Prime Minister Modi meets with the Italian President. An hour later, at 2:45, there will be a meeting with his Italian counterpart. And of course, there's going to be a lot when it comes to deliverables as far as these meetings, these bilaterals are concerned. Of course, telling you a little more about what happened earlier. These are images, and these are images from, in fact, some time ago, where the Prime Minister met with members of the Indian diaspora who welcomed him warmly. Today is the day when both the leaders are meeting. Fair amount of work to be done in terms of the deliverables. A dozen plus memorandums of understanding to be signed as well is what we know. These are images that we're sharing of the Prime Minister's meeting with the members of the Indian diaspora there. Bilateral talks with the Italian Prime Minister today. Before that, a meeting with the Italian President as well. And the Prime Minister will be eventually at about 8:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time be leaving for New Delhi, back home in the country after their important bilateral. Remember, it's the conclusion of the 5-day nation tour.
Very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Watch that video that depicts the bonhomie between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who during this final leg of the 5-nation tour in Italy, where the two leaders took a late evening walk, and of course the fun video that you just saw.
Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
They are famously known and exactly what they show to the world.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift.
On a lighter note, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni where, of course, they also put out details of how they exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. But on the sidelines, apart from that late evening walk, the drive, the pictures that they posted, the dinner, and clearly part of that dinner, as they, on a lighter moment, shared this video for all the Melody fans across the globe. A packet of Melody toffee.
Brought us a gift.
In India, the candy that is famous, and there, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni showing the world that Melody toffee.
A very, very good toffee.
As Giorgia Meloni said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi sharing that Melody toffee with her, which she calls very, very good. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi shortly from that displaying the packet of Melody toffee. Melody, as they are famously known in the world of social media. And on a lighter moment, both leaders posting this for Melody fans across the globe.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Video that is sure to break the internet. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni together in that light moment, as they're known as Melody on social media, where they're sharing the Melody toffee, a favorite for many, many in India. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving her that packet of Melody toffee, which she calls very, very good. And then Prime Minister Narendra Modi on a lighter note saying, Melody.
A very, very good toffee.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi on social media. In fact, she had also shared a picture with him on X where she said, "Welcome to Rome, my friend."
Prime Minister Modi
and of the many, many moments that also were shared in public domain, including that late evening dinner, the drive, the pictures coming in from the interaction between the two leaders, who were seen sharing a ride through the streets of Rome, offering a glimpse of informal car diplomacy, another informal moment for all Melody fans across the globe, where both leaders clearly took it one notch higher, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi sharing Melody toffee with none other than Giorgia Meloni. Of course, as they know how the many, many posts and messages on social media of the two leaders, famously calling them Melody. And on a very light note, Prime Minister Narendra Modi sharing that packet of Melody toffee, gifting that to Giorgia Meloni, where she says it's a very, very good toffee. And they both share that laughter. Once again depicting the strong ties. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who met his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni. This, remember, part of that final leg of his five-nation tour. Late evening walk, a drive, and of course this very special video for all Melody fans across the globe. In fact, both leaders who also shared pictures on their respective social media posts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who said upon landing in Rome, they had the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Meloni over dinner and then visit to the iconic Coliseum. Once again, take a closer look at this video.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Let me cut across to my colleague Pooja Shali joining us from the newsroom. Pooja, on a lighter note, certainly a treat for all Melody fans. We in India and many of us were fond of that Melody toffee. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Giorgia Meloni, also famously called Melody on social media. The two leaders clearly taking it a notch higher.
The term Melody came about on the internet in 2023, in fact, when the first selfie of Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi went viral. But clearly with this visual, I can tell you, both of them realizing that the term goes viral all over the internet every time they meet and share photographs. But also, look at this image. With this video, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni making it official that they also realize that the term Melody appears for their friendship, the kind of camaraderie and the bond that they share as two prime ministers of the nations, Italy and India. But here's what's interesting. He's taken this packet of Melody toffee that we've all enjoyed throughout our childhood and teenage. He's taken this toffee packet to Italy and he's given it to her, gifted it to her, to which he has quoted it on social media X and said, "Thank you for this gift, Prime Minister Modi. It's a very, very good toffee." And then they burst into laughter. So, of course, it is no coincidence, no surprise that it is this packet of sweets that has been taken by Prime Minister Modi from India and gifted to PM Meloni. Nobody else would have been a recipient of this gift. There was a reason clearly this packet has been gifted. Remember, the Prime Ministers usually share on their bilateral visits gifts of all kinds. There's silvers, gemstones, aesthetic quality, all of this. But this clearly once in a lifetime of a gift that Prime Minister Modi chose for Prime Minister Meloni, and both of them realizing the significance of it and bursting into laughter. But let's also remember, these are the light-hearted moments for the internet, for their supporters. But beyond that, a lot of serious work on economic cooperation, strategic cooperation, tech investment, trade is being discussed. IMEC corridor is priority as well. So is investment vis-a-vis Europe and India. But with this video, clearly you can sense both these leaders are not playing to the galleries anymore, and very clearly coming forward to say, we acknowledge, we know that this term Melody is famous, and that's why gift from my side to you.
Oh yes, absolutely, Pooja, and also very sporting of both leaders to really play out for all the fans, all the Melody fans, and like sharing this lighter moment. Firstly, taking it as sportingly with each other, and Prime Minister gifting her that packet, also sharing with her that Melody is a famous toffee in India. So how they're famously known and the camaraderie known as Melody, exactly him giving her that toffee packet where she says it's very, very good. And he also, on a lighter note, sharing that laughter, says Melody, certainly sure to break the internet.
Well, it has already. I'm going through social media site X and Instagram, and every second picture is a meme or some Hindi music song added to these images, added to this music. I have to just scroll through social media X and Instagram, and I can tell you every second image coming forth, especially on X, is of this meeting. But this is also a reminder of how the two leaders are playing it for the supporters, and like you rightly pointed out, sporty in nature. So 2023, it was in the COP summit when the first time their selfie and their smiles went viral. The fact that Prime Minister Modi took that selfie with Prime Minister Meloni, usually he does not take selfies of those kind. Usually you've seen these are formal protocols, handshake, greetings, smiles that happen. But with Prime Minister Meloni, it definitely went to a different tangent. And it also clearly looks like more than Prime Minister Modi, if I may add. It's Prime Minister Meloni enjoying how Indian internet clearly breaks into memes and songs and all kinds of videos that surface. And remember, in the previous meeting, there was also a reference that Prime Minister Modi was slightly distant. There was just a formal handshake. But Prime Minister Meloni clearly realizing of how internet plays out here in India after this meeting. So this time, both these leaders putting out selfies of how they're at the historic Colosseum. They are taking a tour of the city in Rome, and then ending it with the visit of five-nation tour, ending with a Melody toffee packet. I don't know whose brainchild this would have been. Somebody in his team, or Prime Minister Modi himself possibly thought of it. That would be an interesting one to think about. But clearly someone had an interesting idea to why not take the Melody toffee packet and gift it to Prime Minister Meloni, because this gift you really wouldn't give it to anybody else.
Oh yes, absolutely, Pooja. And whosoever's idea it was,
Yes.
but the way the two leaders play into it is certainly very endearing for all Melody fans. Before I take my next question to you, let's once again look into the video closely.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
Pooja, this clip is barely a few seconds, but so much that it speaks in terms of the friendship, of the camaraderie, of the lighter nature of the two top world leaders, and exactly how she welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi when she put out that post saying, "Welcome to Rome, my friend."
Yes.
So it is a friendship that both the leaders acknowledge. And yes, a lot of work has happened. That exactly was the agenda of this tour. But the fact that the two leaders spend these few seconds to enjoy a lighter moment and play out to all the Melody fans is certainly very endearing.
Well, I can tell you two things here. One, both Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni are riding on the trend. They realize what's happening on the internet. They're jumping on it. He simply holds the packet. And then she's the one talking about it. Thank you for this gift. Very, very good toffee. And they burst into laughter, realizing, and why Melody, of course, just in case you are living under a rock as a viewer, it's the term Meloni and Modi that became Melody as a term that went viral over the internet in 2023 when they met at the COP summit. And since then, this Melody, of course, as spelling slightly different, but closest to the trend. But also think here, Suesha, about the Parle company that, of course, produces some of the fun, finest products that we have consumed over our childhood, from biscuits, cookies, drinks. But Melody Toffee of Parle company also is one of the big crucial ones. What an advertisement for them really here. I wonder what they would be thinking, the manner in which this toffee bag has been promoted. But both these leaders stepping away slightly from very serious formal duties to form an association between two countries, are also sharing this mode and riding on the trend of what is viral on the internet from Melody Toffee and how this gift specially curated for Prime Minister Meloni.
Oh yes, absolutely. And not to miss the caption of that post where she says, "Modi gifts Melody chocolate to Meloni." Let's once again take a look at this video.
Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
In fact, let's tell all our viewers that the term Melody resonated in 2024 when Italian Prime Minister Meloni had posted a video with Prime Minister Modi calling themselves Melody, a wordplay on Melody and Modi. And playing to that, taking it a notch higher. Remember, this comes at a time when Prime Minister embarking on the last leg of the 5-nation tour, and just when the diplomatic engagements and the bilateral talks are on the verge of conclusion. Here, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Meloni sharing that lighter moment where that caption that says it all, as she worded it, Modi gifting Melody to Meloni. And just a few seconds that you see this clip that is surely to break the internet. A gift by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And as they are termed famously on social media as Team Melody, here Prime Minister literally playing to that and gifting her a packet of Melody toffees. We all understand Melody toffees. A lot of us have enjoyed it growing up. And here Prime Minister taking it a notch higher, gifting that packet of toffees, Melody toffees, to Meloni, and she accepting that. The way this clip ends with that laughter between the two leaders on a lighter note, saying a lot to all the Melody fans. The term Melody that resonated in 2024 when Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni had posted a video with Prime Minister Narendra Modi calling themselves Melody, a wordplay on Meloni and Modi. In fact, it was during the G7 summit that Meloni had shared a selfie and a video of herself with Prime Minister Modi. And in the picture, the two leaders were seen smiling, the friendship that the two leaders share. And then in the video at that time, she had worded it saying, "Hello from Team Melody." Melody, here's another clip that is now breaking the internet.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good gift. Hello from the Melody team. 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 Hello from the Melody team.
Let me take this back to my colleague Pooja, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. And Pooja, of the many headlines that Prime Minister's 5-nation tour has made, this certainly is the one to stay. And what a way to conclude, given how this was the last leg of the 5-nation tour. Lots of work, bilateral talks, diplomatic engagements, but all of this concluding on a lighter note with this clip that is certainly a treat for all Melody fans. Hashtag Melody as we've known it. And Prime Minister gifting a packet of Melody toffees to Giorgia Meloni.
In fact, started from another country where Prime Minister Modi's brother, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who's heading UAE. So that's also a friend he met, and then ending with the 5-nation tour on this high note. But also something to add here, Suesha, about Prime Minister Meloni. Prime Minister Meloni is known for her very clear, vocal behavior when it comes to even representatives and leaders of other countries. There have been viral moments about Prime Minister Meloni giving an eye roll, eye stare, first at Emmanuel Macron at one of the summits in 2024. Then there's another video of her talking to Emmanuel Macron and making an eye roll. Then there was a stare at Donald Trump that some believed, a cold stare. It wasn't a very warm greeting that she shared. So she's been very clear and vocal from her movements, from her behavior, of how she feels toward any leader. And therefore, her friendship with Prime Minister Modi definitely stands out. And that is why these videos go viral. She clearly is aware of it. And each time they meet, there is definitely one video that surfaces. Of course, some people take it too far. There are all sorts of memes. Hindi Bollywood songs are added to it. All sorts of theories are added to it. But let's also remember there are two prime ministers of two big nations doing some very important, serious work of investment, tech, all of that and more. But both of them realizing this is a trend that goes viral, at least for India.
Once again, we play out that video, after which I come back to you, Pooja.
Hello from the Melody team. Hello from the Melody team. Hello from the Melody team. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melody. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift.
And Pooja, I want to come back to you exactly how you said that Giorgia Meloni, as a leader, as a person, is someone who's very frank and, you know, who wears her emotion on her sleeve. And that is very evident in the sort of post that she puts out with world leaders, especially how she embraces the hashtag Melody. And in fact, even when she had posted on X during the G7 summit where she said, "Hi friends," from hashtag Melody, Prime Minister had responded saying, "Long live India-Italy friendship." Even the next time during when the two leaders had met on the sidelines of the COP28 summit in Dubai, and it was Giorgia Meloni who had posted a picture captioning it, "Good friends at COP28, hashtag Melody." So she's someone who's embraced it, and Prime Minister keeping that protocol and, you know, while playing out to all the Melody fans, also boasts of the friendship between India and Italy.
Well, that's right. It was in 2023, Suesha, that Prime Minister Meloni shared a picture, a selfie, and said about Prime Minister Modi, the most loved leader of all leaders. So definitely that was what caught everyone's attention, and then what followed was selfies. Remember, the selfies have been common among world leaders. Whether it's, for example, at some international summit that they meet, all these leaders tend to sometimes put forth selfies, whether as a group or together. No other selfie, for sure, has become this viral, and in repeated manner that these selfies come out, the manner in which it becomes a trend here in India over the internet. Clearly, the Italians also have taken a note of what exactly happens. But both leaders playing on to the trend, and here, this was unexpected because gifts have been shared with prime ministers. A formal list comes about what has been gifted. Usually it's from a state, it's textile, it's something historic. But when a Melody toffee packet is gifted by Prime Minister Modi to Prime Minister Meloni, she acknowledges it and says, "This is from Team Melody or Great Toffee Melody." She realizes why she's been gifted this packet, and both of them then burst into laughter. So a special occasion there, an equation that they know comes possibly once in a year, once in 2 years, where internet users, at least from the usual formal arguments, political discussions, step away and enjoy this viral moment. Both these leaders playing on to that. But of course, to remember, there's a lot of serious work that follows behind the curtains. But look at these images. There was drive, dinner, diplomacy that came here in Rome. She took him around, showed him the city. They were at the Colosseum as well. Then there was a private dinner. There were, of course, some important documents and agendas that were signed between India and Italy. But it ended on a note like this, and I'm sure they realize their supporters absolutely love it. It's just on a light-hearted note, and the friendship they share now documented and acknowledged and officially announced with the Melody toffee.
Oh yes, absolutely. Do stay on, Pooja. Let's play out that video once again.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
Prime Minister Modi.
The short clip posted by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, taking the great bond and the friendship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni a notch higher. There you see on the final leg of the five-nation tour, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Italy, where, of course, a lot of work, bilateral talks, diplomatic engagements, and also that late evening walk, the car drive, and pictures that came in from every interaction between the two world leaders. But what really topped every moment through this visit is this one clip. Barely a few seconds. I've not counted the number of seconds, but barely a few seconds. And it just reflects the great bond that the two leaders share, where a lot of us have had Melody toffee, grown up on it, and it is probably something that has crossed our mind every time we reach hashtag Melody. But here, Prime Minister taking it a notch higher and gifting a packet of Melody toffees to Giorgia Meloni. I also want to bring in my colleague Shivani Sharma, who's joining us on the broadcast. Shivani, the internet is breaking with this clip.
So, Isha, see, this clip is as sweet as a melody, and we all children, we've had melodies, and the tagline used to be "Melody khao, khud jaan jao." And here, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, they both understand well that how the internet breaks when both of them not only meet, but that tagline, the hashtag that has been given by Giorgia Meloni herself, Melody. Remember, in past 4 years, both the leaders have met at least 7 times. Every time they meet, that chemistry, that bonhomie, that camaraderie, that friendship comes especially outstandingly well because both of them know that people make memes out of them. They're meeting, make pictures. The internet loves to see them together. There have been several pictures and memes whenever they have met. And very sportingly, both the leaders have been quite happy and appreciative about this fact. And this packet of Melody that was specially carried from India for Giorgia Meloni says everything about this combination of this friendship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Meloni being together. Melody bonding that they share, and the pictures, of course, have been louder than words. How they are sharing this packet of Melody and Giorgia Meloni is showing that Prime Minister has brought this special gift from India for me, a very special toffee, a very good toffee, and then both of them showing that packet of a Melody toffee, and both of them then laughing loudly. So this is how they are celebrating their friendship. They are also holding very important meetings to take the strategic ties between India and Italy ahead. But certainly this was a Melody moment, and the internet loves it, and both the leaders know.
Oh yes, absolutely. Shivani, do stay on. Let's play this clip once again.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
Let me also bring in my colleague Maria Shakil now joining us on the broadcast. Maria, back in the day, as a reader, as a viewer, we're used to seeing two world leaders very serious, shaking hands, talking serious, and those pictures is what stays in our head. But times have changed. Social media has really changed the game. And to see two world leaders of this stature share a light moment of this note, taking the friendship, taking the memes, taking the bond to a higher level, is certainly very endearing for all Melody fans.
Yes, and it is already breaking the internet. And as one of the producers has just said, that it's already 500,000. So you can expect this to be perhaps the most watched video world over. Having said that, look, Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy has been very personality driven. He has struck a personal chord, a personal relationship with most of the world leaders. And that has also yielded great, dividends for Indian economy and Indian strategic partnerships. If you remember, in 2023, India and Italy had elevated ties to a full strategic partnership. The message was that they wanted deeper cooperation beyond traditional diplomacy. When we look at India-US trade and commerce and economy, it is at an all-time high as well. So let me give you some, going beyond the viral optics, and now the Melodi, as they are called often together, because that was the name which was given by Giorgia Meloni herself when Prime Minister Modi was, and she was, I think, they were holding some bilaterals on the sidelines of G20, correct me, and she had said this is for the Melody fans, which was essentially Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni. Having said that, I think Italy is also increasingly looking at India as a key Indo-Pacific partner. So in terms of equations and relationships, this is certainly one of those moments. Both these world leaders understand that they are sending a message to the Gen Z as well, as much as it is about diplomacy. It is about personal equation and personal bonhomie. Giorgia Meloni received Prime Minister Modi as he arrived in Rome, and thereafter they had dinner, and there were a lot of discussions on the India-Italy ties. This, image that we are seeing of Prime Minister Modi carrying a Melodi chocolate for Giorgia Meloni is also a message that he understands the Gen Z well, the lingo and the language of Gen Z, which certainly sees these two world leaders and their bonhomie as something which is, certainly not the traditional diplomacy. I would say that this is going beyond traditional diplomacy and how leaders conduct themselves in a different way. So this is more about personal bonhomie, which is on display here.
Maria. Shivani also continues to be with us. And Shivani, this is beyond Gen Z. This is catering to a huge audience in India. Many, many generations who've grown up on Melody Toffee. And in fact, for us, the picture, the visual of Melody Toffee does cross by when we've read #Melody. But for Prime Minister to make it a real moment, to actually gift her a packet of Melody Toffee, and then of course the laughter they share and how she says, he's gifted me this packet. So once again, speaking of the great bond that the two leaders have, and like we see, every picture, every video of theirs have exploded on the internet, even in the past, with millions of views and likes. This one sure is going to surpass all of them.
So I see the people are already liking it. The picture is breaking the internet. But a very strong message here is that from a number of brands of international chocolates that are available in India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi chooses to take an Indian chocolate. People, the kids out here, the Gen Z, they all connect to Melody quite well. Even you and me, I'm sure. We've had melodies, and everybody who's watching us, everybody knows what a Melody chocolate is. And especially when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is taking that packet for Giorgia Meloni, this means that they understand each other quite well. And they also understand the fact that people love looking at them. People make reels out of their meetings, small gestures, and there are hundreds and thousands of reels that break the internet every time they meet. And as we were also saying that in last 4 years, they've met more than half a dozen times. They've met around 7 times. So whenever they share that bond, those pictures that were posted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi sharing that car ride last night after the dinner, they also say a lot about how a relationship, a friendship, a bonhomie is shared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And as Maria was also saying, that this is breaking the traditional form of diplomacy, taking it quite ahead, showing that personal connect, personal friendship between the leaders. And that Melody moment is definitely showing that these leaders not only understand the Gen Z, the young generation, the people, and how they like to see them. And that Melody hashtag that was given by Giorgia Meloni herself is now being celebrated once again with this sweet video of Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving a packet of Melody chocolates to Giorgia Meloni.
Yes, absolutely, Shivani. And while we say that it has ended on a sweeter note, if we could term it like that, with the Melody Toffee, but a lot of work that has gone into the final leg of this 5-nation tour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also putting out that post where he said that the two leaders discussed through a wide range of subjects, and how India and Italy together are pushing for a 20 billion euro bilateral trade target by 2029. So lots on the cards when it comes to the camaraderie between the two nations.
So, Aisha, see, right now we talk about the trade exchanges between India and Italy. They stand at around 14 billion euros, but both the countries have a target for 2029 to take it to 20 billion euros. And when we talk about this particular trip, it is focusing on agricultural ties, the economic ties, the innovations, the AI between both the countries, the design, and also the defense ties that both the countries share. So this is not only about exchanging sweets, but also exchanging some very important strategic partnerships and pacts when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is holding these meetings between India and Italy, and especially after the UAE meeting, the Nordic nations meeting, and now when he is in Italy, he's looking ahead to enhance those ties in economic terms also and in innovations also, especially in view of what has happened in the West Asia, the crisis, the impact of India's economy, and how India is making efforts to minimize the impact and to take this economic enhancement ahead. This is an important meeting. Beyond these friendly exchanges, certainly a strategically important meeting out there.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I want to refer to the exact statement made by the two leaders when it comes to the growing friendship between India and Italy, especially the op-ed titled A Strategic Partnership for the Indo-Mediterranean, where the two leaders have in very clear words stated that the relationship between India and Italy has now reached a decisive stage. In recent years, our ties have expanded with unprecedented momentum, evolving from a cordial friendship into a special strategic partnership grounded in the values of freedom, democracy, and a common vision for the future. So really in the direction in which the India-Italy ties are headed look very promising, Shivani.
Swesha, see, in last 4 years, the relationship between India and Italy, especially after Giorgia Meloni took over and Prime Minister Narendra Modi met her in G20 summits when she was also in India in 2023, and at several global platforms, whenever Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the Italian PM, the strategic ties have gone ahead. The sphere of exchanges from the design to the AI to innovations to military, the armed forces, they are growing. And yes, the statement says that the strategic partnership between India and Italy has grown in an unprecedented manner. And this is quite evident from the exchanges, the kind of support and solidarity Italy has been showing to India, especially we saw that last year when Pahalgam attack also happened, Italy was one of the first few nations that showed those messages of solidarity to India, stood by India, and also have been praising Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the way he has been handling the whole situation, be it the Operation Sindoor, be it India's fight against terror, or taking the trade ties, the economic ties ahead with Italy. So there are several measures, the FTA, the agricultural exchanges, the economic ties that India is working on with Italy, and especially in last 4 years, these ties have grown multifacetedly, and the strength is unprecedented. That's what the statement also reads. And certainly these spheres of working together between India and Italy is also enhancing. So certainly an important visit, very important, because after the global crisis, the West Asia crisis, this happens to be the first 5-country visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi that started in UAE to secure the energy supplies for India. And now it is moving ahead in Italy, from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be heading back to India. And it is being expected that several measures to minimize the impact of this global crisis will be taken ahead by the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Shivani, and I want to thank you for putting that into perspective. At the moment, we take a closer look at this clip once again that is exploding the internet.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
And yes, Prime Minister Modi's Rome visit that turned into a massive social media talking point as his interactions with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni sparked fresh buzz online. From candid moments to engagements, the visit blended diplomacy with viral internet energy. Take a look. Prime Minister Modi gifted Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni a special box of Melodi chocolates during his Rome visit, adding a playful touch to the much talked about Melodi camaraderie. Meloni thanked Prime Minister Modi for the sweet gesture as the moment quickly grabbed attention online.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni welcomed Prime Minister Modi to Rome with a viral selfie post with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Social media quickly revived the trending Melodi nickname as the picture grabbed massive attention online. Another candid moment captured the two leaders leaning against a railing overlooking Rome's skyline at sunset. Prime Minister Modi wore a navy blue band gala suit while Meloni wore a light pink embroidered top with white trousers. Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni were seen sharing a ride through the streets of Rome, giving a glimpse of informal car diplomacy before dinner and Colosseum visit. Meloni hosted Prime Minister Modi for dinner in Rome, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. The two leaders exchanged views on key global and bilateral issues during the meeting. Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni were seen standing side by side inside the Colosseum against the glowing backdrop of the historic monument. The two leaders appeared engaged in a conversation. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky over Rome, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
The action never stops and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
We're now getting you a major update in the Twisha case. Police has issued a letter to the family for the retrieval of the mortal remains of Twisha. The letter that states that, citing concerns regarding the potential decomposition of the body at AIIMS, the police has directed the family to retrieve the remains as soon as possible. Currently, the body is being preserved at 4 degrees Celsius at AIIMS in Bhopal. However, according to AIIMS authorities, if a second post-mortem is to be conducted, the body would need to be stored at 80 degrees Celsius, a facility that is not available at AIIMS Bhopal. A hearing regarding the second post-mortem is scheduled to take place today. Let me take this to my colleague Ravish Pal Singh, who is joining us on the broadcast, as he has been tracking every single development on the story. But this is the latest that does come in on how this letter has been sent to the family of Twisha by the cops. This is on the retrieval of the mortal remains of Twisha. The letter that states, citing concerns regarding the potential decomposition of the body at AIIMS, the police has directed the family to retrieve the remains as soon as possible. Currently, the body is being preserved at 4 degrees Celsius at AIIMS Bhopal. However, according to AIIMS authorities, if a second post-mortem is to be conducted, the body would need to be stored at 80 degrees Celsius, a facility that is not available at AIIMS Bhopal. रवीश, who's with us on the broadcast. रवीश, हमें और जानकारी दीजिए, क्या लिखा है इस चिट्ठी में? भोपाल पुलिस ने क्या बोला है ट्विशा की फैमिली को, और अब फैमिली आगे क्या करेगी?
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि भोपाल पुलिस ने फाइनली जो फैमिली है उनको कह दिया है कि आप बॉडी को अपने साथ ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि एम्स भोपाल ने पुलिस को ये रिटर्न में लिख करके दिया है कि अगर फैमिली को पोस्टमार्टम करवाना है सेकेंड और बॉडी को प्रिजर्व रखना है तो उसके लिए एटलीस्ट -80 डिग्री टेम्परेचर की जरूरत होगी, जो कि फैसिलिटी भोपाल एम्स या उसके आसपास कहीं पर भी नहीं है। और इसीलिए फैमिली को पुलिस ने ये कहा है कि वो बॉडी अपने साथ ले जाए, क्योंकि एट प्रेजेंट जो बॉडी है वो -4 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में है। अभी तक ये ठीक है, लेकिन जिस तेजी से गर्मी पड़ रही है मध्य प्रदेश में, भोपाल में, तो उसके हिसाब से -4 डिग्री टेम्परेचर जो है वो बहुत कम है बॉडी को प्रिजर्व रखने के लिए, इसलिए -80 डिग्री की जरूरत है। ऐसा कहना है एम्स का कि ये फैसिलिटी दिल्ली एम्स में मौजूद है। ये सारे फैक्ट फिलहाल पुलिस ने फैमिली को और कोर्ट को सबमिट कर दिए हैं, क्योंकि आज कोर्ट में हियरिंग भी होनी है त्विशा की सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम को लेकर के, तो इस पे जजमेंट आज आ सकता है। लेकिन इस बीच में ये लेटेस्ट अपडेट है जिसमें पुलिस ने अब साफ कह दिया फैमिली को कि अगर वो सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम करवाना चाहती है तो बॉडी को ले और अपने साथ लेकर के कहीं और जा सकती है, जहाँ की बेटर फैसिलिटीज हो बॉडी को प्रिजर्व करने की। इसी तरह हियरिंग होगी और कुछ देर बाद माना जा रहा है या शाम तक इस पर कोई जजमेंट आ सकता है कि त्विशा के सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम के लिए बॉडी को दिल्ली एम्स भेजा जाए या नहीं।
All right, Ravish, many thanks for getting us those details. That's the latest that has come in the Twisha death case, where, remember, the police had established it as a suicide, but the family is demanding a second post-mortem. In that scenario, AIIMS Bhopal saying that we don't have the facility to be able to maintain the mortal remains of Twisha, and in a scenario that the family wants to go ahead with a second post-mortem, remember, the hearing of which is slated to happen in court shortly. If the court does give that go-ahead, then Twisha's family will have to make arrangements to ensure that the body is kept in a facility that will allow for a second post-mortem. Twisha's doctor, who's broken his silence. Speaking to India Today, psychiatrist Dr. Satyakant Trivedi, who's confirmed Twisha was his patient but declined to share details of the treatment and the medicines she was taking, citing patient confidentiality. He, however, has confirmed that he referred Twisha for counseling as well, saying stress and mood swings are common these days. He added that he will share details of the treatment with the police or court if asked. Meanwhile, Twisha's friends arranged a prayer meet at her college in Pune and paid tribute to her. India Today has accessed CCTV footage showing Twisha's final moments. The footage captures her climbing the staircase at her marital home. It also shows at least 3 men, including her husband Samar Singh, attempting CPR before carrying her body down the stairs to a lower floor. Twisha's mother-in-law also appears in the video.
देखिए इम्पॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि निश्चित तौर पर वो मेरे पास ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आई थी, लेकिन पेशेंट की फाइन डिटेल्स देना, उनकी मेडिकल हिस्ट्री देना, उनकी दवा के बारे में जानकारी देना, और ख़ासकर जब ऐसा कोई मामला चल रहा हो तो वहाँ पर हम पब्लिकली इस बात को कहीं पर भी नहीं बोल सकते। जहाँ पर भी जो न्याय प्रक्रिया है उसका अगर जहाँ पर भी मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो वहाँ पर मैं उस बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ, जो भी मेरे पास जानकारी है। जितने भी मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे रहते हैं वहाँ पर दवा और काउंसलिंग दोनों का रोल होता है, तो लगभग हर पेशेंट में कारगर होती है, तो हम सभी को सुझाते हैं। मैं केवल उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लगभग सभी पेशेंट्स में काउंसलिंग काम करती है।
त्विषा बहुत मेंटली स्ट्रांग थी और जैसे मैंने बोला कि वो लोगों को मोटिवेट करती थी, वो लोगों को उठाती थी, तो वो मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो सकती है अगर जिस हिसाब से जो भी घटनाएं घटी है। हम ये अब इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि शायद कुछ उसकी शादी के बाद हुआ हो जिस वजह से वो डिस्टर्ब हुई हो। अदरवाइज़ जो त्विषा को मैं जानती थी, जो वो 6 महीने पहले थी शादी के पहले जो लड़की थी, वो कोई मेंटली डिस्टर्ब होने वाली लड़की नहीं थी, ना वो ऐसी कोई लड़की थी जो ईजीली किसी भी छोटी मोटी चीज़ से डिप्रेस हो जाए।
आप लोगों को जानते हो जो आपकी करीब है, आप उनको जानते हो कि आप लोग लाइफ में क्या गलत कर सकते हो, क्या सही, राइट? इतना गलत त्विषा नहीं कर सकती। वो इतनी स्ट्रेंथ, इतनी मोटिवेटेड, पढ़ाई में अच्छी, बॉम्बे में उसने इतना कुछ अचीव किया है, तो हमें पर्सनली लगता है कि सुसाइड नहीं है। एंड हम यही होप करते हैं कि ये सुसाइड नहीं हो, क्योंकि फिर कहते हैं ना कि त्विषा हमारे में थी, वो इमोशनल हो जाए।
त्विषा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें इवन फ्रॉम कॉलेज डेज से लेकर जो भी अचीव किया है अपने दम पे किया है, और काफी हद तक इवन दो वो डायनामिक थी, शी वाज आल्सो वेरी ग्राउंडेड। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि वो ऐसा कोई स्टेप ले सकती।
More breaking news coming in. NCP Supremo, who's here, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Sharad Pawar has said that Prime Minister Modi is working to protect India's prestige on global stage. That's a statement that is coming from Sharad Pawar, where Pawar's whale dig has come in against the opposition, saying do not tarnish the image of India. Strong statement coming in from Sharad Pawar at a time when the opposition has gone all guns blazing, criticizing Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has embarked on this 5-nation tour at a time when the government is putting out to cut down on costs and save fuels, conserve energy at the very time. Prime Minister's foreign tour that drew a lot of ire when it came to the opposition, and several sort of statements that were made by different leaders. But here is Sharad Pawar taking a dig, in fact sending out a direct message to the opposition saying do not tarnish the image of India. In a strongly worded statement, Sharad Pawar has said that Prime Minister Modi is working to protect India's prestige on global stage. Will this really settle the argument, and the sort of statements coming in from the opposition is something we wait and watch. But Sharad Pawar, who has taken a position for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's embarked on this 5-nation tour, the final leg of which was in Italy. And as this visit comes to an end, this is the statement that is coming from Sharad Pawar, NCP Supremo, right on the day that the Italy visit is also on the verge of concluding. Let's listen into that statement by Sharad Pawar.
Narendra Modi, देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री आहेत, काही राजकीय विचाराच्या संबंधी आमची त्यांची भूमिका ही वेगळी असू शकते, पण आज भारताच्या बाहेर देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जपण्याचं काम मोदी करतात ही गोष्ट आपल्याला दिसून चालणार नाही. तिथं देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जिथे येते तिथं राजकीय मध्ये हे करायचे नाही.
That's the statement that was made by Sharad Pawar, who's taken a strong position for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he's working to protect India's prestige on global stage. On that note, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side is our special segment, So South, where you get to watch all those stories making news down south. Do stay tuned to India Today.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
3 states, 3 leaders, 3 defining challenges. In Kerala, VD Satishan faces the challenge of reducing debt and providing employment. In Tamil Nadu, C. Joseph Vijay looks to ensure financial and political stability. And in West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari aims to make the state a major industrial power. Read it in the latest issue of India Today. Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
I am not happy about this. It is not a good thing for the party. Our official spokesman, Kunal Ghosh, has already given a statement in the matter in vernacular media. This is part of Abhishek Banerjee's constituency. Maybe he will give a statement later on. Otherwise, the party, I am in Delhi, but the party will definitely consider the matter and give their opinion regarding same. We have to find out if there was an atmosphere of fear created by the ruling party.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello, Vanakkam, and welcome to India Today So South, where we bring the important stories from the states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra, and Telangana, literally on a banana platter, giving you the very important developments and stories from all these 5 states. And for the day, I'm joined by Shibi Mol and Apurva Jayachandran. Let's go to the show. In the state of Tamil Nadu, there is serious developments happening after Tamizhaga Vetri Kazhagam took charge, and this is a very, very serious development, as since 1967, as the Dravidian parties, be it DMK and AIDMK, came to power, there has been no concept of power sharing. But now, Tamizhaga Vetri Kazhagam is once again ready for power sharing in the state of Tamil Nadu. And not just that, now Minister Adav Arjuna is inviting various parties, interestingly, that is Vidudalai Chiruthaikal Katchi and IUML, which are still claiming to be with the DMK alliance, and also and obviously Congress. Now, Adav Arjuna claims that all these parties have gone ahead and fought for social justice, and it will be apt for them to be a part of the Tamil Nadu cabinet, which for now has only 9 to 10 ministers, and it needs to be expanded much larger. However, at the same time, questions were raised about what is going to be happening to the 25 MLAs from AIDMK, the rebel MLAs under CV Shanmugam. Will they be included? And for which TVK very calculatively gave a response claiming they are happy that they are getting the support, but decision will be taken later. Here's what the Netas said.
சமூக நீதிக்கான அரசாக இருக்கும், மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் உறுதியாக இருப்போம். பண்டிதருடைய மண்டபத்தின் முன்னாடி நாங்கள் உறுதியாகவும் சத்தியமாகவும் நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சி தலைவர் அண்ணன் திருமானன் அவர்களை நாங்கள் அழைக்கிறோம் அமைச்சரவையில் பங்கு பெற. மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுடைய விருப்பமும் அதுதான். IUML நம்முடைய இஸ்லாமிய சகோதரர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நாங்கள் பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். அதை நாங்கள் தலைவர்களிடையும் வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறோம். அது மாதிரி இடதுசாரி சிந்தனைகள் கொண்ட சமூக நீதியின் அடிப்படையில் மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லோரும் தலைவர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் வர வேண்டும் என்பது மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சருடைய விருப்பம், அதோடைய கனவு. ஒரு அன்பான ஒரு எப்படியெல்லாம் ஒரு குடும்பமா இருக்குமோ அது மாதிரி அமைச்சரவை இருக்கணும்னு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் நினைக்கிறாரு.
இடதுசாரிகள் என்ன முடிவெடுத்தார்களோ அதே முடிவைத்தான் நாங்களும் எடுத்தோம். இப்போது தாவேகா தரப்பிலிருந்து வெளிப்படையான ஒரு அழைப்பு வந்திருக்கிற போது எங்கள் தோழர்கள் அந்த அழைப்பை ஏன் ஏற்கவில்லை என்ற கேள்வி பிறகு எழுப்பக்கூடும். ஆகவே முன்னணி பொறுப்பாளர்களோடு கலந்து பேசிய பிறகு அறிவிப்பு.
Today, TVK's Minister Adav Arjuna has come about and welcomed and called for the alliance partners from the DMK, which is the IUML and the VCK and others also, saying we will give you a ministerial berth should you come and you'll be willing to accept this as well. Adav Arjuna has gone and said the IUML and the VCK will also go ahead and have internal discussions before coming back with a decision, but we are open and willing to offer them ministerial berths. How do you see this statement?
This is nothing but house raiding. It's a very immoral act in politics. This should not happen. Purchasing, legislature should not become purchased politicians. They should not be auctioned. They have been elected by the people. And in democracy, if the MLAs are going to be, and political parties are going to be taken in the bid, in auction bid, there is no meaning in democracy.
Sir, today a statement has come in by Adav Arjuna. He says we are open and willing to offer ministerial berths for IUML and VCK. But the VCK and the IUML have categorically stated that they are with the DMK alliance and they will continue to be so. How do you see these statements made by the TVK minister?
Yeah, already all these 4 parties, CPIM, IUML and VCK are with us. They had won the elections in our alliance, and they are extending support only to ensure that a government is formed now. And it is on a conditional support. They had stated that you should not violate our policies also. You should protect our policies also. So they are not interested in joining the cabinet. In fact, IUML denied even to support them, but since they are not supporting, immediately there will be a election, or the governor's rule and the Delhi will rule the state. That is why they had supported. But they will never join their cabinet with Vijay.
We're joined by my colleague Apurva Jayachandran. Apurva, the important aspect about VCK, the CPI, CPIM and IUML going ahead and extending support is that they will give external support. They did not want a constitutional crisis and make sure that there is no president rule by which, these are their words, BJP would enter through the back door for a government in the state of Tamil Nadu. But now things seems to be changing because as we speak, now Thirumavalavan is coming forward and saying that he's going to hold a high-level committee once again and decide. And we all knew what happened the last time he held the high-level committee, and quite a lot of things happened over there. But he says that an open invite has been given. Very clearly, they could have just taken this kind of decision like the left party stating that only external support. Is there something changing on the ground here?
Well, Pramod, if you do see IUML, CPI, CPM and VCK, all of these parties are already in alliance with the DMK. They've just offered for an external support to the TVK, and this or conditional support based on the fact that there shouldn't be a governor's rule that is implemented in Tamil Nadu because Tamaraga Vetri Karagam Vijay's party does not have the numbers for a majority. 118 was the majority there, and only because of these four parties, including the Congress, had joined with the TVK, which is why TVK was able to prove majority on the floor. And this even after AIADMK's MLAs there who have now been terminated from the party, they have also said that they want to bring support. There's a lot of things in play here. IUML, VCK have already clearly stated that they will go ahead and only be in a conditional support so long as there is a secular front that is being portrayed by the TVK, and that is the kind of governance that they want to align with. But if the AIADMK rebel MLAs, these 25 MLAs led by C.V. Shanmugam and S.P. Velumani, they are looking for ministerial berths, much as, Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, the AIADMK General Secretary, had alleged earlier in the floor of the Assembly in Tamil Nadu, then it will be problematic because what will be the stand of VCK and IUML and the CPI and CPM? Because already CPM has very clearly stated that they will not go ahead and be in the part of the alliance should the AIADMK MLAs be brought in, these rebel MLAs as well. It is going to be interesting to see.
That is a very important note that you're bringing in forward in this important conversation. In the state of Tamil Nadu, very clearly TVK has not sought the support of AIADMK, but perhaps to show the strength in the assembly, the chief minister went ahead and met the rebel team over there, bringing the number up to 144 from 119. However, just like Apurva mentioned, now there is another crisis where CPM, Communist Party of India Marxist state leader Shanmugam, is now kind of threatening TVK, claiming that if you keep continuing to accept the support of the rebel AIADMK MLAs or go ahead and join them, take them within the cabinet, that CPIM will have to reconsider their decision to support the TVK government or not, as he claims that that was not the people's mandate. The people's mandate was not for DMK and AIADMK, so CPM will not be able to accept it. Here's what Shanmugam said.
எங்ககிட்ட இந்த ஃபேக்ஷன்ஸ் வந்து புரட்சித் தலைவி அம்மா அவர்கள், புரட்சித் தலைவி எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்களுடைய கனவை நாங்கள் நிறைவேற்றணும். அதிமுக கட்சியை வந்து காப்பாற்றப்படணும். ஐயா இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் கட்சியை டெல்லியில் அடமானம் வச்சுட்டாங்க. நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து 14-15 தேர்தலில் தோத்துட்டோம். இந்த கடுமையான தோல்விக்கு திரு இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் தான் காரணம்னு அவருடைய நிலைப்பாடு காரணம். டெல்லியோட சேர்ந்தது மிகப்பெரிய அதிருப்தியாக இருந்தாலும், பிஜேபியோட சேர்ந்த மிகப்பெரிய அதிருப்தியா இருந்தாலும், திமுகவுடைய கடைசியில திரு இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் சேர்ந்தது வரலாற்று பிழைங்கிறதோட ஒரு தற்கொலைக்கு சமங்கிறது அதிமுக தொண்டர்கள் உணர்ந்திருக்காங்க. அதிமுக நாங்க கட்சி ஆரம்பிக்கும் போதே எங்களோட தலைவர் வந்து சொல்லியிருக்காரு, புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்களை எந்த அளவுக்கு விரும்புறாருன்னு. புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கக்கூடிய கட்சி, அங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய தொண்டர்கள் எப்பொழுதும் தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தினுடைய தொண்டர்களோட எப்பயுமே ஒரு அன்போட இருப்போம். ஆதரவோ இல்ல இதுக்குள்ள வந்து பின்னாடி வந்து ஒரு அரசியல் காரணங்களோ கிடையாது. அதை வந்து ஒரு தோல்மையுடன் தான் நாங்க பாக்குறோமே தவிர மித்த திமுகவுடைய அதிமுகவுடைய பிரச்சாரம் மாதிரி இதுல எதுவும் கிடையாது. அந்தந்த சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் யாருக்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய உரிமை. அதை வந்து சி.வி. சண்முகம் தலைமையிலான குழு வந்து அவரு வழி நடத்துறாரு. அவர் அடுத்த செயல் திட்டங்கள் என்னன்னு அவர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. சட்ட சிக்கல் இருந்து அவர் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. அந்த கட்சி நல்லா இருக்கணுங்கிறது எங்களுடைய ஒரே வேண்டுகோள்.
வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருவது என்கிற முறையில் இடதுசாரி கட்சிகள் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் நாங்கள் அறிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆட்சி என்பது அமையப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவை அவர்கள் அமைச்சரவையில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அவர்களுடைய ஆதரவை தொடர்ந்து பெறுவது என்பதோ மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு எதிரானது. அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிற கிளீன் கவர்னன்ஸ் ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேகா என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேகா செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
ஏடிஎம்கே சேர்த்துக்கவே வேண்டாம். நான் தெளிவா சொல்றேன், இன்னைக்கும் சொல்றேன், ஏடிஎம்கே சேர்த்துக்கவே வேண்டாம். ஏடிஎம்கே இல்லாமல் 5 ஆண்டுகள் ஸ்மூதா கவர்மெண்ட் நடத்த முடியும். ஏடிஎம்கே சேர்த்துக்கிட்டா அது ஒரு மைனஸ் ஆகும். மக்கள் வாக்களித்தது அதிமுகவும் வேண்டாம் திமுகவும் வேண்டாம், அது ஒரு மாற்றமா தான் அரசாங்கத்தை அமைக்க சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அதனால அவர் கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி, ஐயுஎம்எல், விசிகே, காங்கிரஸை சேர்த்துக்கிட்டா மக்கள் ஏத்துக்கிறாங்க. அதிமுக ஒரு பிரிவை அரசாங்கத்தில் சேர்த்துக்கிட்டா என்னை பொறுத்தவரை அது மக்கள் முழுமையாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள மாட்டார்கள். அவருடைய இமேஜுக்கும் இந்த அரசாங்கத்துக்கு அது மைனஸா தான் நான் பார்க்கிறேன். நாங்க அரசாங்கத்தில் பங்கேற்க போகிறோம் சொல்லியிருக்கோம். அடுத்த தேர்தலில் கூட்டணி.
Well, you saw the netas over here getting really upset over this particular development, but right now we have a breaking on the same matter. Now, VCK, Vidudalai Chirutaigal Katchi leader Thol Thirumavalavan has come forward and he's trying to give an explanation on what is happening. In fact, earlier you just saw CV Shanmugam, the CPIM leader, claiming that if AIDMK rebel faction is included, CPIM might reconsider. But right now, Thirumavalavan claims that this talk came 2 days ago, and he also said that he would take the same left's position. However, he says, these are the words of Thirumavalavan, that AIADMK rebel faction is not going to take part in the cabinet, and this information was given to him by Tamizhaga Vechi Kazhagam leaders, very clearly saying that in this cabinet expansion, we are going to see more leaders from TVK, MLAs from TVK, Congress, possibly IUML and VCK, but not AIADMK. And here's what Thirumavalavan said.
அதிமுகவிலிருந்து ஒரு பிரிவை வரவேற்கக்கூடிய வகையில் அவர்களுக்கு அமைச்சரவையில் இடம் கொடுப்பதாக சொல்லப்படுகிறதே என்று எழுப்பினார்கள். எங்கள் ஆதரவு நிலைப்பாட்டில் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்ய வேண்டிய சூழல் உருவாகும் என்று 2-3 நாட்களுக்கு முன்னரே பதிவு செய்தேன். அத்தகைய முயற்சி ஏதும் இல்லை என்ற தகவலும் கிட்டியிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவிலிருந்து விலகி இருக்கிற ஒரு பிரிவினருக்கு அமைச்சரவையில் இடம் தருவதற்கான வாய்ப்பில்லை என்கிற தகவல் தாவேகா தரப்பிலிருந்து தரப்பட்டிருக்கிறது.
Once again live with us, Apurva, these kind of developments on the ground very clearly says that there is going to be a cabinet expansion, and like we mentioned earlier, it's going to be 2 MLAs from Congress, possibly Rajesh and Vishwanathan. At the same time, we can expect if VCK decides to get 1 ministerial berth and IUML 1 ministerial berth as well. However, they are still with DMK, so they have to first decide on that. Probably it looks like now VCK will go ahead and hold the High Committee. They might change the stance of external support, but how very clearly it looks like AIDMK is not going to get any kind of ministerial berth. Is there more to this?
Well, Pramod, one you have to see, which is that these parties that are in alliance with the DMK, who have offered a conditional support to, TVK, there have been conditions that have been put on the fact simply that there shouldn't be any secular, there shouldn't be any anti-secular kind of activities that the TVK should go ahead and ensue. And we've already seen how there have been time and again talks that had been going on between the AIADMK rebel MLAs and the TVK's leaders as well. And earlier on in the floor of the assembly, like I mentioned earlier, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy had openly criticized these rebel MLAs, saying, and the TVK government, government saying that, this kind of a horse trading is going on between the TVK and the AIADMK rebel MLAs, and that there were also possibility that these rebel MLAs were offered 2 or 3 ministerial berths, and that's why we also saw these kind of sofas that were being sent to these houses. Remember, until now we have seen AIADMK leader there, who is the General Secretary Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, and TVK chief and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has not met with each other. Vijay, however, has gone ahead and met with these AIADMK rebel MLAs at CV Shanmugam's residence just a couple of days back. But however, there hasn't been a meeting between Vijay and Edapadi K. Palaniswamy. So definitely, it looks like something is brewing between the AIADMK and the TVK. But how will these parties who have already aligned with, Tamil
Well, that's a very important point you're making. It is about the sofa politics in the state of Tamil Nadu. I reiterate, sofa politics, and this was actually mentioned by the leader of opposition, Udayநிதி Stalin, in the assembly. And we also have visuals of CV Shanmugam's office and VCK office getting a brand new set of sofa. However, now very clearly it looks like VCK will have to hold the High Committee meeting to decide what is going to happen. And the next story is also about a very important DMK MLA. Anita Radhakrishnan has once again made comments, and once again, those are personal comments. In fact, Anita Radhakrishnan, the MLA from Thoothukudi, claims that Vijay, the Chief Minister, becomes Vijay for Hindu votes and Joseph Vijay for Christian votes. And he also says that even this government is going to be only for 4 to 6 months. Big allegations and big kind of comments by Anita Radhakrishnan. Once again, Anita Radhakrishnan has made such strong comments and criticism against Chief Minister Vijay and TVK. Here's what he said.
மதத்தை பார்த்தோமா, ஜாதியை பார்த்தோமா, இதை பார்த்தோம். எல்லா உதவியும் உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். ஆனா நீங்க என்னன்னா மதத்தை பார்த்துட்டீங்க. விளங்குமா? என்னன்னு எங்க தலைவரை குறைக்கலாமா நீங்க? உங்க மதத்தை பார்த்தாரா அவரு? யோசனை பண்ணுமா ஓட்டு போட்டு அப்படிதானே? சரி, ஓட்டு போட்ட உங்களுக்கு நன்றி.
Well, this is Anita Radhakrishnan yesterday, but 2 days ago, once again, Anita Radhakrishnan made seriously personal remarks against the Chief Minister. I reiterate, there are so many things that could be highlighted about the governance and such, even though TVK has been in power for 1 week, but Anita Radhakrishnan goes for personal jibes against the Chief Minister and the people of Kolattur who did not vote for MK Stalin, and here's what he said.
இன்னும் 4 மாதம் தான் இந்த ஆட்சி இருக்கும் என்பதை நான் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். திருச்சி தேர்தல் எங்களுடைய தளபதி போட்டியிட வேண்டும் என்ற தீர்மானத்தை இன்றைக்கு காலையில் நாங்கள் வச்சிருக்கோம். என்ன தொகுதி எப்படி தெரியுமா? அப்படியே சிங்கப்பூர் மாதிரி மாத்தி வச்சிருந்தாரு. ஆனா கேடுகட்ட அந்த தொகுதி மக்கள் நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியுமா? அந்த வகையிலே தளபதி தான் அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர். அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர் 4 மாசம் 6 மாசம் கழிச்சு விஜய் உட்கார்ந்து போது பாவம் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்க பார்க்கும்போது எங்களுக்கே இதா இருக்கு. கண்ணு மூடிட்டு ஏதோ வாயில போட்டிருக்காரு. பெண்களெல்லாம் பாதுகாக்க போறேன்னு சொல்ற முதல்ல உன்னுடைய மனைவிக்கு நீ பதில் சொல்லு. உன்னுடைய மகனுக்கு பதில் சொல். நீ அமைச்சராக முதலமைச்சராக பதவி ஈட்டிய உன்னுடைய மனைவி வந்தாளா இல்ல உன்னுடைய மகன் வந்தாளா?
And we have a breaking right now. This is about the tender issue in the state. In fact, when TVK came to power with the Chief Minister Vijay, very clearly said there is going to be any kind of corruption. But what now DMK is raising is about the issue of tenders. In fact, one of the DMK leaders very clearly states on X app that Busi Anand, the Rural Development Minister, under him a tender floated, was only given a proper 6 hours time for the finalizing of tender and such. And how is it legal? Such questions are being raised over one tender for a construction of our government institution, set of work, and this is being raised right now by DMK, claiming that is this a kind of clean governance and corruption-free governance that was stated by Vijay, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and they are questioning. Now DMK is questioning how come the tender floating and tender confirmation is only for a maximum of 6 to 9 hours. How is this possible, and calling is this corruption-free government? Apurva Jayachandran is once again live with us. Apurva, exactly what is this issue about and how come this tender issue is now blowing up?
Well, in fact, Pramod, what we are getting to learn is that there is this particular tender that had been floated by the Rural Development Department for the construction of a 30,000-litre overhead water tank at Kanchipuram district. And in fact, the tender was opened and made available only for 6 hours. That is between 9 a.m. in the morning till 3 p.m. in the evening. And this particular tender as well, remember, this has already raised a lot of questions because people have started questioning, and including the DMK, which is on the opposition, questioning how is it that a tender for such an amount of works can be opened up only for 6 hours. Shouldn't there have been proper checks and balances that should have been taken place? And how is it that only for 6 hours a tender can be opened and there isn't any proper kind of checking, or what company is being offered this tender, or is it already pre-rigged, is what DMK has gone ahead and questioned. Not only that, ironically, just a couple of hours after this video and this photograph of this tender had gone viral on social media, TVK government has backtracked the tender offer and has cancelled it, citing administration issues. And we are seeing that this has already earlier on we saw how the TVK government had backtracked on the order that had been issued for the appointment of the astrologer for Vijay's OSD, and now the TVK government yet again backtracking back on the tender that had been issued after a lot of row that erupted on social media. Pramod.
Well, this is serious concern, and these are serious issues that the TVK government will have to address immediately, because this is being raised by DMK on one hand, but they also have the tender details that is being flashed as well. And for more stories from the state of Kerala, and one particular story about how Tamil Nadu gets a superstar CM while Kerala is getting a pookie CM, let's go to Shibi More.
Thank you, Pramod. Well, we have a breaking news coming in. V.D. Satheeshan, the Chief Minister of Kerala, has decided to call off the K-Rail Silver Line project. Remember, K-Rail Silver Line project from Kasaragod to Thiruvananthapuram was the dream project of the LDF government. There was a lot of controversy, there was a lot of protest that took place on ground against this project. Now, the V.D. Satheeshan government in its second cabinet meeting has decided to call off the project. The Revenue Department has been informed that all the notifications issued in connection with this project needs to be denotified. A lot of cases were registered during the protests that took place against the project. So all of those cases will also be withdrawn, is what he says. He says that we're not against any high-speed rail project, but we're against the K-Rail Silver Line project because it was an environmental disaster. It would have led to a lot of environmental crisis, and keeping that in mind, and also the concerns of the people in mind who came on field and protested, we have decided to withdraw that project, to call off that project. He said that they will consider if an alternate project can be brought in instead of K-Rail Silver Line project. Listen to the reaction.
This project, Silver Line project, will be cancelled. And we will recommend to the concerned authorities to withdraw all the cases connected with this Silver Line agitation. And we have asked the Revenue Department to remove all the border signals for acquiring this land. We are not against the high-speed rail project. We oppose the Silver Line project because it was a environment disaster, and economically it was not viable.
Well, now from fiery political debates to meme culture, Kerala has found its new viral sensation. It's none other than the Chief Minister, the new Chief Minister of Kerala, V.D. Satheeshan, who's now trending as the Pookie CM. A reaction of his is going viral to a question about a vehicle modification. So, V.D. Satheeshan, before the elections, had made a promise that vehicle modifications, which is not dangerous, will be permitted for the youngsters, which had gone viral, and now a reaction is going viral when asked asked about whether this will be implemented. He says it will definitely be implemented if a promise was made. We have come to power and formed a government to fulfill all the promises made. Listen to this report.
Keralam's newest internet sensation isn't a movie star or a social media influencer. It is Chief Minister V.D. Satishan, now lovingly dubbed the Pookie Chief Minister by social media. And in perhaps the biggest political vibe shift Keralam has seen in years. The state has gone from having the image of a stern, serious chief minister to now embracing a meme-worthy, real-friendly, pooky chief minister. The viral moment came during a press conference announcing the new cabinet when Satishan was asked about one election promise that struck a major chord with Keralam's youth, vehicle modification.
നടക്കുമല്ലോ പറഞ്ഞതൊക്കെ നടത്താനല്ലേ നമ്മൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ജനാഭിലാഷങ്ങളെ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാക്കാനാണ് ചെറുപ്പക്കാരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെ അവരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെയാണ് അല്ലാതെ വെറുതെ വോട്ട് കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി പറഞ്ഞതാണ് പറഞ്ഞ വാക്കിന് വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ
The promise struck a chord online, and now his candid reaction to the question is all over social media. For many youngsters, it is not just about modified vehicles, but about finally feeling understood.
എക്സോസ്റ്റ് വെച്ച് മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരുന്നു. ലീഗലായിട്ട് ഉള്ള എക്സോസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്. എക്സോസ്റ്റ്
തീരുമാനത്തിൽ അത് വേണ്ട
തീരുമാനമാണ്. മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് എന്തായാലും വരേണ്ടതാണ്.
Government and people both should keep in mind that they have their own responsibility. So if they are doing it in such a way that they are not harming others, then everyone can enjoy their freedom and they can do their that kind of styles and everything.
From campaign promise to policy buzz to full-blown meme culture, V.D. Satishan's political honeymoon is now playing out one reel at a time. With Shibi Molkeji, Bureau Report, India Today.
So like I said, Tamil Nadu gets a superstar CM while Keralam gets a pookie CM. Well, I thank Apurva Jayachandran and Shibi Mol for joining us today. Thank you for watching So South, but it's time for a short break now.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
Character, the taste of success.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky over Rome, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
When the South spoke, she was there. From the rise of Vijay to exclusives that defined the story. When the narrative was questioned, she stood by the numbers.
This seems more of a mandate saying, look, a new person has come in, we need to give him a chance.
From first lead to final verdict, every moment tracked.
South Tamil Nadu, the TVK is ahead at 21.
5 days, non-stop, at the epicenter of action. And when history was made, she was the only one inside. Akshita Nandagopal, the voice of the South, tops the list of journalists with maximum engagement on X. Only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Once again, and thank you for staying with India Today. The Melodi fever is at an all-time high as Prime Minister Modi literally gifted his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni a packet of Melodi toffees in what appeared to be a playful nod to the viral Melodi expression widely used online for the two leaders. In the video, the two premiers were seen smiling and chuckling as the Indian Prime Minister handed over a packet of Parle's iconic Melodi candies to Meloni. The video, shared by Meloni, garnered millions of views within just few minutes of putting that post out. Earlier, Prime Minister Modi met his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni over dinner. The two leaders visited the Colosseum and even shared a car ride. Prime Minister Modi shared pictures of his meeting with Meloni. Meloni, on the other hand, took a selfie with her quote-unquote friend. Prime Minister Modi had shared a special post on social media with a caption that read, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Prime Minister Modi will next meet Italian President Sergio Mattarella, hold bilateral talks with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and participate in other diplomatic engagements before departing for India.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
And there you saw that video posted by Giorgia Meloni and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The short clip that is now exploding on the internet, a treat for all the Melodi fans, as Giorgia Meloni in this post captioned it by saying that Prime Minister Modi gifted her a packet of Melodi toffees, and as she had that, they also shared a laughter where he said Melodi, the famous Melodi toffees that most Indians have grown up on, and that is the very packet that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gifted to Giorgia Meloni. This once again is proof of the strong bond that the two leaders share. In fact, Prime Minister Modi's Rome visit that turned into a massive social media talking point as his interactions with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni sparked fresh buzz online. From candid moments to engagements, the visit blended diplomacy with viral internet energy.
Very good toffee.
Prime Minister Modi gifted Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni a special box of Melodi chocolates during his Rome visit, adding a playful touch to the much-talked-about Melodi camaraderie. Meloni thanked Prime Minister Modi for the sweet gesture as the moment quickly grabbed attention online.
Prime Minister Modi.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni welcomed Prime Minister Modi to Rome with a viral selfie post with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Social media quickly revived the trending Melodi nickname as the picture grabbed massive attention online. Another candid moment captured the two leaders leaning against a railing overlooking Rome's skyline at sunset. Prime Minister Modi wore a navy blue band gala suit with Meloni wearing a light pink embroidered top with white trousers. Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni were seen sharing a ride through the streets of Rome, giving a glimpse of informal car diplomacy before dinner and Colosseum visit. Meloni hosted Prime Minister Modi for dinner in Rome, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. The two leaders exchanged views on key global and bilateral issues during the meeting. Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni were seen standing side by side inside the Colosseum against the glowing backdrop of the historic monument. The two leaders appeared engaged in a conversation. And yes, a glimpse of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Italy. Remember, this is the final leg of Prime Minister Modi's 5-nation tour. But most importantly, the Melodi clip that is now grabbing all the headlines. As part of that post by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who said that the two leaders exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni also in that conversation as they posted that clip of the Melodi video. Remember, upon landing in Rome, Prime Minister Modi, who met Giorgia Meloni for dinner, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum, and important bilateral talks to follow. On to breaking news coming in. Bulldozer action that starts at Motegaonkar's RCC Pune campus. Bulldozer action that began at the Pune premises of RCC classes after the Pune Municipal Corporation, that is the PMC, sealed two properties that are linked to Shivraj Motegaonkar following his detention by the CBI in connection with the NEET paper leak probe. Civic officials who said that action was initiated over pending property tax dues and alleged unauthorized use of commercial space. Now, according to PMC officials, RCC classes operated by Motegaonkar in Pune conducted coaching for JEE and NEET aspirants from the premises. The civic body stated that property tax dues amounting to 3.2 crore rupees were pending against the properties, following which action was ordered. Acting on the directions, PMC Building Department sealed shop number 1 on the first floor of a building on GM Road after issuing a notice stating that coaching classes were being operated there without the necessary permissions. Motegaonkar's RCC classes campus is located in the Boravek building on JM Road. PMC officials who further said that illegal parking alterations and unauthorized construction that were also detected in the building, prompting bulldozer action at the site. Meanwhile, Pune Municipal Corporation has also started an inquiry into other properties linked to Motegaonkar in the city. Let me take this to Omkar Wable, joining us live on the broadcast. Omkar, do give us details of the bulldozer action that has already started at Motegaonkar's RCC Pune campus, and what next?
Well, exactly. After CBI initiated the probe against RCC's director Shivraj Motegaonkar, now Pune Municipal Corporation initiated this. You can clearly see in the visuals how things are vandalized here. But the most important thing is Pune Municipal Corporation took action against the property and the classes of Motegaonkar. Right now, you can see clear visuals of the Nalanda campus of this RCC Motegaonkar. Of Motegaonkar sir is placed here, but most important thing is PMC officials have clarified that property tax was pending. The amount is almost 3 crore 20 lakhs, which property tax is pending on the same property. Important thing is this place is not owned by the Motegaonkar, but he used to run classes here. So the notice has been issued to the MP Joshi, the actual owner of this place, and the classes were, the place was outsourced. Actually, it was given on the lease to the Mr. Motegaonkar, but now all classes and the campus have been sealed by the PMC officials, and extra construction. All things are vandalized, and interestingly, they removed the bulldozer action has already begun in Pune.
Onkar, do tell us that it is not just this particular property in question, but even other properties that supposedly belong to Motegaonkar that are now being looked at by the PMC to find out whether there have been any violations in those properties.
Well, exactly. Central Bureau of Investigation and also Pune Municipal Corporation both are looking for other properties of Motegaonkar located in Pune. So this is the first one where they got to know that the property tax is pending, which is worth 3 crore 20 lakhs, and that is why the action has been taken and the bulldozer action began over here. But there are other properties also in Pune. So even CBI has initiated the probe. They are investigating further. Even yesterday, all officials called son of Motegaonkar for the questioning. Almost 3 hours of questioning was there, and later on, now you can clearly see also PMC took action against him, and now bulldozer action, the one line is bulldozer action has begun against Motegaonkar's properties. So Pune Municipal Corporation, also Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation is also looking for his properties right now, and they all officials are taking details.
All right, Omkar, many thanks for getting us the latest. In the latest development in the Twisha dowry death probe, Bhopal police has requested the family to take custody of the body after AIMS warned of the possibility of decomposition. Officials said the body is currently being preserved at -4 degrees Celsius, but a second postmortem would require storage at -80 degrees, a facility that is not available at AIMS Bhopal. The development comes ahead of today's hearing on the demand for a second postmortem. A hearing on the second postmortem will take place today. Meanwhile, Twisha's doctor breaking silence while speaking to India Today. Psychiatrist Dr. Satyakant Trivedi, who confirmed Twisha has been his patient but declined to share details of the treatment and the medicines she was taking, citing patient confidentiality. He, however, confirmed that he referred Twisha for counseling as well, saying stress and mood swings are common these days. He added that he will share details of the treatment with the police or court if asked. Twisha's friends arranged a prayer meet at her college in Pune and paid tribute to her. India Today accessed CCTV footage showing Twisha's final moments. The footage captured her climbing the staircase at her marital home. It also shows at least 3 men, including her husband Samart Singh, attempting CPR before carrying her body down the stairs to a lower floor. Twisha's mother-in-law also appears in the video.
देखिए इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि निश्चित तौर पर वो मेरे पास ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आई थी, लेकिन पेशेंट की फाइन डिटेल्स देना, उनकी मेडिकल हिस्ट्री देना, उनकी दवा के बारे में जानकारी देना, और ख़ासकर जब ऐसा कोई मामला चल रहा हो तो वहाँ पर हम पब्लिकली इस बात को कहीं पर भी नहीं बोल सकते। जहाँ पर भी जो न्याय प्रक्रिया है उसका अगर जहाँ पर भी मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो वहाँ पर मैं उस बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ, जो भी मेरे पास जानकारी है। जितने भी मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे रहते हैं वहाँ पर दवा और काउंसलिंग दोनों का रोल होता है, तो लगभग हर पेशेंट में कारगर होती है, तो हम सभी को सुझाते हैं। मैं केवल उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लगभग सभी पेशेंट्स में काउंसलिंग काम करती है।
त्विशा बहुत मेंटली स्ट्रांग थी और जैसे मैंने बोला कि वो लोगों को मोटिवेट करती थी, वो लोगों को उठाती थी, तो वो मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो सकती है अगर जिस हिसाब से जो भी घटनाएं घटी है। हम ये अब इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि शायद कुछ उसकी शादी के बाद हुआ हो जिस वजह से वो डिस्टर्ब हुई हो। अदरवाइज़ जो त्विशा को मैं जानती थी, जो वो 6 महीने पहले थी शादी के पहले जो लड़की थी, वो कोई मेंटली डिस्टर्ब होने वाली लड़की नहीं थी, ना वो ऐसी कोई लड़की थी जो ईजीली किसी भी छोटी मोटी चीज़ से डिप्रेस हो जाए।
आप लोगों को जानते हो जो आपकी करीब है, आप उनको जानते हो कि आप लोग लाइफ में क्या गलत कर सकते हो क्या सही, राइट? इतना गलत त्विशा नहीं कर सकती। वो इतनी स्ट्रेंथ, इतनी मोटिवेटेड, पढ़ाई में अच्छी, बॉम्बे में उसने इतना कुछ अचीव किया है, तो हमें पर्सनली लगता है कि सुसाइड नहीं है। एंड हम यही होप करते कि सुसाइड नहीं हो, क्योंकि फिर कहते हैं ना कि सिचुएशन हमारे में थी जैसे वो इमोशन हो जाए।
त्विशा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें इवन फ्रॉम कॉलेज डेज से लेकर जो भी अचीव किया है अपने दम पे किया है, और काफी हद तक इवन दो इतनी डायनामिक थी, शी वाज आल्सो वेरी ग्राउंडेड। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि वो ऐसा कोई स्टेप ले सकती।
His mother and mother-in-law made serious allegations against each other. Listen in to both sides.
ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है। उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं, साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वॉज कंज्यूमिंग मारुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने।
10-15 दिन से कुछ ज्यादा हो रहा था, वो मेंटली टॉर्चर करता था बेटी को, कुछ भी बोलता था, कुछ भी सुनाता था। फिर अभी 13 तारीख को बोली मम्मी आप आ जाओ प्लीज, मुझे ले जाओ। तो हमने टिकट करी थी 13 तारीख की, तो उनकी मदर इन लॉ ने, गिरीवाला सिंह ने हमारी टिकट कैंसिल करा दी। मेरे पास भी सुबह फोन आया था कि आप अभी क्यों आ रहे हो, गर्मियों में सर्दियों में आना, थोड़ी बारिश वारिश हो जाए। तो मेरी बेटी थोड़ा इमोशनल थी, मम्मी बोली कोई बात नहीं आप थोड़े दिन बाद आ जाना, बोले जब तक इसका मूड सही हो जाएगा समर्थ सिंह का, क्योंकि वो इनको है ना सुनाने के, मेरे हस्बैंड को सुनाने के लिए बैठा हुआ था गंदा गंदा। फिर 13 तारीख को बेटी का फोन आया, नहीं मम्मी आप अपनी टिकट कैंसिल करो, मैं खुद आ रही हूँ 15 तारीख को। 15 तारीख का वो रिजर्वेशन था उसका अजमेर आने का, हम लोग बेटे के पास में थे अजमेर नसीराबाद। तो 12 तारीख को तो वो पता चला वो खत्म ही हो गई वो बिल्कुल।
And well, Twisha's cousin exclusively on India Today when I spoke to her about the early years spent with the family and what exactly she was sharing with her family about what was happening to her in her marital home. This is what she said. How well did you know Twisha? What had she shared with you about her marriage, about her husband, about her mother-in-law?
Very little is known about her marriage, because right after her marriage, her brother's marriage was scheduled and she got busy with that. Later, her father experienced a heart attack and she got again busy with that. And as in when the torture started unfolding, she started keeping, she cut off all the ties with the friends, and she started speaking personally to her mother and her father and her brother. So we got to know all the details later after this happened, because we knew that this girl is full of life and she's going to have a beautiful married life. Because as I speak about Twisha, I've known her since the age of 6. So I know that how compassionate that person was and how determined she was about her life. The last time when I spoke to her in my house, she told me that, Nana, I want to have a beautiful life and I want to also have a child. So it is unfathomable that my sister would go and get a child abort unless she has been through a torture and she didn't want to inflict the same torture on her unborn child. So this could be one of the reasons why my sister aborted.
How would you describe Twisha's nature before the marriage, during the marriage when she was ready to commit to the family, to commit to Samarth, and later when you're saying that she started distancing herself?
Right. So, ma'am, there is one particular reason. There's a timeline of the behavior that they're saying that she was schizophrenic, this and that, nothing of that sort. She has been through a lot of ups and downs with career, and she was very well known in the South industry also. She did a lot of campaigns with hair, brands as well. So before the marriage, everything was just fine. She was happy. She was in relationship with this guy. But I want to tell you that this girl was very compassionate and very loving person. She cannot see through people. And this guy probably noticed this thing about her. A very positive behavior and very positive, you can say, trait about her was used against her. And he started breaking her psychologically. And he knew that probably I can break her down right after the marriage. And I'll tell you one more thing about her. Though she was very compassionate, but at the same time, she was very, very, very bold. And she was very strong about her opinion. So probably the patriarchal mindset could not accept that my sister has her own opinion. And that probably, made him angry, and he's a criminal lawyer. He would not listen to anybody except for himself. So I think this is a very typical narcissist behavior, which could not understand the women's psychology, and he started breaking her down one day at a time.
That's all that we can pack for you in this edition of the news. Do stay tuned to India Today for the very latest.
Am I right in saying the global reserves have fallen by nearly 380 million barrels since the war began?
The supply declined by about 11 million, but the gap between supply and demand now, because of the decline in demand, is way, way smaller than that. So if you look at the number of flights being canceled, for example, we have globally over 100,000 flights being canceled. That is demand decline in jet fuel as a result of that. But we have demand decline in so many ways. Even if you look at India, for example, look at India's imports, for example, in March and April. It declined substantially, it declined significantly. But now, basically, it is back to almost normal for India. We've seen a decline in inventories in India. We've seen a decline in India's petroleum exports because you need to use that domestically. So we are seeing all those reactions to higher prices and shortages around the world. So the gap between supply and demand right now is way smaller than what we've seen before.
What do you see happening in countries like India, which are heavily dependent on oil, their imports, a large part of our oil and gas coming through the Strait of Hormuz? What happens to countries like India? Are countries like China, for example, which you mentioned at the outset, far better placed? And how do you see the scenario unfolding for India in the next month? Assuming the war continues, assuming the blockade continues.
Right. India is in a very difficult situation, not only when it comes to oil and gas. As you know, there was a problem in LPG, and still we have a problem in LPG. We have a problem with fertilizers. We have a problem with helium. So the problems are not only oil and gas, and they extend to other things. So India is really in a difficult position, and simply because India was growing at very high rates. So the impact on economic growth is very significant because of this high growth. What India basically, the pain that India already had and the pain that India will have next month is already a done deal. We cannot do much about it. But the issue here is, what are the lessons that we learned from this experience so this will not happen again?
powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Very good afternoon once again, and thank you for staying tuned to India Today. I'm Suesha Sawant. Let's begin with the top headlines we're tracking for you at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Modi's gift to Meloni. Melodi toffees. Meloni thanks Prime Minister Modi for Melodi toffees, says Modi brought us very, very good toffee.
A very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
The Melodi Milan moment in Rome. Prime Minister Modi and Meloni took a tour to the iconic Coliseum after sharing a car ride and dinner in Rome. Meloni welcomes friend Modi with a candid selfie on social media. Prime Minister Modi may meet Trump at the G7 summit. Amid war, Trump to attend G7 summit. Modi invited too. Modi-Trump may meet for the first time in 16 months. G7 summit in France from the 15th to the 17th of June. Vijay is open for power sharing in Tamil Nadu. Invites BCK, Congress, IUML to join the cabinet. No invite for AIDMK to form the government in Tamil Nadu. TVK says rebel MLAs said they wanted to save AIDMK, said EPS mortgaged AIDMK to BJP. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Another big claim by Donald Trump, says postpone strikes on Iran, says Iran begging to make a deal. Vance asserts Iran can't have nukes. Tehran refuses to bow before threats, says ready for any military aggression. We're now getting you details of the Modi-Meloni joint op-ed on India-Italy ties. The op-ed that states from cordial friendship into strategic ties. Modi in the op-ed said that we made in Italy synonymous with excellence. He also said that the focus is on defense, aerospace, clean tech and machinery. Modi-Meloni emphasized on AI and digital infrastructure. Those are the key takeaways of Modi and Meloni's op-ed titled A Strategic Partnership for the Indo-Mediterranean, where together they've written the relationship between India and Italy has reached a decisive stage now. In recent years, our ties have expanded with unprecedented momentum, evolving from a cordial friendship into a special strategic partnership grounded in the values of freedom and democracy and a common vision for the future. It also states that both India and Italy are located at the very heart of two crucial hubs of the global economy, the Indo-Pacific and the Mediterranean regions that cannot be viewed as separate spheres, but instead as increasingly interconnected spaces. The two leaders also mentioned that they're witnessing the emergence of what might be termed the Indo-Mediterranean, an important corridor for trade, technology, energy, data and ideas, tying the Indian Ocean to Europe. Precisely within this interconnected space that our bond naturally evolves into a special strategic partnership, one that bridges two continents and shapes new global dynamics. In this context, it added the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, that is the IMEC, represents a vision aimed at connecting the regions through modern transport, infrastructure, digital networks, energy systems, resilient supply chains, and that India and Italy are committed towards working together with other partners to make this vision a reality. In September 2023, the IMEC that was announced on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Delhi. It also states our cooperation mirrors our shared awareness that prosperity and security in the 21st century will be shaped by the ability of nations to innovate, manage energy transitions, and strengthen strategic sovereignty. To this end, we have committed to deepen and diversify our bilateral relationship with a view to pursuing new objectives and pooling our complementary strengths. stating that India and Italy want to reach and exceed the £20 billion bilateral trade target by 2029. The leaders said that the free trade agreement between European Union and India paves the way in the same direction. On to more breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi has attacked the Melodi moment. Rahul Gandhi has posted that reads, and I quote, "An economic storm is raging over our heads and our Prime Minister is busy handing out candies in Italy. Farmers, youth, women, labourers and small traders are all in tears. Prime Minister is laughing and making reels while the BJP folks are clapping along. This is not leadership, it is a farce." Rahul Gandhi mocking the Melodi moment between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni as he gifted Giorgia Meloni a packet of Melodi toffees. Remember this short clip that is exploding on the internet, but the opposition that is going all guns blazing against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the latest attack coming in from none other than Rahul Gandhi, who's put out a post against the Melodi moment that reads, and I quote, "An economic storm is raging over our heads and Prime Minister is busy handing out candies in Italy." Mosmi Singh joining us on the phone line. Mosmi, quite unexpected lines.
So that's a very, very scathing remark by Rahul Gandhi, who was slamming the Prime Minister for that selfie moment that Prime Minister Modi had with the Italian Prime Minister. And clearly, even as we talk, Mr. Pawan Khera also in the Congress press conference attacked Rahul Gandhi, saying that this is a mockery of the people of the country who are being put through so much of difficulty. Rahul Gandhi there taking to social media to slam the Prime Minister over that moment where he is seen handing over the Melodi sweets to Meloni, and clearly saying that this is a mockery, this is not a leadership where the farmers, the youth and the countrymen are facing so much of difficulty, thereby again putting a question mark over the entire tour of the Prime Minister. Earlier he had said that at a time when the country is facing a grave crisis, the Prime Minister has vanished abroad, and this is actually the non-seriousness of the Modi government. So a war of words broken out over that selfie moment of Prime Minister Modi with the Italian Prime Minister, and clearly he also goes on to add that the BJP spectators are clapping and applauding that moment, which is truly shameful.
All right, Mosmi, many thanks for getting us details on this post. That's a post by Rahul Gandhi against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, especially targeting the Melodi moment between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni. He's put out a post to this effect that reads, and I quote, "Farmers, youth, women, labourers and small traders are all in tears. Prime Minister is laughing and making reels while the BJP folks are clapping along. This is not leadership, it is a farce." Rahul Gandhi, who said that Prime Minister is handing candies amid economic storm, he said that this is not leadership, this is farce. Farmers, youth, women are in tears in India and Prime Minister is laughing and making reels while the BJP is clapping. On to more breaking news coming in. DKS keeps CM face buzz alive. Says whenever they call, I'll go to Delhi. DKS has said that whenever they call, I will go to Delhi. Every day is a good day, and even Mahurat is a good Mahurat. Clearly, another statement when it comes to the CM face natak, this time by DKS, as he's keeping the suspense alive. Sagairaj joining us on the broadcast. Sagairaj, just when we think that, there is probably settlement on the change in CM, is when one or the other statement coming in from either leaders. This time DKS saying that whenever they call me to Delhi, I'll go. Every Mahurat is a good Mahurat. How do we read into it?
Absolutely. As you rightly point out, this particular controversy refused to die down in the state of Karnataka. The power tussle continues as Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, D.K. Shivakumar, has categorically mentioned that whenever they call, they will go to Delhi. And he has also said that there is an understanding between him and CM, and he doesn't want to speak about that. And this comes amidst the election got over in the 5 states. And this was on expected line that the political controversy or political power tussle will restart after the 5-state election, and subsequently that has been started in the state of Karnataka, where the leaders started to make the statement over the leadership change. Yesterday we have seen K.N. Raja, now the former minister and Congress MLA, who says that if there is a change in the guard in the state of Karnataka, then G. Parmeshwar, the home minister, should be made as the chief minister. And
Sagairaj, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here, but let's cut across to my colleague Maushmi Singh, who's now getting Pawan Khera on this latest attack of Rahul Gandhi on the Melodi moment.
राहुल गांधी ने पोस्ट डाला है कि मेलोडी जो है दे रहे हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडीज दे रहे हैं, जबकि देश में इतनी ज्यादा आर्थिक संकट है, लोग परेशानी से।
इससे ज्यादा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात कोई हो सकती है? देश के नौजवान रोजगारों की अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी। खाद का संकट सर पर है। खरीफ की बोनी के लिए आपने खुद बताया है कि कम से कम 90 लाख मैट्रिक टन खाद की डिफिशियंसी होगी। त्राहिमाम हो जाएगा देश में। राहुल गांधी जी कह रहे हैं बहुत बड़ा आर्थिक संकट आने वाला है देश पर, और आप टॉफियां बांट रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस इस पूरे मसले पर सवालिया निशान खड़ी कर रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री एक तरीके से न सिर्फ देश की उम्मीदों का मखौल उड़ा रहे हैं, बल्कि खुद अपने नेतृत्व को लेकर एक बड़ा सवालिया निशान खड़ा कर रहे हैं लोगों के सामने। कैमरा पर्सन प्रेम के साथ मौसमी सिंह, दिल्ली आज तक।
And that's the word coming in from Pawan Khera as the Congress is going all guns blazing against Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the quote-unquote Melodi moment. The clip that was shared by both the leaders, Prime Minister Modi, who gifted the Melodi toffee packet to Giorgia Meloni. This, of course, in context to how the two leaders together on social media are termed Melodi, and hashtag Melodi is what has always done the rounds whenever a picture has been posted by either of the two leaders. But the Congress now upping the ante against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Rahul Gandhi in this latest attack, who's posted an economic storm is raging over our heads, and our Prime Minister is busy handing out candies in Italy. Listen into what Pawan Khera has said on this matter.
So let's take a quick reaction from Mr. Khera, what he has to say. Sir, Rahul Gandhi has put out a post on X saying this is really not leadership. This is fast the entire Melodi issue that's erupted.
He's made a mockery of the position of the Prime Minister. What is this business of distributing melodies? What, Meloni and Modi is equal to Melody? What is it? What are you trying to do? It's a responsible institution. Prime Minister's office is not a joke. Please don't reduce it to be a joke.
Rahul Gandhi goes on to say that the farmers and the people of this country are going through such a crisis, and the BJP spectators and leaders are applauding this moment where Prime Minister is handing over candies in it.
Yeah, exactly. This is not just an insult to the people of India. It's an insult to the image of India. Also, during times of crisis, the Prime Minister should act with some sobriety.
Thank you very much. And let's speak to Abhay Dubey. He is right here. And Abhay ji, how do you see this entire thing? Rahul Gandhi ने पोस्ट डाला है कि मेलोडी जो है दे रहे हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडीज दे रहे हैं, जबकि देश में इतनी ज्यादा आर्थिक संकट है, लोग परेशानी से।
इससे ज्यादा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात कोई हो सकती है? देश के नौजवान रोजगारों की अपेक्षा कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी। खाद का संकट सर पर है। खरीफ की बोनी के लिए आपने खुद बताया है कि कम से कम 90 लाख मैट्रिक टन खाद की डिफिशियंसी होगी। त्राहिमाम हो जाएगा देश में। राहुल गांधी जी कह रहे हैं बहुत बड़ा आर्थिक संकट आने वाला है देश पर, और आप टॉफियां बांट रहे हैं।
शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। तो यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस इस पूरे मसले पर सवालिया निशान खड़ी कर रही है कि प्रधानमंत्री एक तरीके से न सिर्फ देश की उम्मीदों का मखौल उड़ा रहे हैं, बल्कि खुद अपने नेतृत्व को लेकर एक बड़ा सवालिया निशान खड़ा कर रहे हैं लोगों के सामने।
And those are the many reactions coming in from the Congress that is upping the ante against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, especially the Melodi moment in Italy, where he gifted a packet of Melodi toffees to Giorgia Meloni. Now remember, a moment that is being lauded by all Melodi fans. However, the Congress is upping the ante against Prime Minister. Rahul Gandhi has put out this latest post that reads, and I quote, "An economic storm is raging over our heads and our Prime Minister is busy handing out candies in Italy. Farmers, youth, women, labourers and small traders are all in tears. Prime Minister is laughing and making reels while the BJP folks are clapping along. This is not leadership, it is a farce." Those are the exact use of words by Rahul Gandhi, where his team is completely backing him up. Several Congress reactions that have now come in on Prime Minister Narendra Modi as they go on to mock him for making a reel and gifting candies. Remember, not the sort of perception in terms of how netizens are reading into it, where the post is exploding on the internet and has already crossed millions of views. However, the opposition that is now targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi over this latest Melodi clip moment. A clip shared by both leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni, as they shared a lighter moment. Remember, their pictures, their videos in the past that have always gone viral, and netizens fondly terming the great bond between the two leaders as Melodi. However, not going down well with the opposition. Let me take this to my colleague Mosmi Singh, now joining us on the broadcast. Mosmi, you're getting several reactions from the Congress that is going all guns blazing against Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the Melodi moment. Although this has been a time of important bilaterals and diplomatic engagements and a 5-nation tour that the Prime Minister had embarked upon. But keeping all of that aside, the viral Melodi clip that is certainly not going down well with the Congress.
Clearly, not only Rahul Gandhi, taking a cue from Rahul Gandhi, all the Congress leaders you saw join the bandwagon, slamming the Prime Minister, driving a contrast between what the Prime Minister was doing in Italy and the situation, the economic situation and the crisis that the underprivileged, the farmers and the people of the country at large are looking at. And therefore, Rahul Gandhi taking that
and we are getting you pictures coming in from Italy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi exchanging handshake with all the important dignitaries in Italy. This is part of the final leg of his 5-nation tour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Italy, as bilateral talks are now underway. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had also put out a post after meeting with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, where he said that we had exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. And there you see Prime Minister Modi receiving the Guard of Honor in Rome. Prime Minister Narendra Modi receiving that Guard of Honor and then, of course, exchanging handshakes with important dignitaries in Italy, this being the last leg of his 5-nation tour. And even as he earlier shared details of how he had met with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, where he said that they exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. Of course, an overview of how the two leaders are now paving the friendship and future ties between India and Italy. That was also a signal given the op-ed that has been penned down by both the leaders of how they call the relationship between India and Italy, where they say has now reached a decisive stage. The two leaders in that op-ed writing, and I quote, "In recent years, our ties have expanded with unprecedented momentum, evolving from a cordial friendship into a special strategic partnership grounded in the values of freedom and democracy and a common vision for the future." This particular op-ed that is titled "A Strategic Partnership for the Indo-Mediterranean." Prime Minister Narendra Modi outlining the roadmap along with Giorgia Meloni and other important dignitaries as far as the India-Italy strategic partnership is concerned. The two leaders that also penned this op-ed talking about emerging Indo-Mediterranean corridor and pushing for 20 billion euros bilateral trade target by 2029. Remember, trade not being the only focus, but also technology, energy, data, ideas when it comes to tying the Indian Ocean to Europe. The two leaders also talking about the interconnected space that bonds the two nations, evolving into a special strategic partnership. Let me also bring in my colleague Pranay Upadhyay, who's with us on the phone line, tracking all the developments from Italy. Over to you, Pranay.
If you see, this partnership is quite significant and quite important as far as India-Europe ties are concerned. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is visiting Europe on his 5-nation tour, including many countries, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and now he's in Italy. And Italy has emerged as an important key partner for India in terms of the defense collaboration, in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of the remittance money. If you see in terms of the statistics, Indian exports to Italy have grown up in the last 2 years by 19%. India, remittance money in terms of the foreign exchange coming from Italy to India has grown up by 32% in the last 2 years. This clearly shows that this is not all about the pictures of two leaders taking selfie or it's going viral on internet, but this is also signifying the closer ties between these two countries. Over 2 lakh Indians are there in Italy. Over 5,000 Indian students are there in Italy. And Italy is also looking towards India in terms of increasing its presence in India, be it automobile sector to agriculture, and be it from space sector to science and technology to research and development.
Yes, absolutely. But Pranay, we are also staying with those pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi receiving the Guard of Honor and exchanging that handshake with important dignitaries. We have been talking about the Melodi moment that has already gone viral on the internet. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with Giorgia Meloni over dinner, over that drive, and how they also visited the Colosseum. With regards to the later part of the itinerary in Italy, how would you speak about that?
Prime Minister Narendra Modi have still one more engagement in Rome because Rome is also a headquarter of FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. It's a UN body. And this is an important organization for the food security. And you know that, Suresha, that because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, because of the ongoing West Asia crisis, food security has also emerged as an important area of concern. And India, being the most populous country on the planet, has its own concern about the food security and ensuring, meeting the food requirements for Indians. And for that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be not only visiting the FAO headquarters, but he will also be holding talks with the senior leadership there. India is also an important contributor at FAO. And because of the ongoing conflict, there is a concern, there is a crisis about the fertilizer situation, how to meet and how to mitigate that situation. That will also be an important area of talking point for Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his engagement at FAO headquarters. But besides that, you are watching those visuals of coming from Rome, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is receiving the Guard of Honor. So after the informal leg of conversation...
But Pranay, let's not forget how Melodi is certainly the most talked about toffee at the moment, given the Melodi moment between the two leaders. My colleague Sakshi Batra from BTTV, in conversation with the MD of Parle G. Let's listen in.
Melody chocolates, of course, they have been around for decades and have been enjoyed by the Indian consumers for so long. But this time around, the way it has been showcased on a global platform, Prime Minister himself taking this as a present for Giorgia Meloni. How do you really see this? Did you already have an information that he's going to be taking this gift to Italy?
No, we had no information. I think we are completely taken by surprise, pleasantly surprised, and can't thank enough, our Honorable Prime Minister for giving this brand a global stage. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister is known for, giving global stage to Swadeshi or Indian brands. And I think, he's done that today by presenting Melody to the Prime Minister of Italy. So, honestly, as I say, pleasantly surprised and can't thank him enough for this.
Absolutely. There couldn't have been probably a bigger ambassador for you and for Melody Chocolates than the Prime Minister himself on a global stage. But give me an understanding right after this. What is the expectation on sales of Melody Chocolates? Do you expect a big boom there? Are you already looking at these packets off the shelf on quick commerce products? What's the initial reaction?
Yeah, so there has been, I think a lot of traction that's seen on QCom or quick commerce platforms since morning, since, the news has been doing rounds across the net for Melody. And we expect, the growth to accelerate. It's a brand that's growing very well, and we would further, see acceleration of the growth. Not just that, it's, it's the largest toffee brand of India. So, probably the kind of growth that you would be seeing would be huge. Not just in India, having, given a global stage, we would see growths happening across the globe. It's currently available in 200 plus countries. We export it. But given this
and
opportunity...
what about Italy? Do you export there already?
Yeah, we do. So I think, great opportunity to see a lot more traction there as well.
Absolutely. So give me an understanding of what's the ballpark figure that we can expect. What is the annual sale of, Melody Toffees? And after this, what's the kind of growth we can expect?
So we are a private limited company. We don't share numbers, but yes, what I can, share with you is that it's the largest selling toffee brand of India. And since morning, we have been getting, suggestions like, why don't you call it the national toffee brand or national toffee of India?
Absolutely. But also give me an understanding, since you are private at this moment, do you see this couldn't have been a bigger moment for you to announce probably getting listed on the stock exchanges to become even accessible to a lot of investors who may want to cheer the kind of sales that you are logging in?
Well, so currently there are no plans on cards. I mean, we continue exploring, growth opportunities, but currently there are no plans for listing. I mean, that speculation, keeps happening time and again, because it's a big company. We are a very large company, and one of the very few large companies who have not gone public still. So we continue, seeing that speculation happening time and again. But as I said, while we continue exploring the opportunities for growth, that's not on cards currently.
Not on the cards to get listed, but what's your own sense? See, already you've got the biggest ambassadors. You did not have to shell out a penny for marketing on this, but going forward from here to build up onto this campaign, how are you going to go forward?
Well, I think, as they all say, the caption says that, Melody Khao Khud Jaan Jao. And while the brand has been really loved, we have generations who have loved this brand, be it Gen X, be it millennials, or be it Gen Z. This is a brand they, fondly consume. And I think given this opportunity, this would only accelerate the growth of the brand. So happy, and as I said, very thankful to our Honorable Prime Minister for giving a Swadeshi or an Indian brand a global stage.
Absolutely. What about the pricing? Do you think the prices will shoot up too for Melody Toffees now after this?
I mean, we are not going to take up the prices there, but yeah, I think, you will see a huge spike in demand. And we are already seeing that since morning, as I shared.
Absolutely. So what's the plan to scale up now, since you already are there in 200 countries plus exporting your products? What's the next scale that you're looking at for Parley products, especially for Melodi toffees?
So while we are number one in India, we would like to be, a significant player in the other countries as well. So today we are exporting there. We have manufacturing locations across the globe. Ideally, this would be a great opportunity to start our own production in those countries, of this particular brand.
Absolutely. You do see that even Giorgia Meloni has shared this entire video on her social media
On her
platforms.
social media.
So it's going to get a much larger access into Italy and in European Union as a whole. So how is that market going to grow for you?
We are very hopeful that people would definitely sample it once, seeing the buzz around it, and it's a great product. And I think it has been a craze in India, and we expect a similar reaction, from other consumers or consumers from other countries as well. It's a very unique product, and we expect people to give similar love to our brand abroad as well.
Absolutely. So what is next on Melodi toffees? Are we going to see a lot of flavors now come in next, or are you going to stick with the original taste of how it has been? What's going to be the next product innovation around Melodi?
So Melodi is all about being, chocolatey. So that's, it's a classic brand, and we will continue having it the way it is. And as I shared earlier, I think there is a huge room for growth globally for this particular brand. Having being number one in India, the largest selling toffee brand of India, I think the next logical thing would be looking at scaling up operations globally.
Well, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah, for being with us. I'm sure that this day is for celebrations. May you continue to do the same, and maybe continue to see Parley products reach great global heights as we do see the Swadeshi stamp now being seen on a global stage. Prime Minister Modi taking Melodi toffees himself as a present for Giorgia Meloni, and that should probably keep going forward for you and for your brand. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Thank you.
And even as the manufacturers of Melodi are happy, and of course the Melodi moment that is gaining all the focus, Rahul Gandhi in the midst of it has attacked the Melodi moment. Yes, Rahul Gandhi has posted that reads, and I quote, "An economic storm is raging over our heads and our Prime Minister is busy handing out candies in Italy. Farmers, youth, women, labourers and small traders are all in tears. Prime Minister is laughing and making reels while the BJP folks are clapping along. This is not leadership, it is a farce." That's the post that has been put out by Rahul Gandhi. Remember, it's not just him, but all the top Congress leaders who are backing Rahul Gandhi in full force as they mock Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Melodi moment. The clip that has crossed several millions of views on social media platforms already. But Pawan Khera of the Congress, who goes on to criticize Prime Minister's move.
Rahul Gandhi has put out a post on X saying this is really not leadership. This is farce. The entire Melodi issue that's erupted.
He's made a mockery of the position of the Prime Minister. What is this business of distributing melodies? What, Meloni and Modi is equal to Melodi? What is it? What are you trying to do? It's a responsible institution. Prime Minister's office is not a joke. Please don't reduce it to be a joke.
Rahul Gandhi goes on to say that the farmers and the people of this country are going through such a crisis, and the BJP spectators and leaders are applauding this moment where Prime Minister is handing over candies in it.
Yeah, exactly. This is not just an insult to the people of India. It's an insult to the image of India. Also, during times of crisis, the Prime Minister should act with some sobriety.
The Congress going all guns blazing against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, targeting the Melodi moment that, remember, is being lauded by netizens as Prime Minister this time around gifted Georgia.
आप देखना क्या होता है, वापस आएंगे, आर्थिक तूफान आएगा, गरीब लोगों को चोट लगेगी, किसानों को खाद नहीं मिलेगी, पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम आसमान तक पहुंच जाएंगे, महंगाई बढ़ेगी। उसके बाद नरेंद्र मोदी हाथ जोड़ेंगे, कहेंगे भाइयों और बहनों, मुझे फांसी पर चढ़वा दो। रोएंगे, कहेंगे मेरी गलती नहीं है, अगर मेरी गलती है तो मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो, कहेंगे, आप देखना। तो मेरा कहना है कि उनका काम अर्थव्यवस्था की रक्षा करना है, उनका काम देश की रक्षा करने का है, उनका काम अदानी और अंबानी। भैया गर्मी है, डिस्टर्ब मत करो, गर्मी है, डिस्टर्ब मत करो, लोगों का मूड खराब हो जाएगा, वो आपके नारे सुनने नहीं आए हैं। तो उन्होंने क्या किया है पिछले 12 साल में? देश की रक्षा हमारा संविधान करता है, हमारी संस्थाएं करती है, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस करते हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन करता है। मैंने मीडिया के बारे में मजाक उड़ाया, मगर इनकी जिम्मेदारी लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करने की होती है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पिछले 12 साल संविधान पर आक्रमण किया है, हमारी सारी की सारी संस्थाओं को नष्ट किया है, आरएसएस के लोगों को हर यूनिवर्सिटी में वाइस चांसलर बनाया, इलेक्शन कमीशन को पूरा कंट्रोल किया, वोट चोरी का सिस्टम बनाया, जुडिशरी पर दबाव डालकर उनको डराकर उन्होंने अदानी अंबानी की पूरी मदद की। और अब मुश्किल क्या है कि अब अदानी अंबानी देश को नहीं बचा सकते, अब नरेंद्र मोदी देश को नहीं बचा सकते हैं। अब सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान का किसान, हिंदुस्तान का मजदूर, हिंदुस्तान का युवा इस देश को बचा सकता है। और आपके इन्होंने हाथ बांध दिए हैं, आप सबके हाथ बांध दिए हैं। जो आप पहले मेहनत करते थे, फैक्ट्रियों में काम करते थे, पब्लिक सेक्टर में काम करते थे, ये हिंदुस्तान की स्ट्रेंथ थी, इन्होंने इस सबको खत्म कर दिया है। अब भी मैं इनसे कह रहा हूं कि टॉफी बांटना बंद करो, किसानों को खाद नहीं मिलने वाला है, खाद की सप्लाई की तैयारी करो। आपका दोस्त अंबानी हिंदुस्तान का तेल आज भी बाहर एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है, आज भी करोड़ों रुपए का तेल हिंदुस्तान के बाहर जा रहा है। ये तेल हिंदुस्तान को चाहिए, ये तेल हमारे लोगों को चाहिए। वो तेल आप हिंदुस्तान की जनता को दिलवाइए। ये प्रिकॉशंस आपको लेने हैं, ये काम आपको करना है, मगर आप पता नहीं कौन सी दुनिया में हो। अच्छा, एक और बात, मैंने पिछली मीटिंग में कहा कि नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह संविधान पर आक्रमण कर रहे हैं। यह सही बात है, गलत बात है? अदानी अंबानी को देश का पूरा धन देना संविधान पर आक्रमण है। हिंदुस्तान की सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के ऊपर वाइस चांसलर आरएसएस के वाले बैठाना आक्रमण है नहीं है? इलेक्शन कमीशन, जुडिशरी, हमारी संस्थाओं को नष्ट करना संविधान पर आक्रमण है। संविधान हिंदुस्तान है।
Cutting across to my colleague Pooja Shali joining us from the newsroom. And Pooja, that was Rahul Gandhi speaking live in Rai Bareli, clearly making the Melodi moment a big point now. A moment that was being lauded by all the Melodi fans across the globe. But the opposition certainly making this a point against Prime Minister Narendra Modi while highlighting the sections in the country that are at the suffering end.
That's right. So LOP Rahul Gandhi has said that, we are in an economy crisis. There are women, laborers, people in the workforce who are facing so many issues. And yet what we are doing is handing out candies to others. Now, what has happened here is that while Rahul Gandhi is referring to the Melodi movement, we also need to understand that the Melodi movement is only a part of that visit and the concluding visit. There's been a 5-nation tour, and especially in Italy, one as well. There was a private dinner, but there has been also other agendas that have been signed on. IMEC corridor has been the focus. There's been references to technology and investments that have done. There have been focus on, of course, how the cultural exchanges will take place. And this amicable relationship, basically, even though on a lighter note, has been an attempt by Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni to show how India and Italy are friends. An Asian nation, a European nation, their leaders are friends and they're together taking these nations ahead. So that, of course, has been the backdrop. And there have been some serious meetings that have happened beyond this Melodi moment too. But what he's targeting, Rahul Gandhi is mentioning, is that how can at such a serious juncture, when people back home are suffering so much, how can you be going around doing these meme-like videos and selfie images, focusing on how precisely the Melodi moment is such a great moment. So of course there would be a sort of a debate on this, but we've seen these images have come earlier as well. But this is not how it pans out each time when it comes to other dignitaries. It's usually with the Italian Prime Minister, because there is this trend that has been since 2023 on social media, and both leaders just playing on to that trend on a light-hearted note. But it's also pertinent to remember that beyond that, there have been some serious meetings on agenda where there have been discussions, there have been signatures, there have been deals that have been signed on how Italy and Europe can go ahead together, especially when it comes to defense, technology, transport, for example, here the IMEC corridor and other focus areas as well.
But Pooja, let's not forget that the story is getting bigger. Let's also tell our viewers how the BJP is now coming in to the defense of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. More breaking news coming in. Yes, BJP chief Nitin Nabin, who slammed Rahul Gandhi over the Melodi attack. Nitin Nabin has condemned Rahul Gandhi's attack on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The BJP chief, who said that Rahul Gandhi's shallow mentality has been exposed. BJP mounting an attack against Rahul Gandhi, who, remember, not just posted against the Melodi moment, but also in his live address at Rai Bareli, goes on to target Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The BJP now countering the Congress and calling Rahul Gandhi's mentality shallow. That's the exact use of words by BJP National Chief Nitin Nabin, who slammed Rahul Gandhi over the Melodi attack. An all-out flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress at the moment, where Nitin Nabin has condemned Rahul Gandhi's attack on Prime Minister Modi, saying that Rahul Gandhi's shallow mentality has been exposed.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं न कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं न कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं न कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं।
And you heard that statement in its entirety by BJP National Chief Nitin Nabin, who slammed Rahul Gandhi over the Melodi attack. Nitin Nabin, who's condemned Rahul Gandhi's attack on Prime Minister Modi, he said that Rahul Gandhi's shallow mentality has been exposed. The BJP now countering the Congress as they put out details of a successful visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, this was a visit that was not just restricted to Italy, but a 5-nation tour where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as part of visiting these 5 nations, has signed on important MOUs and agreements. But even as a successful bout of bilateral talks and diplomatic engagements, the Congress, in the last leg of this visit, focused on the Melodi moment, a lighter moment shared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, where Rahul Gandhi mocked the idea of sharing candies and the BJP calling Rahul Gandhi's mentality shallow.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं न कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं ना कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है, और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं।
That's the statement coming in from BJP National President Nitin Nabeen, where remember the BJP is now countering Rahul Gandhi as he went on to criticize Prime Minister Modi for the quote-unquote Melodi moment. We heard from several Congress leaders who backed Rahul Gandhi in that move, but the BJP now criticizing Rahul Gandhi and in as many words calling his mentality shallow, as the Congress is focusing only on this one moment but not really looking at the finer details of a successful visit by Prime Minister Narendra Modi through these 5 nations and also bolstering ties with Italy. In fact, the Melodi moment also part of that lighter moment shared with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And even as this short clip that has garnered millions of views and is being lauded by Melodi fans across the globe, Congress now making this the biggest flashpoint today against the BJP as they're mocking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's move of sharing candies. But even as Rahul Gandhi put out that post and also delivered that address in Rai Bareli, the BJP has now hit out at Rahul Gandhi and all of Congress, but most importantly calling Rahul Gandhi's mentality shallow. Fast-paced developments coming in, back-to-back reactions over this big post and statement by Rahul Gandhi. After Rahul Gandhi, it is Mallikarjun Kharge now who's attacked the Melodi moment. Kharge has put out a post that reads, and I quote, Modi ji wants the public to enjoy the melody of speeches while surviving the misery of his government's loot. In the past 11 years under the Modi government, the average debt per Indian has increased 11-fold, while the wealth of 229 tycoons along with 26 newly aided billionaires has reportedly crossed 97.5 lakh crore rupees. Pickpocketing price rise. Prices of domestic LPG has skyrocketed by 121%, exploding from 414 rupees in 2014 to 915.5 rupees in 2026. He's also said that commercial cylinders have been ruthlessly hiked by nearly 154%, from 1241 rupees to 3152 rupees. CNG, milk, bread, medicines, every price is skyrocketing, says Mallikarjun Kharge, who's also in this post written, over 12 years, more than 43 lakh crore rupees has been extracted from citizens through brutal petrol taxes and central excise duties. Recent fuel hikes, the government oil companies generated around 12,400 crore rupees within hours, while households are left suffocating under relentless price pressure. Rampant unemployment and paper leaks. Youth unemployment age 15 to 29 has surged to 15.2% in March 2026, a 9-month peak reflecting deepening economic stress. Let me take this to my colleague Maushmi Singh joining us on the broadcast. Maushmi, Congress really upping the ante against Prime Minister Narendra Modi after what Rahul Gandhi posted. Now it is Mallikarjun Kharge also joining the bandwagon.
Clearly, the Congress is relentlessly attacking the Prime Minister, and specifically if you see that the Prime Minister had made certain statements about, having some measures in place where foreign travels could be avoided and work from home practice could be brought in place. And thereafter, this trip of 5 nations has seemingly irked the Congress, where Rahul Gandhi has started this entire tirade, and now Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, also slamming the Prime Minister there over his double speak and the hypocrisy of the Modi government. Clearly, this is a political slugfest that has erupted over the entire matter, and even as when the Prime Minister comes back home, he will have to handle a lot of political barbs and attacks by the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, going on to question the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. We will have to wait and see how the BJP actually reacts to that.
In fact, the BJP already having responded to it, Moshmi, as BJP National President Nitin Nabeen, who's called Rahul Gandhi's mentality shallow. And remember, that is the first of many reactions that may just come in from the BJP. Moshmi.
Yes, of course, they have been quick to respond and on the other hand called out the farce of the Congress party. Clearly this has now become a huge political issue where the Congress is saying that they've put austerity measures in place. The people of this country are suffering and the Prime Minister is touring abroad. On the other hand, this tour of the Prime Minister, there are talks about bilaterals and significant gains that India would be getting with the entire signing of the EU deal and a free trade deal. And even in Italy, the Prime Minister spoke about how Made in Italy and Make in India could go hand in glove and in fact boost the economy of both the countries. So it's a forward-looking trip that the Prime Minister has taken, and perhaps the government is saying that that was the need of the hour. It is a very good bilateral that India had with all the 5 countries. On the other hand, the Congress is saying that when you ask for austerity measures in place, perhaps you could portray that by practicing some yourself. And not only Prime Minister Modi, they've gone on to say the ministers and leaders are going on bikes, and there is an entire cavalcade that's following them. They're going in trains, and the carcade is joining them at the other destination. So this is an entire drama that the BJP government is now drumming up, and in fact hoodwinking the people, whereas drawing a parallel with the MMS government, they've said that during the times of Manmohan Singh government, whether it was the crash of 2008 in US, the Indian economy, the impact was not felt that much, but BJP has been trying to find world issues and world crisis to in fact justify the poor show of the Indian economy on the home turf, and that is in fact pointing out a failure of Prime Minister Modi's leadership. So this is more of a political war that has in fact broken out at this point of time. We've seen Rahul Gandhi, call Prime Minister Gaddar and call the Home Minister Gaddar in Raebareli right now and just recently. And then after that, his post on Prime Minister Modi really amplifies the entire aggressive attack of Rahul Gandhi on the Prime Minister.
Oh yes, absolutely, Moshmi. And Mallikarjun Kharge also posting that image on the right of our screens as he continues to target Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But the Melodi clip in question that has evoked all these reactions, the Melodi fans who have been lauding the video, but the opposition making this the biggest flashpoint. Let's take a look at it.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Melodi.
We keep a close eye on the story as back-to-back responses have been coming in. We'll slip into a short commercial break right now. Be back on the other side, getting you the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं गिरिबाला सिंह जी, बात करने के लिए जो आरोप तुषा के परिवार की तरफ से लगाए गए थे। काफी कुछ बातें इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कल कही, लेकिन परिवार अभी तक अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करवाने के लिए शव ले रहा है। इस पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि अब तो एक हफ्ते से ऊपर हो गया?
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है।
आपने मैम कल भावुक होते हुए ये भी कहा था कि हर परिवार चाहता है कि उनके घर में एक छोटा बच्चा है, और कल जब प्रेगनेंसी को लेकर के आपने बात की, उस वक्त आपने भावुक होते ये भी कहा कि बच्चा वो चाहती नहीं थी और इसलिए उसने एमटीपी ट्रीटमेंट लिया।
उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प की जरूरत होती है। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारिजुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने ही।
और सिजोफ्रेनिया का कब पता चला मैम?
एंजाइटी का लिखा है उसके पर्चे में, और जो दवाई दी अगर आप उसको वो चेक करेंगे तो दैट इज गिवन फॉर ऑल दीज पेशेंट्स, मैनिक डिप्रेशन एंड शिजोफ्रेनिया। ठीक है, मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं उस दिशा में, तो इसलिए वही बता पाएंगे। यस,
आप लोगों ने 8 लाख रुपए करीब जो है ट्रांसफर किए, जिसकी बैंक डिटेल्स भी आपने कोर्ट में सबमिट कराई हैं। क्या आपके एडवोकेट की तरफ से ये डिमांड आ रही है कि बैंक डिटेल्स निकलनी चाहिए तुषा की?
बिल्कुल निकलनी चाहिए। वी नीड टू नो वो पैसा कहाँ खर्च हुआ है।
आप लोगों के ऊपर 2 लाख के आरोप लगाए उन्होंने,
और 2 लाख रुपए तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे? देयर इज नो यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन जो वो दे रहे हैं, हम क्यों मांगेंगे? 2 लाख इज माई सैलरी, तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे इस तरह से पैसा, जब हम ऐसे परिवार से जो हम अपना राइट्स भी रेलिंक्विशमेंट करके बैठे हैं ससुराल पक्ष से भी, तो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन एट ऑल।
जो एलिगेशन उनकी मां कल लगा रही है कि मेरी बात हो रही थी तुषा से, अचानक से फोन कट गया, देन सडनली हाफ एन आवर के बाद पता चलता है कि वो नहीं रही, ये इन एलिगेशन।
मदर ने जैसे ही फोन किया, हम लोग तो सब ऊपर नीचे जा रहे थे, दौड़ रहे थे, कहाँ गई, तो अब देखा बिटिया को, तो देन वी ट्राई टू सेव हर। तो इसलिए इस तरह से उनका हरकत, इट्स रियली बैड, इट्स कॉज्ड लॉट ऑफ पेन।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching India Today and I'm Anisha Mathur, and we're starting this bulletin with the breaking news coming in. The Modi-Meloni bilateral. All eyes on the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian head of state Giorgia Meloni in Rome. After viral Melodi moment, next crucial bilateral and key pacts are to be signed. That is what we're looking forward to, as India's Prime Minister is on the final leg of his 5-nation tour, ending in Italy, where a crucial bilateral meeting is to happen very shortly and key pacts are scheduled to be signed. This is going to be a very, very important meeting as far as the India-Italy ties are concerned. After the viral moments between Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni, we are also looking at the outcome of this very, very crucial meeting. Remember, Italy and India are seeking to reinforce diplomatic and trade ties during this visit. There is an expectation that there will be a special strategic partnership, that there will be a there will be some sort of a diplomatic and trade tie that will come out from this visit. This is his first bilateral visit to Italy. And after the attendance in the G7 summit in 2024, the Prime Minister is also set to meet with other business leaders there. What we are expecting from this visit is the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. A decision on the focus on the IMEC. That is something that the Prime Minister also wrote on his social media page shortly after landing in Rome, that all of these are issues that are on the table during this very, very crucial meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now remember, viewers, this is a very crucial visit that the Indian Prime Minister is on. This is, as I said, the last leg of his 5-nation tour. He's visited Scandinavian countries, he's visited the UAE, and now he is in Italy. There is an expectation of a joint declaration between Italy and India to increase bilateral trade. There is also an expectation of strategic partnership, including scientific research, trade, artificial intelligence, and other areas of cooperation between the two countries. Pooja Shali is joining me from the newsroom on this story. Pooja, after the viral Melodi moment between the two, which is talking about the soft power relationship between the two countries, now we're getting down to the brass tacks, really, the bilateral meeting and the expectations about the strategic partnership. What more can you tell us?
Well, that's right. So back home, it has already become a political face-off between the Congress party and the BJP, with the leader of opposition alleging that at a time of economic crisis, the Melodi moments are happening, candies are being gifted to the Prime Minister of Italy. However, on the ground, remember, it's not just about sharing toffees or the meme moments. It's also about serious plans and interactions that are taking place. One, just a short while ago, Prime Minister Modi has held bilateral talks with Italian President Sergio Mattarella. These meetings that have taken place is the end of the 5-nation diplomatic tour, and India-Italy relations coming to the surface with the sort of camaraderie and friendship that we've seen between both ministers. But what are we looking at? Joint Strategic Action Plan 25-29, 4-year plan, focusing on trade, defense, clean energy, technology, innovation, and strategic partnership. So yes, there are these Melodi moments that have happened, like we have seen since 2023 between Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister. But there is serious work on agenda also. The IMEC corridor has been an agenda clearly for India, Middle East, the European Economic Corridor. There have been investment discussions that have happened. So there is definitely a lot of talk on, importantly, defense, maritime, security cooperation. These are meetings also that have happened. Both leaders have mentioned it, in fact, on record, that the bilateral cooperation would focus on safeguarding critical maritime routes, enhancing resilience against threats, including terror, cybercrime, human trafficking, international criminal networks, and drug trafficking. So there is, of course, these meetings that are happening with the president, with other senior dignitaries. And it's also important to remember that the kind of meme moments that we have seen signify, apart from the internet trend, that these two leaders, and considered mainly of their conservative approach when it comes to politics, some would say right approach or far right approach to politics in their governance, they have come together to show that an Asian nation, a European nation, are together working ahead and bringing agendas that will help both nations, even the continents. So these sort of moments are reflective of the kind of work also being done behind the curtain.
All right. Pooja Shali, stay on with me. We're getting some more breaking news that's coming in on this story. And while the Melodi meme has gone viral, in India, Rahul Gandhi has attacked the Melodi moment in Rome. Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, says youth are suffering from depression, petrol prices keep rising, and Prime Minister is having Melodi with the Italian Prime Minister. The leader of opposition clearly here raising the issue of the economic suffering in the country and the problems of petrol price rise, even as the viral video has
has gone everywhere, with the Prime Minister of India gifting toffees to the Prime Minister of Italy. Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in India, clearly saying that this is something that is to be criticized. Let's listen into what Rahul Gandhi has to say.
पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, गैस नहीं है, महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है और हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री मेलोनी जी के साथ मेलोडी टॉफी खा रहे हैं। बीजेपी वाले मेरा मजाक उड़ाते हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो करना था पिछले 3 महीने में, जो आपकी प्रोटेक्शन करनी थी, जो दीवार, आर्थिक दीवार खड़ी करनी थी आपके लिए, वो उन्होंने नहीं की। उल्टा वो जाकर मेलोनी जी के साथ टॉफी खा रहे हैं और वीडियो बना रहे हैं जैसे मजाक चल रहा है।
And Mosmi Singh is joining me on this story live. Mosmi, the leader of opposition in India, clearly pointing out, clearly criticizing the Prime Minister's visit and the meme that has come out of it. What more can you tell us?
So it's now a huge political war of words has rolled out on this entire Melodi moment between the Prime Minister, between Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister Meloni. And clearly, even as the internet, this moment has turned viral with more than 2.2 million views. The Congress party has slammed the Prime Minister, saying that the country is being put through such a crisis, and this is sheer hypocrisy of Prime Minister Modi. If you see that that video has come out, Rahul Gandhi there in his speech saying that Prime Minister Modi not only is exchanging, giving pleasantries, but also making videos and reels out of what he's doing, which is a mockery of the state of affairs in the country. And the BJP bandwagon is joining the Prime Minister in cheering this entire spectacle. So not only Rahul Gandhi, Kharge and all the Congress leaders have launched a frontal attack at the Prime Minister. Rahul Gandhi first taking to the social media and then going on to say the same bit in a statement, saying that at a time when the seriousness is expected from the Prime Minister is exchanging candies in Italy, and which is a shocking state of affairs.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mosmi Singh. We're getting some more breaking news on this very story. Let's move on. And while the leader of opposition has slammed the Prime Minister, the BJP chief has now attacked Rahul Gandhi over the Melodi comment. Nitin Nabeen has condemned Rahul Gandhi's attack on Prime Minister Modi. The BJP chief has said Rahul Gandhi's shallow mentality is being exposed. The BJP chief has attacked Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition, who had criticized the Prime Minister of India over the viral Melodi moment. While the leader of opposition had said that in a situation where the economy is under attack, the youth is waiting for employment, the Prime Minister is going and sharing candy with the Italian Prime Minister. Let's listen into the BJP chief's response to Rahul Gandhi's comment.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं ना कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं ना कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं।
And Aishwarya Paliwal now joins me on the phone line on this story. Aishwarya, war of words in India, whether it is the leader of opposition attacking the PM or the BJP chief hitting back at the leader of opposition. The real question is, the Prime Minister is in Italy for a diplomatic visit, but what has gone viral is not the diplomatic issues, but the viral meme moments. What more can you tell us about this entire war of words that's going on?
Well, Nisha, one thing is very, very clear. What we are seeing is diplomacy taking place. It's not just Prime Minister Modi who's been posting the pictures and speaking about the bilateral relationships between India and Italy, but the Italian Prime Minister also has been speaking about this. And this is a fun moment that has now been captured, but we are seeing Rahul Gandhi making these kind of derogatory remarks. Let me tell you, we have just heard what the BJP president had to speak about these things. On top of it, we will also see the other leaders also speaking about it. Prime Minister Modi will be back, and once he's back, he will have a detailed meeting with all the ministers, and then we will see the government coming out with a slew of orders. So that is how the government will keep the economy in check. But these kind of comments will now get a rebuttal from already we have seen how the BJP president has given a strong rebuttal to what Rahul Gandhi has said about the viral meme moment.
Aishwarya, now we are seeing the BJP chief saying that this is durbhagyapurn, this is condemnable, that this kind of comment has come from the leader of opposition. But Rahul Gandhi is also raising a important point that when there is an economic crisis, when there is a visit which is supposed to be a very crucial diplomatic visit for bilateral relationships, why is it that this kind of meme moment is the one that is going viral? Why is it that this kind of candy sharing is what is going viral on social media and even in the news?
Well, Anisha, we have seen whenever pictures have been clicked of Prime Minister Modi, and we have seen how the Italian Prime Minister, whenever they have posted pictures, it does become a meme fest. And we have seen that it is not the first time something like this is happening. We have seen how, not now, but at least over the past 2 years, things like these have actually captured the frenzy of the social media, and that's why you are seeing the kind of likes that are taking place, likes within seconds, within minutes, likes in millions. So there obviously is a dedicated fan following whenever pictures have been put out, and this is something that both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Italian Prime Minister, both of them know. They are leveraging, they are making sure that they put out those pictures, but behind this is the diplomacy that is now taking place, because we are seeing what's happening across the world. India is also trying to make sure that India shields its economy. So keeping all those things in mind, we are seeing this kind of rebuttal coming in now, but the kind of words obviously that are now being used by Rahul Gandhi is something that the BJP will not take lightly, and we will see other leaders, the top leadership of the BJP, also giving a strong rebuttal to the Congress leadership with regards to these words being used.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Aishwarya Paliwal. While this war of words has begun in India with regard to the viral meme moment, we're getting some more breaking news regarding the Prime Minister's visit to Italy. India and Italy are on standby right now, waiting for the Modi-Meloni bilateral. All eyes on these talks in Rome. After the viral Melodi moment, the crucial bilateral and key pacts are set to be signed. That is the information that we're bringing you at this moment. All eyes right now on Rome as the very, very crucial talks are about to begin at any moment now. You can see on your screens right now, viewers, the Prime Minister of India being welcomed by the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, on his arrival in Rome. The visuals of the two heads of state meeting in Italy, the visit of the Prime Minister. All right, you can see there on your screens, viewers, the Prime Minister of India getting the Guard of Honor welcome as he is being welcomed to Rome by the Italian Prime Minister. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to...
Onori al Primo Ministro della Repubblica dell'India! Stendardo del reggimento lancieri di Montebello. Fanfara a cavallo, reparto d'onore, pronti per la rassegna.
Viewers, there on your screens is the Guard of Honor welcome that Prime Minister Narendra Modi got, the joint Guard of Honor for the Prime Minister at Italy. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had landed in Italy yesterday evening and he had met with the Italian Prime Minister. He had also visited the Colosseum yesterday evening, and today is the very, very crucial bilateral meeting between the two Prime Ministers. The PM has also met the Italian President during this tour. Remember, this is the last leg of his five-nation tour, which is expected to be a very, very crucial step for India-Italy relationship. He was also welcomed by the Indian diaspora. He also interacted with the Indian community members and enjoyed a cultural performance last evening. Today, of course, is the more serious visit today. This is when the bilateral talks are expected to happen. The Prime Minister is expected to meet with the Italian President, Sergio Mattarella. He's also expected to visit the headquarters of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. He's also expected to participate in that very crucial bilateral meeting. Pranay Upadhyay is joining me on this story. Pranay, a very, very important day for the bilateral talks that are expected to begin at any point of time now. What more can you tell us about the expectations from this visit?
There are great expectations as far as the tour of Prime Minister to Europe and especially to Italy as well, because Italy is the fourth largest trading destination for India as far as Indian exports in Europe are concerned. Besides that, you can see visuals how Prime Minister is being received in Italy, how Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has given him a tour of the Colosseum, how these two leaders are bonding. And this is not about the pictures only. This is about the substantive aspect of this relationship. Because in last 2 years, exports to Europe, especially to Italy, have grown up by 19%, almost 20%. And in fact, the remittance money, the foreign exchange coming from Italy in the form of remittance has grown up almost 32% in last 2 years. So this clearly shows that Italy is opening up to Indian manpower. People are, more number of Indian professionals are traveling to Italy. Almost 6,000 Indian students are there in various universities of Italy, and from defense collaboration to agriculture, to space, to science and technology, to cyber security, artificial intelligence. These are the emerging areas in which both Italy and India are trying to collaborate. Automobile and textile are also important areas where both Italy and India want to collaborate and take their strategic partnership further. And both India and Italy are exploring the possibility of joint research, co-development and co-manufacturing of the defense equipment. This clearly shows that there is a degree of confidence in each other, and in fact, both countries have said they have signed in 2024 a joint strategic action plan for till 2029, and in fact, both countries have set an ambitious target of taking their bilateral trade to 20 billion euro. So this is a very ambitious target, but both countries are hopeful with the growing numbers of the bilateral trade, the number of the Italian companies exploring Indian markets, and the way Indian companies are also investing in Italy. This bilateral trade figure is quite achievable.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Pranay Upadhyay. We are, of course, staying on this very story because, as Pranay was just saying, this is going to be very, very crucial. Pranay, can you tell us a little more about? I beg your pardon. We seem to have lost the connection with Pranay Upadhyay right there. We will be. But this, viewers, is a very important day as far as India-Italy ties are concerned. As my colleague Pranay Upadhyay was just talking about, India and Italy are establishing larger ties when it comes to trade, when it comes to economy. And this meeting is going to be very, very crucial for the development of this strategic partnership that was established initially in 2023. But it's time now for us to go across to Sakshi Batra of Business Today, who joins us with all the updates of the market. Sakshi, over to you.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market closing action on Dalal Street. Let's quickly look at how the markets are trading in the last 15 minutes of trade, 23,660. That's where we are at, 41 points higher. But remember how we started off this day. It was in losses. We have recovered smartly towards the end of the session today. And now a large part of the market is into the green. Starting with oil and gas, that's the index that's up by 1.7% today, followed by infrastructure, auto stocks that are driving higher. Real estate names are doing well. Even the broader markets, the mid and the small caps have now come into the green. Even the financial services and the PSU banks that were reeling under a lot of pressure in the morning session have all come up. But it's the pharma and the IT stocks, after some gains, that are seeing some profit taking on the show as well. We are looking at some of the key stocks that are hovering higher on the Nifty. We have Hindalco up by 3.6%. Reliance Industries is now bucking up. You can see 2.8% rally coming in. That's, of course, responsible for a large part of the gains on the Nifty because of its heavy weightage. Bajaj Auto, Bajaj Finserv, Grasim Industries, M&M, these are all the stocks that are hovering higher. But where is the pain? You can see BEL from the defense space, that's the top laggard today, 2.2% lower. Tech Mahindra, Eternal, the parent company of Zomato, that's also down by 1.5%. Dr. Reddy's and Tata Steel are some of the stocks that are dragging. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have Avinash Gorakshakar, the founder of Avinash Mentor Research, joining in on the program to share with us a fresh take on the markets. Avinash, good afternoon. Good to have you with us. What do you make of this recovery that we've seen in the markets today in the midweek trade? And do you expect this momentum to sustain? Because in the last couple of days, we've only found a lot of volatility in the markets. One day they're up, the other day they are down. So what exactly is happening in the markets? How do we maneuver through this volatility?
Yeah, good afternoon, Sakshi. I think markets have been, positive today largely because the rupee has hardened slightly. So, that's good news. And I think clearly, the Prime Minister's visit to these 5 nations, I think today is the concluding visit to Italy. I think markets are expecting some good news. I think definitely this was a strategic visit. And I think markets are hoping that some announcements from the government could come in that could possibly give a much big sentiment booster to the overall markets. And I think broadly, I think maybe another week or 10 days, I think we do expect that some solution for the geopolitical war between US and Iran could be complete. There have been some reports mentioning that Iran is very clearly looking at a kind of a complete end to the war. But how soon it happens and on what terms and conditions it happens, it's a kind of a wait and watch mode. But broadly, corporate results have been much better than street expectations. And I think that also has been a aiding factor. So we'll have to wait and watch. But I think quite obviously today has been a good day. So I think this momentum should continue because markets have been beaten down very badly from their highs. So we'll like to, wait for a couple of days before we see some clarity. But this definitely is a good sign that the markets are in a good mood today.
Markets are definitely in a good mood, and since you did talk about Prime Minister's tour from global diplomacy to global virality, we've actually seen today Prime Minister Modi and Meloni, the Melodi moment that we've seen, that's officially breaking the internet. But beyond the laughs and the likes that we've been seeing on social media, could this viral moment actually translate into serious business for the makers of Melodi toffee? We actually spoke with Mayank Shah, the Vice President at Parle Products, to decode what this unexpected spotlight means for the iconic candy brand. Let's listen into what he had to say. Did you already have an information that he's going to be taking this gift to Italy?
No, we had no information. I think we are completely taken by surprise, pleasantly surprised. And can't thank enough, our Honorable Prime Minister for giving this brand a global stage. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister is known for, giving global stage to Swadeshi or Indian brands. And I think, he's done that today by presenting Melodi to the Prime Minister of Italy. So, honestly, as I say, pleasantly surprised and can't thank him enough for this.
Absolutely. There couldn't have been probably a bigger ambassador for you and for Melody Chocolates than the Prime Minister himself on a global stage. But give me an understanding right after this. What is the expectation on sales of Melody Chocolates? Do you expect a big boom there? Are you already looking at these packets off the shelf on quick commerce products? What's the initial reaction?
Yeah, so there has been, I think a lot of traction that's seen on QCom or quick commerce platforms since morning, since, the news has been doing rounds across the net for Melodi. And we expect, the growth to accelerate. It's a brand that's growing very well, and we would further, see acceleration of the growth. Not just that, it's the largest toffee brand of India. So, probably the kind of growth that you would be seeing would be huge. Not just in India, having, given a global stage, we would see growths happening across the globe. It's currently available in 200 plus countries. We export it. But given this opportunity...
And what about Italy? Do you export there already?
Yeah, we do. So I think, great opportunity to see a lot more traction there as well.
All right. Let's now go across to my colleague Karishma Sudani, who's been standing by to give us more understanding on how the GST Council may soon be simplifying tax rules for app-based cab operators as well, with sources now indicating a review of how ride-hailing platforms are taxed under GST. The move aims to reduce compliance burden and end the disputes over whether tax should apply on full fare or only the platform commissions. Karishma, give us an understanding of how are we looking at the entire ecosystem when it comes to ride-hailing apps. How are they taxed, and what are you picking up from your sources then?
So actually the council will likely firstly convene either in the month of July and August, and we are picking up that the council is currently deliberating via the secretariat and its fitment committee in order to understand and clarify the ambiguity that currently exists with the rider-based apps and the way GST is applicable. If you see Section 9 of the Act talks about how it's the rider apps like that of Uber, Ola or Rapido which shall pay 5% to Government of India as GST. But there is a big confusion if the 5% should be on the full complete ride, or should it just be on the platform fee that the particular ride-hailing app is actually charging the passenger. The council is expected to clarify this. Will be very helpful from a consumer point of view to the apps, especially because they've been sitting in this ambiguity for quite some time. If the council decides that a part of it needs to be absorbed by the consumers, then that could actually be, the rides could get slightly expensive for a normal person who depends their daily commute on these cabs.
Okay, so more expensive cabs. Well, Avinash, I'm going to be coming across to you. Across the board, we are actually looking at prices surge from FMCG now to the expectation on taxation on apps there, with the West Asia crisis pulling up the crude oil prices, depreciating the rupee. What is the kind of scenario you're expecting in the economy?
No, I think in the near term, Sakshi, things are going to get bad. I think clearly oil prices have moved up. Petrol prices have been raised very swiftly. But I think there's a lot more to do with petrol and diesel prices. So, even as of now, oil marketing companies are incurring heavy losses. And when inflation starts moving up, it's going to hurt every element of the economy. So I think the first quarter is going to be a very challenging quarter for corporates. I think across consumer sectors, specifically for B2C kind of companies. But overall, I think the markets are factoring this already. I think once the result season starts for April to June, you could see a little bit of knee-jerk reactions to the corporate results. But overall, I think we need to have lower crude oil prices. The rupee has to come to realistic levels. It has to harden. And most importantly, markets are awaiting that when FIs would actually start putting in liquidity in the Indian market with US yields of around 4.6 to 4.65%. This definitely doesn't seem to be happening in a very near short term. But clearly, I think markets will be volatile for the next 3 months. I think it's clearly a kind of a done thing that at higher levels, the market is going to find a very stiff resistance. Today, rally has happened. I think a modest gain has happened, but whether it will be sustained entirely depends on the macro factors and how the oil crisis is going to get culminated.
Absolutely. And even as the global tensions and the Strait of Hormuz crisis have sparked fears across the markets, some entrepreneurs are actually seeing an opportunity amid uncertainty. BNW Development's Dr. Ankur Agarwal has told Siddharth Zarabi, group editor of Business Today, why business in the Gulf remains resilient and why panic is overdone and how smart investors can turn this crisis into opportunity. Let's listen in to what Ankur Agarwal had to say.
One of the lessons, Ankur, that people are realizing, and like you were saying earlier, that, perhaps very few people knew the name of the Strait of Hormuz. No one paid attention to this. But with this, is there any broader realization or lesson that entrepreneurs and businessmen like you have drawn with regard to resilience and reducing dependencies? Are there any lessons that you can share with us?
See, 100% you are right. And it's always what our Honorable Prime Minister have taught us, that Aapda mein avsar, you need to find it exactly. So this is exactly what is happening here as well. There is a restriction in the supply chain, and we are facing a little bit of difficulty in getting this in the building material and other things. But eventually it will also pass. But people have started finding the new opportunities and the new routes and the new ways to cater with the situation, because the beauty of life is that it has to be running, it has to be live always. It cannot be stopped just because of one reason, because now we have a problem with Strait of Hormuz. We will find new ways to cater with the situation. So yes, we are getting supplies from alternate channels, and one day the Strait of Hormuz problem will also be solved. So definitely it's an opportunity to look for the new ideas and the new ways to manage the situation.
So before I move into another subject, just one quick follow-up final point on this. Therefore, to those who might feel, there is permanent damage or permanent change, no. Is that so?
No. It's totally not like what people are seeing. As I mentioned you, that it is a very temporary situation. We are working. In fact, just to mention you here is that we have done 5 events during the war time as well, and we were welcoming people. People were coming. They were living their normal life. I was here starting from 28th of Feb. Not only me, my entire family was here, and they haven't feel, because we were having all the options to go back to India, to go back to any other place, but we chose to be here because we believe in the ecosystem, believe in the leadership of this country. So I must tell you that what you see from outside perspective, it's not like, and the situation is very temporary, and definitely you will be getting benefit out of it if you will come this time and start your work. You can create your opportunity in this time. So this is a time. This happened to me in the COVID times. I started my business in the COVID times when nobody was coming here, right? I started my business, and eventually I got benefited. So this can be your story as well.
All right, viewers, the markets have shut shop at 23,659 on your screens, 1/10% higher in the session. You're actually looking at a lot of sectors that have moved up, along with the oil and gas, infrastructure, or even the auto space, real estate. Those are the pockets that have pulled up, but the defensives have slipped today. IT, Pharma, FMCG. These are the three pockets that have slipped in the session today. But on the Nifty, let's pull up the top gainers today. On the session, you have Hindalco, Reliance Industries, Bajaj Auto. These are the pockets where you have seen some traction in today's trading session. And with that, it's a wrap on the Business Today show, viewers. And in case you have any questions about your investments in stock markets, mutual funds or SIPs, you can send us the queries on the screen. The number is flashing. But don't forget to tune in tomorrow morning at 9:05 a.m. to catch all the stock market opening action with Abha Bakaya.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit! Visit! Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Welcome back. The Modi-Meloni bilateral talks have begun in Rome. Remember, after that viral Melodi moment, the crucial bilateral is now underway. And we are expecting key pacts to be signed. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Italy for a crucial bilateral talks with the Italian leadership. Remember, he had landed in Italy just yesterday and had visited the Colosseum with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. He also received the Guard of Honor this morning. And now the bilateral talks have begun. We are expecting some agreements to come out from this. The meetings are expected to be focused on trade, defense, maritime and port-related cooperation. We're also expecting that migration and mobility agreements that was signed earlier that was supposed to facilitate smoother movement between India and Italy will also be a topic of conversation. Trade, defense, mobility, maritime security and port are the key priority areas for discussion between the two sides. And that is officially the information that the Indian ambassador to Italy had given out in a press statement just before the Prime Minister had landed. This visit is also expected, viewers, to deliver substantial outcomes when it comes to maritime security, supply chains, trade partnerships and energy security, because these are the agreements that are expected to be announced. Additionally, we are also expecting dairy and agriculture to be topics of conversation. On your screens right now, viewers, is the visuals from the very crucial bilateral talks between the Prime Minister of India and the Prime Minister of Italy.
Very, very good toffee.
The Prime Minister of India is in Italy, and it is not just for a diplomatic and trade-related ties. The news is also going viral because of a viral meme moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni have been called Melodi as internet memes, and the Prime Minister of India took that literally. He took a Melodi candy pack for his counterpart as a present. Pranay Upadhyay is now joining me on this story. Pranay, the very, very important bilateral talks have now begun. What are we expecting from this meeting? Pranay.
Anisha, as the catchline or the tagline for the Melodi toffee says, Melodi khao khud jaan jao. So clearly, the world can see what is the reason behind this bonding between these two leaders, how the Indian and Italian economies are looking at the complementarity, how the two nations are working together for achieving the ambitious target of 20 billion euro bilateral trade and forging better ties in terms of the automobile to agriculture to artificial intelligence to critical minerals, and in fact this is based on the shared values of democracy. Both countries are strong democratic countries, and in fact both India and Italy are also looking at building their strategic partnership with the defense collaboration. Both countries are looking at the joint production, research and development in terms of the defense equipment as well. So this is a very strong partnership, and we have seen that in last 4 years, last 3 years rather, both leaders have met over 7 times at different areas. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is undertaking a first bilateral visit to Italy. So this is his first bilateral visit, though he had been to Rome earlier for the multilateral visit. And in fact, you can see both the leaders, how they have bonded together, and in fact they know that there is a fan base available for them, and that's why Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also extended a special gesture, because this name Melodi was coined by another Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, when she took a picture and she said that this high tea Melodi. So this is the term she has coined, and in fact they both know that there is a fan base available for their partnership, and in fact that partnership, this bonding, is also translating in terms of greater business numbers, in terms of the trade. If you see the bilateral trade between India and Italy, especially in terms of India's export to Italy, have grown in last 2 years by 19%, and also the Italian economy is opening up to Indian professionals. The remittance money, the foreign exchange we get by virtue of our professionals being in Italy, has grown by 32% in the last 2 years. So this clearly shows that this friendship is actually bringing good. And in fact, these smiling pictures of these, the sweets and these candies are actually translating in terms of tangible gain.
Well, Pranay, as you just said, it is very crucial. India and Italy moving towards almost 20 billion in trade with each other. This bilateral talk is also expected to result in substantial outcomes when it comes to maritime security, supply chains, energy security. Can you tell us a little more about what we are expecting, or about these, particularly energy security, which is currently the most important point of conversation across the world?
Not only in terms of the energy security, Anisha, but what we have seen that Italy is taking a shift. In fact, post COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen that now there is an India-worldly looking push in the Italian administration, and there is a greater acceptance for the Indian cooperation. Indian companies are participating in big numbers at different fairs, be it the textile sector, be it automobile sector. These are the two promising sectors where Italy has its expertise, and India is a growing market for the automobile products, for the apparels. And that's why both India and Italy see prospects. And in fact, there is an important area which is emerging, and that is the IMAC corridor. IMAC, which was launched when Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni was in India for the G20 summit. On the sidelines of the G20 summit, this India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor was launched. And now Italy also wants to be part of this IMAC corridor, which connects Indian ports to the European ports via the Middle Eastern countries, the West Asian countries of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and onwards. And recently, there is also a data cable which was laid from the Genoa, the southern Italy's port, till India. So this is also an important link of data connectivity between India and Italy. So these are the important nodes of, not only communication, but also important nodes of cooperation between India and Italy. And both the countries, are trying to reap the benefits of the India-EU FTA as well, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is undertaking his first visit to Europe after the signing up of the India-Europe Free Trade Agreement in January 2026. And thereafter, both India and Italy are trying to strengthen their relationship because from India's point of view, because our concern is not only the energy sources, but also how we can expand our exports. And Italy is an important destination for India's export. In fact, this is the fourth largest trading partner and export destination for Indian products in Europe. And that's why Prime Minister Modi is undertaking a bilateral visit. This is, in fact, the first bilateral visit of Prime Minister Modi to Italy, and how warmly he was welcomed. In fact, Italy is also trying to forge, better ties with India, which is a fast-growing economy. And in fact, in terms of the Italian products, how Italian products can find their way to India, and how they can reap the benefit of India's huge market potential.
All right, Pranay, as you just said, we are looking at how both the countries can cooperate when it comes to trade, when it comes to economy, when it comes to technology as well. Can you tell us a little more about what the bilateral agreements, because just before the Prime Minister landed, the ambassador of India to Italy had said that this visit is to provide an important opportunity to discuss issues related to welfare and mobility of both Indians as well.
Absolutely. In fact, the Migration and Mobility Agreement has become an important cornerstone of India's foreign policy these days, because we see that there is a requirement for quality manpower, and India is a manpower intensive. It's a manpower-rich country, and in fact, we are looking at exporting manpower, trained manpower, and in fact, Italy is an important country or important destination, and that's why I mentioned that the remittance money, which foreign exchange which we receive.
All right,
from
Pranay, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. It's time for us to take a very short break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sin. Like I said before, we better own the sin.
The India Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional. So register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call us on 95 600 65465.
While you have your personal assets going up, the country's foreign exchange goes down. Right now you need foreign exchange. This is not a crisis of your making.
bigger, bolder, and far more sequels. Jailer 2.
3, 2, 1, action!
According to recent reports, the highly anticipated action entertainer is expected to hit theatres on September 11th, strategically timed ahead of Ganesh Chaturthi to capitalize on a massive festive weekend across key cinema markets. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the sequel to 2023 blockbuster is reportedly being mounted on a much grander scale with a pan-India vision with a star-studded ensemble featuring Kamal Haasan, Shivaraj Kumar, Mohan Lal and Nandamuri Balakrishna. Adding to the frenzy is Rajnikant, reprising his iconic role as Tiger Muthuvel Pandian.
உங்கிட்ட பயந்த மாதிரி டாக்டர் கிட்ட பேஷண்ட் மாதிரி இப்படி ரோடு மாதிரி இனிமே எனக்கு 3 முகம் இல்ல.
Adding another layer of anticipation, reminding fans why his films have consistently dominated box office charts.
Watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to the 4 p.m. Bulletin on India Today. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni holding bilateral meeting in Rome. Both leaders taking a tour to the iconic Colosseum after sharing a car ride and dinner. Modi's gift for Meloni, Melodi toffees. Meloni thanks Prime Minister Modi for Melodi toffees, reflecting the trend viral on the internet. Says Modi brought us very, very good toffee. Political war but breaks out on this Melodi moment. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi says PM handing out candies amid economic storm. BJP chief Nitin Nabin counters with shallow mentality jibe. PM Modi may meet Donald Trump at the G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend G7 summit. Modi also invited. Modi-Trump may meet for the first time in 16 months. G7 summit in France from 15th to 17th June. Chief Minister Vijay opened for power sharing in Tamil Nadu, inviting VCK, Congress, IUML to join the cabinet. No invite for AIDMK to form the government in Tamil Nadu. TVK says rebel MLAs said they wanted to save AIDMK, said EPS mortgaged AIDMK to BJP. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Another big claim by Donald Trump says postponed strikes on Iran. Says Iran begging to make a deal, Vance asserting Iran can't have nukes. Tehran refuses to bow before threat, says ready for any military aggression. So it's the Melodi fever that's taken over the internet. You guessed it right. It's the meeting between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. So what happened in Rome? In Rome, the bilateral visit between India and Italy was basically the last leg of the five-nation tour where Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived after the first visit that started with UAE, concluding with Italy, to focus on some important agendas. A grand welcome with a military guard of honor was received. On agenda was defense cooperation, trade, investment, and the talks also focusing on semiconductors and artificial intelligence. Both leaders also expected to issue a joint statement and sign key memorandum of understanding. Prime Minister Modi literally then gifted his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni, a packet of Melodi toffees. Of course, no coincidence there. The reference in the viral Melodi trend expression used online for two leaders for about 3 years now. The two premiers were seen smiling and chuckling as Prime Minister Modi handed the packet of Parle's iconic Melodi candies to Meloni. Video has been shared already. I want to in fact tell you that 5 million views already on this video of Prime Minister Modi gifting the Melodi toffees to Meloni.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
All right, I have to correct myself. It's not 5 million. It's 73 million views on the video that Giorgia Meloni and Prime Minister Modi have shared over the Melodi toffees being received. Let's talk about that to our India Today global editor Pranay Upadhyay, with whom I'm having otherwise serious discussions over the West Asia conflict, but a rather light-hearted moment here. Pranay, what I want to gather from you is, how do you think this was thought about, possibly, and said, let's do this? And then, what do you think is the impact? Let's analyze it. Why do you think Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni both thought this could be an important moment?
For that, you have to go to Canada. Last year, when Giorgia Meloni and Prime Minister Modi met, in fact, every time you must have noticed, Pooja, that it's Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni who takes that selfie. And last time, when she took that selfie, she said, "Hello, Team Melodi." So she gave this term Melodi and gave it on camera, acknowledging it that there is a Team Melodi. And both leaders have acknowledged that there is a fan base available for them. So that, I think in India, when you talk to someone, to anyone, that what do you recall of Melodi? So Melodi is a toffee. It's a popular toffee, a candy in India. So I would say that it's a secret. And as the tagline, as the catchline for Melodi candy goes, Melodi khao khud jaan jao. So here the sweetness of this relationship is not restricted to only, let's talk serious about India-Italy relation as well. This is not mere optics. But if you see in last 3 years, the bilateral trade, especially in terms of India's exports, have grown up by 19% to Italy. Italy is the fourth largest trade destination or export destination for India. The remittance money, the foreign exchange, the dollars we receive by virtue of our professionals, those who are working in Italy, has grown by 32% in the last 2 years. So this is the significance.
And that's reflective of the partnership that the two leaders share.
This is the sweetness of this relationship, Pooja.
That's an important point that Pranay is making. Let's also understand, while both leaders are chuckling, laughing, and putting out this light-hearted moment, it is basically reflective of how the two nations are also going ahead together in partnership collaboration that benefits both India and Italy. Thank you so much, Pranay, for the latest. Let's take a look at that video. What exactly happened and how does it have over 70 million views?
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
So let me take you back 3 years. What exactly happened in 2023 that's become this viral sensation moment? It was in 2023 for the first time at the COP summit, COP28, when Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni had come. She then put up a selfie with Prime Minister Modi. one of the most loved leaders of the most loved leader of all leaders, she had said, a great friend, PM Modi. And suddenly people realizing that the two leaders share a certain bonhomie and friendship that's been unlike other leaders with whom we share more formal engagements and interactions. So that happened in 2023. The next 2 to 3 years, regularly there have been the meetings that took place. That is when social media caught on. Meloni and Modi became Melodi. There were memes, there were Hindi Bollywood songs, all of that were put on these videos and images of both of them. Some went a little too far as well, I must say. However, it definitely became a social media trend. What happened after that? 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. COP Summit, G20, G7 annual meetings, and then this Rome visit. That is when this final Melodi toffee moment came. And constantly, every year as these visits were happening, we could see how the viral trend would return. Now, what does this mean? Remember, while we're looking at all the light-hearted chatter and the banter, it's the Melodi toffee that acknowledged the trend that is exacting slightly difference in spelling. But that's when Prime Minister Modi thought possibly could be a good idea. And remember, this gift wouldn't be given to anybody else. There's definitely not a coincidence here, because otherwise the gifts that are given to other prime ministers on visits are aesthetic, traditional, whether silver or heritage, all of that are part of these gifts. But this clearly was to this specific prime minister. Why this is important? We all can laugh about it, enjoy that viral trend, but remember, the Melodi moment also means the bond between India and Italy. How both countries have come together to work and collaborate, amicable ties benefiting both nations, and both prime ministers ensuring that it happens here in our lifetime. All right, I want to go across to my colleague Pranay Upadhyay as well on this. Pranay, even at this point, when we are looking at all of these details, and I'll go across to my colleague in just a short while for the latest on what happens, but it's the significance of Prime Minister's visit that we have to look at in all perspective. Of course, there are these viral moments that we are looking at, but I want to also tell you, remember, it was a 5-nation tour. It started with the United Arab Emirates, then the Nordic country. There was Netherlands, Norway, and others. So we'll go one by one. And I want to help you understand on your screens details that are coming in. In Netherlands, cooperation was on defense, semiconductor, and security. Expansion of multifaceted partnership as well. India-Netherlands bilateral trade is worth $27.8 billion. Then he went to Sweden. Even in Sweden, artificial intelligence, startups, emerging technologies, India-Sweden trade reached about $7.75 billion. Prime Minister addressing top European business leaders forum. In Norway, where he went, this was also important. The Nordic country, where the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in over 40 years. Boost in cooperation through 3rd India-Nordic Summit. Focus on clean tech, blue economy, EFT partnership. Then came Italy as the final leg of the tour. Talks on advancing India-Italy strategic action plan. There's a joint strategic action plan from 2024 to 2029, touching about $16.77 billion of bilateral trade. Focus on defense, clean energy, and tech cooperation. So yes, we have these enjoyable viral moments, but remember that in the background, a lot of serious work is being done for both countries to come together, collaborate, have amicable ties. And in the times of war, it's in fact great to see that there are two prime ministers who are definitely close as friends, as top leaders, and are taking the country together and joining their supporters in this viral trend that youth clearly have enjoyed. But here's also important to understand that Giorgia Meloni, when we talk about her and her behavior with other leaders, she's very expressive and very clear in how she interacts with leaders. There was an eye stare at French leader Emmanuel Macron. There was an eye roll when she was interacting with Macron. She gave a cold stare to Donald Trump, the US president. So therefore, she's been very clear about how she interacts. And with Prime Minister Modi, that amicable approach is for all to see. So she's never been distant about what or how she feels with other leaders. So we'll constantly bring you these images. In just a short while, after the bilateral meetings conclude, Prime Minister Modi is going to then head back and return to India. This has already led to political face-off. And I'm going to tell you how there's been full-on politics now. Let's go across to the political face-off that has happened over this meme. The Congress party has raged against the viral Melodi toffee moment. what has happened is that Rahul Gandhi has said there's an economic crisis that we are facing. Women, laborers, youth are facing unemployment, depression, other issues as well. And what is happening is our Prime Minister is distributing toffees. Now, Mallikarjun Kharge also has jumped on it. BJP has responded very sharply against it. So let's now listen in to what did Rahul Gandhi say and how are the Congress and opposition leaders charging it.
के दाम बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, गैस नहीं है, महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है और हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री मेलोनी जी के साथ मेलोडी टॉफी खा रहे हैं। ये है हालत देश की।
बीजेपी वाले मेरा मजाक उड़ाते हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो करना था पिछले 3 महीने में, जो आपकी प्रोटेक्शन करनी थी, जो दीवार, आर्थिक दीवार खड़ी करनी थी आपके लिए, वो उन्होंने नहीं की। उल्टा वो जाकर मेलोनी जी के साथ टॉफी खा रहे हैं और वीडियो बना रहे हैं जैसे मजाक चल रहा है।
Rahul Gandhi has put out a post on X saying this is really not leadership. This is fast the entire Melodi issue that's erupted.
He's made a mockery of the position of the Prime Minister. What is this business of distributing melodies? What, Meloni and Modi is equal to Melody? What is it? What are you trying to do? It's a responsible institution. Prime Minister's office is not a joke. Please don't reduce it to be a joke.
Rahul Gandhi goes on to say that the farmers and the people of this country are going through such a crisis, and the BJP spectators and leaders are applauding this moment where Prime Minister is handing over candies in it.
Yeah, exactly. This is not just an insult to the people of India. It's an insult to the image of India. Also, during times of crisis, the Prime Minister should act with some sobriety.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं न कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं न कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं न कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं।
I have an update on the NET paper leak case as well. Delhi court has sent 5 accused in the NET leak gate to custody till the 2nd of June. Sending Mangilal Biwal, Vikas Biwal, the brothers who have taken the paper, bought the paper for their son or for children in their family. Also, Dinesh Biwal, Yash Yadav, Dhananjay Lokhande to the judicial custody. CBI seeking extension of the CBI custody of accused Shubham Khairnar for 7 days. My colleague, our legal correspondent Srishti Oja joins me for the latest on that. Srishti, go ahead. Tell me now about why do you think that the CBI is asking for extended custody, one in Shubham case, and judicial custody will impact the probe or the manner in which the case could proceed? How?
Well, Pooja, 5 accused in this case, including the Biwal brothers who were arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation, were earlier sent to CBI's custody after they were arrested and produced before Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. Now, today we saw CBI did not seek any further custody of these 5 accused, stating that they can be sent to judicial custody. The court agreed and has sent these 5 accused to judicial custody as of now. The fact that CBI didn't seek for their further custody right now would go on to show that they're not required immediately for any further questioning, at least as of now, because as we know, CBI is still probing the matter, searches are going on. In fact, even fresh arrests we've seen have been made even until 2 days back. So clearly these 5 accused as of now were not required for any further questioning in custody, which is probably why CBI sought their judicial custody. It also means that if CBI needs an extension of or their police custody eventually after some time to confront them with any new arrest or any new evidence, they could ask for it. As far as Shubham Khairnar is concerned, CBI has sought further extension of his CBI custody, which basically means that he's still required to be confronted with people. There's also a possibility that he may have to be taken to different locations as part of the CBI's ongoing probe. Shubham Khairnekar, as we know, the allegation against him is that he bought the guest paper, which basically was at the center of the paper leak scandal. That particular paper was bought by him for 10 lakhs for another suspect who's based in Pune, and then he further sold it for 15 lakhs. So very serious allegations against this particular accused, and the hearing as of now is still going on, so we'll have to wait and see if the court agrees to send him to further CBI custody or not. Back to you.
Latest on the NET case. The country has been shocked by Twisha Sharma's case. Barely 6 months into a marriage, found dead in mysterious circumstances. Mother-in-law has a lot to say. The family is claiming that it was dowry harassment. But here's what has happened, which many of you may not be aware about. The Bhopal police has asked the family of the girl to take custody of the mortal remains. The body is currently still in mortuary in AIIMS Bhopal, where we are told that there could be a possibility of decomposition if the body is not retrieved. Officials have said that the body is currently being preserved at -4 degrees Celsius. Second post-mortem could require -80 degrees. The facility is not available at AIIMS Bhopal. The development comes as the hearing on the demand for a second post-mortem is also on. Twisha's doctor has also broken silence. Now, not really revealing about the patient history, has added that that medicines were being taken, and has said that cannot really reveal patient confidentiality. However, said that counseling was done for her, that otherwise stress and mood swings are common these days, and if the police or the court asks for him, then he'll be able to reveal further details. We also want to look at how her friends have come forth to seek justice. Twisha's friends arranged a prayer meeting at a college in Pune and paid tribute to her. There have been, in fact, bike rides being done by former police personnel who've come forth to get together to show a solidarity protest as well. So there are these different kinds of meetings, protests, all of that is being done, while investigators are analyzing the CCTV footage like the one on your screen. Here we can see Samarth Singh, the husband, attempting CPR before carrying the body downstairs to a lower floor. Twisha's mother-in-law also appears in the video, and the footage shows her going up before that.
त्विशा बहुत मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग थी, और जैसे मैंने बोला कि वो लोगों को मोटिवेट करती थी, वो लोगों को उठाती थी, तो वो मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो सकती है अगर जिस हिसाब से जो भी घटनाएं घटी है। हम ये अब इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि शायद कुछ उसकी शादी के बाद हुआ हो जिस वजह से वो डिस्टर्ब हुई हो। अदरवाइज़ जो त्विशा को मैं जानती थी, जो वो 6 महीने पहले थी शादी के पहले जो लड़की थी, वो कोई मेंटली डिस्टर्ब होने वाली लड़की नहीं थी, ना वो ऐसी कोई लड़की थी जो ईजीली किसी भी छोटी मोटी चीज़ से डिप्रेस हो जाए।
आप लोगों को जानते हो जो आपकी करीब है, आप उनको जानते हो कि आप अपने लाइफ में क्या गलत कर सकते हो, क्या सही, राइट? इतना गलत त्विशा नहीं कर सकती। वो इतनी स्ट्रेंथ, इतनी मोटिवेटेड, पढ़ाई में अच्छी, बॉम्बे में उसने इतना कुछ अचीव किया है, तो हमें पर्सनली लगता है कि सुसाइड नहीं है, एंड हम यही होप करते हैं कि सुसाइड नहीं हो, क्योंकि फिर कहते हैं ना कि सिचुएशन हमारे में थी, वो इमोशन हो जाए।
त्विशा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें इवन फ्रॉम कॉलेज डेज से लेकर जो भी अचीव किया है अपने दम पे किया है, और काफी हद तक इवन दो वो डायनामिक थी, शी वाज आल्सो वेरी ग्राउंडेड। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि वो ऐसा कोई स्टेप ले सकती।
We are going to put out all sides to the story here, because as the investigation is proceeding, listen to what the mother of Twisha Sharma is saying and what the mother-in-law, a retired judge, Girbla Singh, is saying about this woman who was their daughter-in-law. But here's what the two women are now saying.
ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है। उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वॉज कंज्यूमिंग मारुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने।
जी 10-15 दिन से ज्यादा हो रहा था, वो मेंटली टॉर्चर करता था बेटी को, कुछ भी बोलता था, कुछ भी सुनाता था। फिर अभी 13 तारीख को बोली मम्मी आप आ जाओ प्लीज, मुझे ले जाओ। तो हमने टिकट करी थी 13 तारीख की, तो उनकी मदर इन लॉ ने गिरीवाला सिंह ने हमारी टिकट कैंसिल करा दी। मेरे पास भी सुबह फोन आया था कि आप अभी क्यों आ रहे हो, गर्मियों में सर्दियों में आना, थोड़ी बारिश वारिश हो जाए। तो मेरी बेटी थोड़ा इमोशनल थी, मम्मी बोली कोई बात नहीं आप थोड़े दिन बाद आ जाना, बोले जब तक इसका मूड सही हो जाएगा समर्थ सिंह का, क्योंकि वो इनको है ना सुनाने के, मेरे हस्बैंड को सुनाने के लिए बैठा हुआ था गंदा गंदा। फिर 13 तारीख को बेटी का फोन आया, नहीं मम्मी आप अपनी टिकट कैंसिल करो, मैं खुद आ रही हूँ 15 तारीख को। 15 तारीख का वो रिजर्वेशन था उसका अजमेर आने का, हम लोग बेटे के पास में थे अजमेर नसीराबाद। तो 12 तारीख को तो वो पता चला वो खत्म ही हो गई, वो बिल्कुल।
India Today also spoke to one of the sisters, cousins of Twisha Sharma, someone her age group. Here's what she's saying to India Today. She spoke to my colleague Suyesha Sawant.
Did you read into any sort of red flags or signs during the wedding that you may have attended, given how close you were to her?
I was not at the wedding because I live really far away, and that way I have a lot of commitments. I travel a lot. I couldn't attend her wedding. If I were there, I could have sensed it and I could have saved my sister from this guy. This guy is still absconding, and you can see how he dragged my sister on the staircase. I would like to highlight a particular part about that footage. My sister is holding a headphone and she's going upstairs because that's where the gym is. And she was fitness freak. So she's probably going there to just heal herself and, calm herself down. While listening to the music. She loved listening to the music. We love to dance and, listen to the music, but that's what I can figure out. Now, later, these 3 men, including her husband, went there. I would not call him husband. I would call him the culprit. He went upstairs and he is dragging the body and purposely giving her CPR right in front of the CCTV so that people can see, oh, such a loving, dear husband I am. I'm giving CPR to my wife. And the CPR looks bogus. It doesn't even look like a CPR. Then he further dragged my sister, and you can see a part of her body is not even covered. I cannot understand how a man who has been married to this girl would drag her without even caring what is she wearing. I mean, you can see her stomach is bloating now. You can play this footage and you can see how she has been dragged. Her body was uncovered. The part of her body was uncovered, and in between, he literally lifted the body like she's a sack of potato or something.
Damning claims have been made by Twisha's mother-in-law that she was on drugs, she sought psychiatric help, she never wanted this pregnancy. How do you respond to this?
As a female, I would say if I know somebody is breaking me psychologically and he's being abusive, I would not have a child of that person. That could be one of the reasons, because my sister was very passionate about having her own family and child. In 2021, she told me very clearly, she used to call me Nanu. Nanu, I also want to have a beautiful family. And unlike you, I will have a child right after my marriage, after 1 or 2 years. I would love to have a child. And this is unfathomable for me that my sister aborted. This is the only reason she aborted or she terminated her pregnancy, because this guy was already all the everything was out in the open, and that's when she decided that she doesn't want to inflict the trauma on that on somebody who's not even born yet.
With regards to the dowry claims, were you aware of it? Anybody in the family that Twisha reached out to, sent texts, any sort of evidence that could establish it? Were you hearing of it from, let's say, other cousins, friends, her parents?
Twisha was broken down to the level that she distanced herself purposely with a lot of other friends and cousins. And the narrative that we were getting from her side of the family is that everything is fine. Now, this could be the pressure from her own husband, that you have to tell that, we are doing absolutely fine. You don't have to tell that what is happening here. talking about the dowry allegation, there could be multiple reasons. Because first, my sister lost her job, and that's when this guy also got a little mad about the fact that now she doesn't have a job. This guy had seen her mother working all his life, so he couldn't understand how can a non-working woman be in the same house as the working women. That could be the one of the reasons where he started building pressure about the money. Probably he doesn't need it, but he just wanted to build a pressure on her. Or probably he needed it because he just wanted to break my sister down, and that's what he did successfully. It was very difficult to break her down. She has been through a lot in her life, and it is really not making sense. Nothing is adding up. He is absconding. He has not surrendered. He has been not making any other statements.
Let me now take you to Tamil Nadu. The cabinet expansion is set to take place, and it's going to be a very interesting one this time. Of course, on the top there will be the TVK that wants to ensure it will have maximum berths, but left parties, VCK, IUML supporting TVK in forming the government. There were speculations about, remember, Congress as well being part of the cabinet here. Sources now are telling India Today, Tamil Nadu cabinet expansion is likely on Thursday. 2 Congress MLAs expected to get ministerial berths. Congress has so far proposed the names of Rajesh and Vishwanathan in the cabinet. TVK has invited IUML and VCK to be a part of the cabinet. Also adding here, TVK says all secular forces should join hands and work together for social justice. Party says CM Vijay wants to work as a family with all the allies. Let's take a look at what is being said.
சமூக நீதிக்கான அரசாக இருக்கும், மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் உறுதியாக இருப்போம். பண்டிதருடைய மண்டபத்தின் முன்னாடி நாங்கள் உறுதியாகவும் சத்தியமாகவும் நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சி தலைவர் அண்ணன் திருமானன் அவர்களை நாங்கள் அழைக்கிறோம் அமைச்சரவையில் பங்கு பெற. மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுடைய விருப்பமும் அதுதான். ஐயுஎம்எல் நம்முடைய இஸ்லாமிய சகோதரர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நாங்கள் பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். அதை நாங்கள் தலைவர்களிடையும் வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறோம். அது மாதிரி இடதுசாரி சிந்தனைகள் கொண்ட சமூக நீதியின் அடிப்படையில் மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லோரும் தலைவர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் வர வேண்டும் என்பது மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சருடைய விருப்பம். அதோடைய கனவு. ஒரு அன்பான ஒரு எப்படி எல்லாம் ஒரு குடும்பமா இருக்குமோ அது மாதிரி அமைச்சரவை இருக்கணும்னு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் நினைக்கிறாரு.
இடதுசாரிகள் என்ன முடிவெடுத்தார்களோ அதே முடிவைத்தான் நாங்களும் எடுத்தோம். இப்போது தாவேகா தரப்பிலிருந்து வெளிப்படையான ஒரு அழைப்பு வந்திருக்கிற போது எங்கள் தோழர்கள் அந்த அழைப்பை ஏன் ஏற்கவில்லை என்ற கேள்வி பிறகு எழுப்பக்கூடும். ஆகவே முன்னணி பொறுப்பாளர்களோடு கலந்து பேசிய பிறகு அறிவிப்பு.
There's been a growing buzz that AIDMK's entry into the ruling setup, as the rumors had been, that the TVK maintaining the AIDMK shares only brotherly ties with the party, also asserting MLAs are free to extend support to their choice, and right now that the issue is being handled by CV Shanmugam and will decide the next course of action. CPM leader Shanmugam P had mounted pressure on the TVK government, cautioning Vijay against any move to induct the AIDMK into the cabinet.
எங்க கிட்ட இந்த ஃபேக்ஷன்ஸ் வந்து புரட்சி தலைவி அம்மா அவர்கள், புரட்சி தலைவி எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்களுடைய கனவை நாங்கள் நிறைவேற்றணும். அதிமுக கட்சியை வந்து காப்பாற்றப்படணும். ஐயா இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் கட்சியை டெல்லியில் அடமானம் வச்சுட்டாங்க. நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து 14-15 தேர்தலில் தோத்துட்டோம். இந்த கடுமையான தோல்விக்கு திரு இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் தான் காரணம்னு அவருடைய நிலைப்பாடு காரணம். டெல்லியோட சேர்ந்தது மிகப்பெரிய அதிருப்தியாக இருந்தாலும், பிஜேபியோட சேர்ந்த மிகப்பெரிய அதிருப்தியாக இருந்தாலும், திமுகவுடைய கடைசியில திரு இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் சேர்ந்தது வரலாற்று பிழைங்கிறதோட ஒரு தற்கொலைக்கு சமங்கிறது அதிமுக தொண்டர்கள் உணர்ந்திருக்காங்க. அதிமுக நாங்க கட்சி ஆரம்பிக்கும் போதே எங்களோட தலைவர் வந்து சொல்லியிருக்காரு, புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்களை எந்த அளவுக்கு விரும்புறாருன்னு. புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கக்கூடிய கட்சி, அங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய தொண்டர்கள் எப்பொழுதும் தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தினுடைய தொண்டர்களோட எப்பயுமே ஒரு அன்போடு இருப்போம். ஆதரவோ இல்ல இதுக்குள்ள வந்து பின்னாடி வந்து ஒரு அரசியல் காரணங்களோ கிடையாது. அதை வந்து ஒரு தோழமையுடன் தான் நாங்க பாக்குறோமே தவிர மித்த திமுகவுடைய அதிமுகவுடைய பிரச்சாரம் மாதிரி இதுல எதுவும் கிடையாது. அந்தந்த சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் யாருக்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய உரிமை. அதை வந்து CV சண்முகம் தலைமையிலான குழு வந்து அவரு வழி நடத்துறாரு. அவரு அடுத்த செயல் திட்டங்கள் என்னன்னு அவர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. சட்ட சிக்கல் இருந்து அவர் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. அந்த கட்சி நல்லா இருக்கணுங்கிறது எங்களுடைய ஒரே வேண்டும்.
வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருவது என்கிற முறையில் இடதுசாரி கட்சிகள் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் நாங்கள் அறிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆட்சி என்பது அமையப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவை அவர்கள் அமைச்சரவையில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அவர்களுடைய ஆதரவை தொடர்ந்து பெறுவது என்பதோ மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு எதிரானது. அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிற கிளீன் கவர்னன்ஸ் ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேகா என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேகா செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
ஏடிஎம்கே சேர்த்துக்கவே வேண்டாம். நான் தெளிவா சொல்றேன், இன்னைக்கும் சொல்றேன், ஏடிஎம்கே சேர்த்துக்கவே வேண்டாம். ஏடிஎம்கே இல்லாமல் 5 ஆண்டுகள் ஸ்மூதா கவர்மெண்ட் நடத்த முடியும். ஏடிஎம்கே சேர்த்துக்கிட்டா அது ஒரு மைனஸ் ஆகும். மக்கள் வாக்களித்தது அதிமுகவும் வேண்டாம் திமுகவும் வேண்டாம், அது ஒரு மாற்றமா தான் அரசாங்கத்தை அமைக்க சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அதனால அவர் கம்யூனிஸ்ட் கட்சி, ஐயுஎம்எல், விசிகே, காங்கிரஸை சேர்த்துக்கிட்டா மக்கள் ஏத்துக்கிறாங்க. அதிமுக ஒரு பிரிவை அரசாங்கத்தில் சேர்த்துக்கிட்டா என்னை பொறுத்தவரை அது மக்கள் முழுமையாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்ள மாட்டார்கள். அவருடைய இமேஜுக்கும் இந்த அரசாங்கத்துக்கு அது மைனஸா தான் நான் பார்க்கிறேன். நாங்க அரசாங்கத்தில் பங்கேற்க போகிறோம் சொல்லியிருக்கோம், அடுத்த தேர்தலில் கூட்டணி வைக்க போறோம் சொல்லியிருக்கிறோம்.
Meanwhile, DMK MLA Anita Radhakrishnan has accused Vijay of using religion as a card, also maintaining this government wouldn't really stand beyond even 6 months. There have been, for the past few days, this DMK MLA consistently has been targeting Chief Minister Vijay and his new government. Remember, just about 2 days ago, Radhakrishnan launched a personal attack on the Chief Minister, questioning the absence of his estranged wife and children during the oath ceremony, and that also triggered sharp reactions.
மதத்தை பார்த்தோமா, ஜாதியை பார்த்தோமா, இதை பார்த்தோம். ஆனா நீங்க என்னன்னா மதத்தை பார்த்துட்டீங்க. விளங்குமா என்னன்னு? எங்க தலைவரை குறைக்கலாமா? நீங்க உங்க மதத்தை பார்த்தாதான் அவரு தோசை பண்ணுமா ஓட்டு போட்டு அப்படிதானே? சரி, ஓட்டு போட்ட உங்களுக்கு நன்றி.
Vijay.
இன்னும் 4 மாதம் தான் இந்த ஆட்சி இருக்கும் என்பதை நான் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். திருச்சி தேர்தல் எங்களுடைய தளபதி போட்டியிட வேண்டும் என்ற தீர்மானத்தை இன்றைக்கு காலையில் நாங்கள் வச்சிருக்கோம். இன்னும் தொகுதி எப்படி தெரியுமா, அப்படியே சிங்கப்பூர் மாதிரி மாத்தி வச்சிருந்தாரு. ஆனா கேடு கட்ட அந்த தொகுதி மக்கள் நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியுமா? அந்த வகையிலே தளபதி தான் அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர். அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர் 4 மாசம் 6 மாசம் கழிச்சு விஜய் உட்கார்ந்து பாவம் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்க பார்க்கும்போது எங்களுக்கே இதா இருக்கு. கண்ணு மூடிட்டு ஏதோ வாயில போட்டிருக்காரு. பெண்களெல்லாம் பாதுகாக்க போறேன்னு சொல்ற, முதல்ல உன்னுடைய மனைவிக்கு நீ பதில் சொல்லு, உன்னுடைய மகனுக்கு பதில் சொல். நீ அமைச்சராக முதலமைச்சராக பதவியிட்டிய, உன்னுடைய மனைவி வந்தாளா இல்ல உன்னுடைய மகன் வந்தாளா?
The Tamil Nadu government has revoked the prevention order, the preventive detention order, I correct myself, against YouTuber and social commentator Savukku Shankar. This is as per the Tamil Nadu Gundas Act 1982. Decision comes after the advisory board reviewed the detention grounds, official records and Shankar's representation. The board unanimously stating there was no sufficient reason to continue his detention. Over the past few years, on and off, remember, this case has come up. And now Tamil Nadu government revoking the preventive detention order against the YouTuber and social commentator. Must I add, it's the new government. It's Vijay government. Earlier till now, when he was facing this detention, it was the Stalin government. So is it also a new decision the decision by a new government that's reflective of perhaps if there are any such cases against YouTubers, influencers or those who were slightly critical of the previous government could get relief now? My colleague Pramod Madhav joins me for the latest on this. Pramod, this is very interesting. Should we take it as how the new government is looking at all these detention orders, or if there have been any anti-Stalin government remarks and they could get some reprieve now?
Well, in the case of Savuku Shankar is completely seriously unique when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu, Pooja. The important aspect is that Savuku Shankar was the only person whom we know very clearly who was booked under Gundas twice and for multiple cases as well. And there was one at particular time when a certain group of people calling themselves as sanitation workers went to his home and actually they poured dirty, filthy items into his home for actually they claiming that he had insulted them and such. So he has already gone through so many kind of such issues as well. And now it looks like he's getting a relief. And just like you mentioned, as the government changes, it is no longer a DMK government. It is becoming a TVK government right now. The Chief Minister is Vijay. Such kind of changes also we are seeing on the ground, Pooja.
Right, Pramod, keep tracking that, but stay on with me because as more and more details are coming in, even in this case, for now, there has been a certain relief that has come in. The government has revoked the case when it comes to Savuku Shankar. Thank you, Pramod. Chief Minister V.D. Satheesan is now trending online as a Pookie Chief Minister. For those who may not know, Pookie is more of the younger generation's usage of words when it comes to someone sweet, soft, affectionate, admirable, all of these words that I can use for how we refer to a Pookie Chief Minister. Someone who's likable, someone you adore. Usually is about celebrities, but this time coming for V.D. Satheesan, the Kerala Chief Minister. How this has turned into reels and memes, take a look at this report.
Kerala's newest internet sensation isn't a movie star or a social media influencer. It is Chief Minister V.D. Satheesan, now lovingly dubbed the Pookie Chief Minister by social media. And in perhaps the biggest political vibe shift Kerala has seen in years. The state has gone from having the image of a stern, serious chief minister to now embracing a meme-worthy, reel-friendly Pookie chief minister. The viral moment came during a press conference announcing the new cabinet when Satheesan was asked.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in this joint statement.
Ben 26 anni fa. Oggi noi con questa visita non solamente colmiamo questo vuoto, ma insieme decidiamo di rilanciare. Questa visita sancisce l'apice di un percorso che in questi anni abbiamo costruito con costanza, con determinazione, per riannodare i fili del nostro rapporto fino a portarlo al livello più alto di sempre. È stato un percorso che ha bruciato le tappe. Nel 2023 io sono stata a Nuova Delhi e in quell'occasione abbiamo lanciato il nostro partenariato strategico. L'anno successivo, nel 2024, a margine del G20 in Brasile, ci siamo visti con il Primo Ministro e abbiamo siglato il nostro piano d'azione congiunto strategico 2025-2029. Oggi qui a Roma eleviamo il nostro rapporto a livello di partenariato strategico speciale, cioè il più alto mai raggiunto nelle relazioni tra le nostre due nazioni. E quindi possiamo dire, senza timore di smentita,
So that's Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni in a joint statement. We'll have the PM Modi statement in just a short while. But this is going to be very crucial. Remember, India and Italy have said, for example, while there are other issues as much, but technological innovation will be central to their future partnership. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, advanced manufacturing and digital infrastructure are part on the agenda. They are highlighting India's fast-growing innovation ecosystem, Italy's industrial expertise as complementary strengths capable of driving strategic cooperation in emerging technologies. The two countries also emphasizing the need for responsible and human-centered AI development, conceiving AI as a tool created by humans for humans, meaning firmly asserting that technology cannot replace individuals or undermine their fundamental rights. India's digital public infrastructure model increasingly finding resonance globally, especially in Global South. So remember, we are looking at this image, very unlike the Melodi moment, more formal. This is a photo opportunity. Before that image on your screen, as he was taken in and around Rome city, where they were at the Colosseum as well, he was shown the city. These are, of course, senior officials and dignitaries from the government in Italy.
But today, this is his first bilateral mission to Italy. The last visit of an Indian Prime Minister on a bilateral mission prior to this one dates back to the year 2000, 26 years ago. And today, with this visit, not only are we bridging this gap, but together we have decided to revitalize our relations. This visit is the apex of a path that we have built together with determination to strengthen the ties between ourselves. We have decided to revitalize our relations. This visit is the apex of a path that we have built together with determination to strengthen the ties between ourselves, all the way up to the highest level ever. It was a very swift journey. In 2023, I traveled to New Delhi, and on that occasion, we launched our strategic partnership. The next year, in 2024, during the G20 summit in Brazil, we met with the Prime Minister and we signed our strategic joint action plan 2025-2029. And today here in Rome, we are further strengthening our relation all the way up to the special strategic partnership, the highest ever reached in the relations between our two nations. So I think it's safe to say that now Italy and India are closer than they have ever been. Our relations are now capable of expressing their fullest potential. This is something which, of course, has been achieved thanks to our teams, our ministers and diplomats who have worked hard over the years. It's something which is very much brought about by our productive systems, interested in one another, as proven by the fact that over the past year we celebrated 3 Italy-India business forums, but it is also due to the over 7 meetings that I have had with Prime Minister Modi over the past 3.5 years, during which we have gotten to deeply know one another and our respective points of view. We have also created an honest friendship based on respect and mutual trust. I have personally learned to appreciate the vision, the pragmatism and the leadership of the Prime Minister, as shown by how popular he is amongst his citizens after many years in government. And I think that this friendship of ours, this relationship of ours has very much helped us to work so swiftly on strengthening our bilateral relations. As I was saying, today is a historic event because the relations between Italy and India are further strengthened. Now, what goals have we given ourselves? Well, we certainly want to foster our already strong trade up to 20 billion euros, all the way up to up from the current 14 billion by 2029. This is a very ambitious target, which can be achieved also by taking advantage of the potential stemming from the free trade agreement signed between the EU and India. This is a target that can be achieved also because our economic and productive ecosystems are highly complementary to one another. The size, the digital infrastructure, India's innovative dynamism combines perfectly with Italy's industrial strength, our manufacturing excellence, our ability to promote technological integration. This complementarity can lead to business, investments, quality employment, industrial cooperation. And from this point of view, we are determined to explore all of these opportunities fully. In this context, we are also engaged in promoting the Innovate India initiative, which will lead to the creation of an Italian center in New Delhi that can foster cooperation between our talents, our innovative ecosystems, our startups, enterprises, universities, and research institutes. And speaking of innovation, let me mention the joint efforts promoted by Italy and India to ensure sure that the development of artificial intelligence, which is the largest and most disruptive revolution of our era, can be responsible and focused on the human being. We believe that regulation, rules, and security need to go hand in hand so that artificial intelligence can unleash its positive potential by meeting the needs citizens have and by continuing to serve human beings. And there are a number of political initiatives that we have worked on. Let me mention that during Italy's presidency of the G7, we had a number of initiatives. India organized the AI summit with the same goal in mind and on the same wavelength.
Our aim is clearly to enhance the complementarity between our two countries in many other sectors, and we have broadly discussed them today as well as last night. Advanced manufacturing, infrastructures, energy, space economy, defense. This is a cooperation sector we are working hardly on and well. Critical minerals, agro-industry, maritime transportation, tourism and culture, which are something very important, an opportunity for two millennium-old civilizations. Important MOUs which are going to be signed today follow this path and aim at strengthening our cooperation in a wide spectrum of sectors. And today, the work of today will be made even richer after this statements to the press by the meeting among some of the main representatives of the business world, both from Italy and India. We want to have an exchange of views with them in order to understand how to better improve the synergies between the production sectors and the industrial world, and as far as we are concerned, in order to be able to attract more direct investments. And then, as we know very well, the strength of the relationship between two countries is not only measured by the depth of the political relationship or in terms of economic figures, but it is also indicated by the ability to bring our populations together, to be able to create opportunities for mutual knowledge. That's why we decided to launch the Italy-India Year of Culture and Tourism for 2027, which is a unique opportunity to have our century-old cultures develop a dialogue and make them more and more connected. We have another feature in common. We are two peninsulas, two platforms, logistic platforms, which are projected in crucial areas of the world, the Mediterranean and Indo-Pacific area. We think that strengthening the interconnection between these two important areas is of extreme importance. That's the reason why we wanted to further develop IMEC, which is the infrastructure corridor, economic corridor between Europe, Middle East, and India, which was established during the G20 summit. It is an initiative we strongly believe in because we think that it can unleash a potential, a wonderful potential for our trade, for our businesses and our relations. Italy and India share a joint vision on many of the huge challenges of our times: international stability, protecting rules, economic security, the resilience of the value chains, the promotion of peace, inclusive development. And we discussed many of the complex scenarios we are faced with. We talked about Ukraine, we talked about our commitment to achieve a lasting and fair peace. As to the Iranian crisis, we exchanged our views with the joint hope that the negotiations, peace negotiations, will continue and reach a positive conclusion in a framework which we know is very critical and very shaky. In both scenarios, we are increasingly interconnected, and Italy will continue to play the role. We shall not mention the fact that it is extremely important to have freedom on navigation. In the Indo-Pacific sector is where we share the same vision of a free, inclusive, and open Indo-Pacific, and Italy will continue to play their roles. Italy and India will continue to play their roles, possibly together, to contribute in peace and stability. So, dear Prime Minister, thank you very much again for being here. India. This visit of yours is an honor for us and opens a new page in the relations with our countries. It's not going to be the last one in this long book that you are writing together with resolution, doing our work in the best possible way. There is an Indian word which states that very well, which is parishram. Parishram, which means hard work, constant commitment, fatigue, a word which I know is very often used in India, and it is often used in a very popular way of saying parishram hi sa falta ki kunjiai, which means tough work is the key to success. And we are used to build our relations in this way, with a hard work, which becomes success at the end. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Meloni, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। बॉनजोर्नो। मेरे और मेरे डेलीगेशन के भव्य स्वागत के लिए मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। रोम को विश्व में इटर्नल सिटी के रूप में जाना जाता है। भारत में मेरी लोकसभा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी काशी, उसको भी अनादि और शाश्वत नगर माना जाता है। जब दो सभ्यताएं मिलती हैं तो बातचीत केवल एजेंडा तक सीमित नहीं होती, इसमें इतिहास की गहराई, भविष्य की दृष्टि और मित्रता की सहजता तीनों साथ दिखाई देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले लगभग 3.5 वर्षों में मुझे कई बार प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी से मिलने का अवसर मिला है। यह भारत और इटली के बीच करीबी सहयोग और सामंजस्य को दर्शाता है। उनके नेतृत्व में हमारे संबंधों को नई गति, नई दिशा और नया आत्मविश्वास मिला है। मुझे खुशी है कि हम अपने संबंधों को अपग्रेड करते हुए स्पेशल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की घोषणा कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने हमारी भावी साझेदारी को और सशक्त बनाने के लिए विस्तृत रूप से चर्चा की। भारत इटली जॉइंट स्ट्रेटेजिक एक्शन प्लान 2025 to 2029 हमारी साझेदारी को एक प्रैक्टिकल और फ्यूचरिस्टिक ढांचा प्रदान करता है। हम इस पर समयबद्ध तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे साझा प्रयासों में द्विपक्षीय व्यापार के 20 बिलियन यूरो के लक्ष्य की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। भारत में मौजूद 800 से अधिक इटालियन कंपनीज भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रही है। आज आयोजित किया जा रहा बिजनेस फोरम से यह स्पष्ट है कि दोनों देशों के बिजनेस लीडर्स में एक नया उत्साह, नया कॉन्फिडेंस और नया एम्बिशन है। इटली विश्व में डिजाइन और प्रिसिशन के लिए जाना जाता है। भारत की पहचान स्केल, टैलेंट और एफोर्डेबल इनोवेशन के पावर हाउस की है। इसलिए हम डिजाइन एंड डेवलप इन इंडिया एंड इटली एंड डिलीवर फॉर द वर्ल्ड के सिद्धांत पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फैशन से लेकर फिनटेक तक, लेदर से लेकर लॉजिस्टिक तक, मोबिलिटी से लेकर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, हर क्षेत्र में हम अपनी ताकतों को जोड़कर पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम करेंगे। इंडिया ईयू एफटीए के समापन में इटली से मिले सहयोग के लिए मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम मिलकर इसके जल्द से जल्द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए काम करेंगे, जिससे बिजनेस कम्युनिटीज इसका पूरा लाभ उठा सके। फ्रेंड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन हमारी पार्टनरशिप का इंजन है। एआई, क्वांटम, स्पेस और सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी जैसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप्स, रिसर्च सेंटर्स और उद्योगों को आपस में जोड़ने के लिए हम इंडिया इटली इनोवेशन सेंटर पर काम कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा के क्षेत्रों में करीबी सहयोग हमारे गहरे आपसी विश्वास का प्रतीक है। हमारी सेनाओं के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योगों के बीच भी सहयोग बढ़ रहा है। हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप से को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन का मार्ग प्रशस्त हुआ है। मैरीटाइम पावर्स के रूप में भारत और इटली के बीच कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग स्वाभाविक है। हम मिलकर शिपिंग, पोर्ट्स मॉडर्नाइजेशन, लॉजिस्टिक्स और ब्लू इकोनॉमी पर काम करेंगे। हमने अपनी विन विन साझेदारी को तीसरे देशों तक ले जाने पर भी चर्चा की। इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ते हुए हम अफ्रीका में ठोस प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम करने के लिए सहमत हुए। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इटली एकमत है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ हमारी साझा पहल ने पूरे विश्व के सामने एक महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। भारत और इटली ने यह स्पष्ट संदेश दिया है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबल डेमोक्रेसीज केवल आतंकवाद की निंदा नहीं करती, बल्कि उसके फाइनेंशियल नेटवर्क को तोड़ने के लिए भी ठोस कदम भी उठाती है। यूक्रेन, पश्चिम एशिया तथा अन्य तनावों को लेकर हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। भारत का मत स्पष्ट है कि सभी समस्याओं का समाधान डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से होना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक और पीपल टू पीपल संबंधों की झलक दोनों देशों में कदम कदम पर दिखाई देती है। इटली में भारतीय कला, योग, आयुर्वेद और खानपान के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ रहा है। संस्कृत और लैटिन जैसी प्राचीन भाषाएं एक ही भाषा परिवार से आती हैं। यह दर्शाता है कि हमारा रिश्ता केवल डिप्लोमेसी का नहीं, साझी धरोहर का है। अगले वर्ष भारत और इटली के संबंधों की 80वीं एनिवर्सरी के उपलक्ष्य में ईयर ऑफ कल्चर मनाया जाएगा। इससे हमारे सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को और ताकत मिलेगी। इटली में बड़ी संख्या में रह रहे भारतीय मूल के लोग हमारे संबंधों की जीवंत कड़ी है। उनकी देखरेख के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी और इटली के लोगों का मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। 3 साल पहले किए गए माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट से दोनों देशों के लोगों के बीच आवाजाही बढ़ी है। हम यह विन विन सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, आज की बहुत ही उपयोगी बैठक के लिए और आपकी मित्रता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं आपको भारत आने का एक बार फिर से निमंत्रण देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ग्राजिए मिले।
Prime Minister Modi has just concluded his remarks there after the bilateral with the Prime Minister Meloni over there. Now, lots of moments. Of course, there has been all the talk about the Melodi, the Meloni, and so many other things that happened in Milan. But at the moment, conversation about the bilaterals between the two nations. Now, what has happened? Let's quickly rewind for you what has happened in the past 24 hours here. Prime Minister has now concluded his five-nation diplomatic tour, in fact, and with that, he will be departing from Italy as well. He has ended that, inviting Prime Minister Meloni to India, saying India, make in India and Italy for the world initiatives have to be taken over. Also talking about the Parishram mantra that he has received from not just his counterpart, but also who he calls friend, Meloni. So lots to decode on what happened in that Modi-Meloni meet and much more on what happened. Let's take you through all of that.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
All right, hello and welcome. Prime Minister Modi's joint statement with Prime Minister Meloni has just concluded. Lots been chatted about where the two nations are headed together. And of course, we'll bring you up to speed with everything that has been unfolding. If you've seen the news at all since morning, you'll know it's all been about the Modi-Meloni moment, which was all about sharing that Melodi chocolate or that toffee. There has been a lot of food diplomacy that's been going on. Jhalmuri here in India, there's a sweet exchange that happens in Italy. There's a lot of food in our politics these days, but what exactly does it mean and how exactly is it unfolding? Let me see if I can bring across an expert here and cut across to the main highlights of what those that joint press conference and the statement was all about. It ended with Prime Minister inviting Prime Minister Meloni to India and also inviting her to India. There have been a lots of chatter online about the moments that the two leaders shared, the way in which he saw, he visited Rome, he visited Milan, and a lot of other places as well. And of course, a lot of chatter about that Melodi moment. At the moment, what we know is that the Melodi fever is at an all-time high, online and offline as well. The key bilateral meet between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Italian Prime Minister Meloni was held in Rome. Now remember earlier Prime Minister Modi literally gifted his Italian counterpart Meloni a packet of Melodi toffees, in which appeared to be a playful nod on the viral Melodi expression widely used online for the two leaders. Now in the video, the two premiers were seen smiling, chuckling as the Indian Prime Minister handed over the packet of that iconic Melodi chocolate. But apart from that viral moment, what business has actually happened? Let's get a quick glimpse of that. Here are some of the highlights.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift. A very, very good talk.
Dear Prime Minister, thank you very much again for being here. This visit of yours is an honor for us and opens a new page in the relations with our countries. It's not going to be the last one in this long book that you are writing together with resolution, doing our work in the best possible way. There is an Indian word which states that very well, which is Parishram, which means hard work, constant commitment, fatigue, a word which I know is very often used in India, and it is often used in a very popular way of saying parishram hi sa falta ki kunjiai, which means tough work is the key to success, and we are used to build our relations in this way, with a hard work, which becomes success at the end. Thank you very much.
All right, Parishram is what is the message that Prime Minister Meloni actually learns from Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi, on the other hand, invited her back to India. But let's dive deep into the relationship between the two nations here. My colleague Geeta Mohan joins us for more on this. Geeta, a lot has been spoken about this very sweet, chocolatey melody moment between the two. But apart from that very melody moment, what business has actually happened between the two nations?
Well, an enhanced cooperation at a time when the world is reeling under economic instability, in geopolitical instability, Sonal, at such a given time, for the Prime Minister to hold meetings with European leaders who are feeling the shock of the economic crisis, the oil supply crisis, for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to hold a bilateral meeting, visit Italy in the five-nation tour is important. Italy has been very important when it comes to strategic partnership, defense cooperation, and they are looking to enhance defense cooperation on the strategic aspect. But there's one important point that Giorgia Meloni made when she spoke about the Indo-Pacific. Now, Indo-Pacific, where India plays a very important role, and in a few days from now, you'll have the Quad foreign ministers meeting being held here in India, is key to ensuring freedom of navigation, maritime security, and Prime Minister Meloni focused on that. Prime Minister Modi specifically spoke about how the two countries have a lot to gain from each other, whether it's AI, data, economic cooperation, defense cooperation. There are various aspects where the two sides are looking at cooperating and moving forward. But yes, there are a few things that both leaders, given the camaraderie, Sonal, do to enhance the coverage of a prime ministerial visit, such as Prime Minister Modi's to Italy, whether it's the Melodi moment, or for that matter right now when she spoke one sentence in Hindi, but which speaks volumes of how the Italian Premier looks at and views India, or the Indian Premier, talking about hard work and how hard work is the road to success. And she said that that's something that's known, very commonly known for Indians to be, which is very hard-working people. There is a massive diaspora there. Prime Minister Modi did engage with the diaspora as well. So a lot of connectivity, a lot of connection. But the focus over here for India when it comes to Europe outreach also is IMEC, the India, Middle East, European corridor, which has now come to a complete screeching halt because of the US-Iran conflict, the Israel-Gaza-Iran conflict. But then, in all probability, they will be looking at how to restart that project, because that certainly will be the alternative to a global supply chain that gets impacted every time things go south with China.
Right. Geeta, also, let's not forget, it's not just been about Italy, although a lot of focus has been on this one, but this has been the end of a five-nation tour from Prime Minister. Earlier, he was in Norway, a lot of controversy there, but it seems to have ended on a high, if one can call it that. If you had to take us through the top key highlights on all the five nations, what would you say?
Well, the annual feature is that India-Nordic Summit, for which Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to go. And with that, he combined a few countries such as the Netherlands, Italy, and more importantly over here, the UAE. The halt, which was a very brief halt at the UAE, was a very important one, because they are looking at enhanced defense cooperation. We do not know whether it will be modeled under or like the Saudi-Pak defense cooperation or partnership, wherein each comes to the other one's rescue should the country come under attack. But enhancing strategic partnership with the UAE at this point in time is quite crucial, essential. Although, we'll have to wait and see how it really pans out when it comes to UAE aligning with Israel and the whole Israel, America, UAE, India, I2U2 kind of a cooperation. Apart from that, the fact that there was a lot of engagement, barring the controversy, a lot of engagement with the top leadership in Europe. It's not just the Netherlands or, for that matter, Norway, but the Indian Nordic Summit, where all the Nordic countries' prime ministers were there, clearly shows that there is a lot of focus, and that certainly is the future. It's a hub for AI, data, and technology, and that's the focus. That was the focus in that leg of his tour. When you come to Italy, it is beyond just data. It has to do with defense partnership. Italy is a major defense partner when it comes to India, or for that matter, a defense producing country in Europe. And maritime security is something that Italy does focus on. Indo-Pacific, again, being a very important key highlight of the visit visit to Italy. So there are various aspects that have been covered in every country that he visited, making sure that there's a huge range of areas that's completely covered during his visit and the 5-day tour. But most important over here is the fact that the Indian Nordic Summit was something that India attaches a lot of importance to, and now people know why. It's the semiconductors, data, AI, technology that Nordic countries have become a hub of.
Right. Geeta, stay on with us. Let's also quickly just rewind for our viewers. What exactly is it that the Prime Minister said at the end of those talks in his joint statement? Take a look.
हम design and develop in India and Italy and deliver for the world के सिद्धांत पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फैशन से लेकर फिनटेक तक, लेदर से लेकर लॉजिस्टिक तक, मोबिलिटी से लेकर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, हर क्षेत्र में हम अपनी ताकतों को जोड़कर पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम करेंगे। इंडिया EU FTA के समापन में इटली से मिले सहयोग के लिए मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम मिलकर इसके जल्द से जल्द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए काम करेंगे, जिससे बिजनेस कम्युनिटीज इसका पूरा लाभ उठा सके। फ्रेंड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन हमारी पार्टनरशिप का इंजन है। AI, क्वांटम, स्पेस और सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी जैसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप्स, रिसर्च सेंटर्स और उद्योगों को आपस में जोड़ने के लिए हम इंडिया इटली इनोवेशन सेंटर पर काम कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा के क्षेत्रों में करीबी सहयोग हमारे गहरे आपसी विश्वास का प्रतीक है। हमारी सेनाओं के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योगों के बीच भी सहयोग बढ़ रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, आज की बहुत ही उपयोगी बैठक के लिए और आपकी मित्रता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं आपको भारत आने का एक बार फिर से निमंत्रण देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ग्राजिए मिले।
All right, so you heard the highlight of the joint statement, a brief one made by both Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni over there. But, you know, this meeting, in fact, all of the last day of the visit has been about that one very sweet moment. The moment, this one on your screen, it's gone viral and over millions and millions of views at the moment. And many say this is the gift that Prime Minister had carried for her. This is a joke that had been going on between the two for a while. And here you have it, that being presented to the world and capturing everybody's imagination. I want to see if Geeta is still there. Can I take a quick question then?
Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, great. Geeta, let me come to you on this very melody, sweet, chocolatey moment over there. Now, I have to draw parallels with what happened here in India. BJP won Bengal. A lot of it was said about the jhalmuri over here. So spice here back home, sweetness in foreign affairs. Food is becoming the new political language, is it?
Well, absolutely. Actually, for India, Sonal, food has always been a language of sorts when it comes to our soft power diplomacy. We've used it to showcase Indian diversity. But this was different. It was beyond just that. The fact that Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni have been called Melodi as a team every time the two of them meet is the reason why I suppose the Indian Premier thought that he would just add a little bit of color and optics to the whole idea of the leaders meeting yet again. And everybody knew that, you know, the entire conversation on social media would be with a hashtag called Team Melody. So I suppose that's the reason why he used it. And look, the social media has completely, it's broken the internet. Social media is a buzz with it. And everybody has been retweeting, using the same video over and over again. So I suppose purpose served over here.
All right. And if anybody else who's been living under the rock and managed to miss it, let's play it out one more time for our viewers and enjoy this very Melody moment.
Very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
All right. So ever since that moment happened, that Melody chocolate has gone viral, if not across the world, definitely in India. It comes from a company called Parle. What happened to their shares? Why is Parle back in the news? We thought let's speak to them. So my colleague Sakshi Batra caught up with the Parle VP, Nayak Shah. Take a look at what he had to say about getting two of the world's biggest leaders together in almost an advertisement, a free one of that for their toffee.
Melody chocolates, of course, they have been around for decades and have been enjoyed by the Indian consumers for so long. But this time around, the way it has been showcased on a global platform, Prime Minister himself taking this as a present for Giorgia Meloni. How do you really see this? Did you already have an information that he's going to be taking this gift to Italy?
No, we had no information. I think we are completely taken by surprise, pleasantly surprised. And can't thank enough, our Honorable Prime Minister for giving this brand a global stage. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister is known for, giving global stage to Swadeshi or Indian brands. And I think, he's done that today by presenting Melody to the Prime Minister of Italy. So honestly, as I say, pleasantly surprised and can't thank him enough for this.
Absolutely. There couldn't have been probably a bigger ambassador for you and for Melody Chocolates than the Prime Minister himself on a global stage. But give me an understanding right after this. What is the expectation on sales of Melody Chocolates? Do you expect a big boom there? Are you already looking at these packets off the shelf on quick commerce products? What's the initial reaction?
Yeah, so there has been, I think a lot of traction that's seen on Q-com or quick commerce platforms since morning, since, the news has been doing rounds across the net for Melody. And we expect, the growth to accelerate. It's a brand that's growing very well, and we would further, see acceleration of the growth. Not just that, it's the largest toffee brand of India. So, probably the kind of growth that you would be seeing would be huge. Not just in India, having, given a global stage, we would see growths happening across the globe. It's currently available in 200 plus countries. We export it. But given this opportunity...
And what about Italy? Do you export there already?
Yeah, we do. So I think, great opportunity to see a lot more traction there as well.
All right, staying with the news, we are now getting more updates that after Prime Minister Modi finished his 5-nation tour, He is going to be reviewing the economic fallout of the ongoing West Asia conflict upon returning of his foreign trip as concerns grow over oil prices. Also, concerns grow over supply chains and inflation. The government has already put in place a high-powered informal group of ministers led by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to monitor the crisis and then recommend measures to shield India from any disruptions. What India Today is learning from sources is that the Prime Minister is expected to hold a fresh review meeting with senior officials after his return to take stock of the situation and also figure out further steps to safeguard the economic stability. Now remember, ever since right before Prime Minister went on that 5-nation tour, there was a message of spend wise that he had come out with. Also an indication of times to come. Ever since then, we've had 4 rupees increased in petrol in just 5 days. Many are saying, experts saying that this is just the tip of the iceberg. It could go on. And, you know, the price of petrol before the end of the year could go up by at least 15 to 17 more rupees. That's what experts are saying. There is already the price of milk is up, already the price of bread is up, eggs as well. So one is really wondering how quickly this will transfer into every aspect of life, and is inflation even, you know, just inevitable at the moment. So let's understand that in detail with my colleague Manjeet Negi joining us with the very latest. Manjeet, quite likely Prime Minister will sit down and review. But what exactly is the analysis that the government has? Now, before the beginning of this trip, the Prime Minister had come out with a message. He also said, do not travel out, ensure you're not spending on gold and silver. There have been an import duty and also a 4 rupee price hike in just 5 days on petrol, also on diesel. So is there an indication of days to come?
Well, but definitely government has a big challenge, especially Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that is why after returning 5 countries visit, tomorrow Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold a first review meeting, initially with official, and then after that Prime Minister will chair a Council of Ministers meeting on Thursday, where the Union Minister are set to present update on especially this crisis on economic crisis, and a high-level meeting is also expected to review the ongoing West Asia crisis and its possible economic implication for the India, especially the public welfare reforms and in terms of other crises, especially fuel, LPG and other things. And in this context, government already constituted an informal high-level group headed by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And this group is reviewing the situation time to time.
Got it. Manjeet, thanks so much for bringing us up to speed with all of that. All right, cutting across to some other news, and this is another update in the NEET re-examination. Now, Education Minister Narendra Pradhan has held a high-level security meeting and ordered this time a crackdown on fake Telegram channels. Also, social media platforms have been asked to proactively detect and block misinformation networks ahead of the NEET UG re-examination. Now, we are told that in a parallel meeting with the representatives of major social media platforms, this is Meta, Google, Telegram, some serious concerns have been raised over the growing spread of misinformation related to competitive examinations, particularly through Telegram channels and also some anonymous online groups. What we are learning at this moment is that officials noted that several such channels become highly active in the run-up to a major examination, circulating fake paper leak claims, clickbait content and unverified information that trigger panic, anxiety and confusion among students and parents. So the government saying that there will be a crackdown, and they've held a meeting now with Meta, Google and Telegram owners at the moment, the top heads there of these media platforms, to say that you've got to help us spot it and stop it. Amit Bharadwaj joins us for more details on this. Amit, there was a meeting yesterday, there is a meeting today. 21st of June is when the examination will take place. But fundamentally, what has changed since the leak within the NTA in the examination system? What has fundamentally changed, if at all?
Well, Sonal, that answer will be clear if there is no leak this time around or no, malpractices, so to say, when the re-examinations will be conducted on June 21st. But we can certainly tell our viewers at this point in time that the government is working on its toes. Yesterday, there was a high-level meeting, as you rightly mentioned. Today, there were two meetings, number one with the security forces and the intelligence agencies. So the focus is on ensuring that there is no sort of malpractice, no leak happens at all. There have been conversations with the collectors and superintendents of the districts as well, because they will be responsible for ensuring that no malpractice happens in the re-examination. And that is why, Union Education Minister, Mr. Narendra Pradhan, is continuously holding these meetings. Now, there was a separate meeting that has been held with the representatives of Meta, Google and Telegram. When I'm saying Meta, it means Facebook and Instagram. Both of them have been covered through this particular meeting. Telegram has been the specific focus of the government, because last time around as well, I was told by Union Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, that they had managed to block 120 Telegram channels right ahead of the NEET exams, which were cancelled. So there's a lot of focus on misinformation which is being peddled, and if at all a possibility of any sort of other malpractice being happening. So that is pretty much on the radar, and crackdown is going to happen. Back to you.
All right, I hear a lot of focus on misinformation, crackdown on circulation of misinformation. But what is the crackdown on people within the NTA who were leaking the paper? What is the crackdown on the centers which were leaking it, the teachers involved who were leaking it? What is the action there? What has fundamentally shifted or changed in the system? That answer we still do not have from the government. All right, but staying with NEET, let's tell you a little bit of a story that has emerged because of this examination. And what we are learning now is that everyone seems to love a paper leak. Well, not the students, not the parents, not the 23 lakh aspirants who are now staring at another 37 days of preparation of an examination. They already gave once, but someone does. And that someone has already sent the invoice. While the system that broke the exam walks free, students have been pushed right back into the grid. Back to the books, back to the coaching centers, back to paying. And Kota and Sikar, the institutes, did not wait. Crash courses, rank boosting batches, revision modules, fresh sample paper sets. The re-exam was announced and the offers were ready. Almost like they saw it coming. Here is what the next 37 days will cost a student who already spent 2 years and nearly 4 lakh rupees preparing for the examination. Look at that graphic. Crash course tuition plus registration fee at an office, center, an offline center over there, around 6,000 rupees. Hostel or PG accommodation in Kota, which has quietly gone up its usual rates, 15,000. Test series and fresh sample papers, 3,000. Travel and food sort of put in there, all of that about 10,000. Total cost 35,000 rupees for an exam they already took once. For a failure that was not theirs. Now look at what it means from the other side of the transaction on coaching centers. 2 batches a day, 50 students each, fee per student 6,000 rupees. That is 6 lakh coming in just from tuition. At 3,000 per student for test series, across 20 tests in 37 days, another 3 lakh. At 15,000 per student for hostel and meals, that is 15 lakhs more. One center, 37 days, 24 lakh rupees. That's how they profit from the re-examination. Kota alone has around 150 coaching institutions. If each one runs a similar model, the combined earning from a single re-examination window could touch, guess how much? 36 crore rupees. The NTA has offered a refund, you'll say. You know how much the refund is? $1,700 of the exam fee. That's it. Nobody is refunding the 35,000. Nobody is refunding the 2 years. Nobody is refunding the anxiety, the sleepless nights, the second round of uncertainty that students and their families are now carrying because someone in the system did not do the job. And in this case, a lot of people, including the education minister, did not do the job. The NEET leak gate exposed something beyond one bad exam. It showed that in India's education economy, even a breakdown has a business model. The system failed, the coaching industry simply invoiced it. Think about that while we slip into a very quick break, and when we come back on the other side, we'll talk to the latest party in town. It's the Cockroach Janta Party. Haven't heard about them? You'll hear from them on the other side.
When Tamil Nadu made its voice heard, we were there.
The AIADMK MLAs.
Vijay is much more comfortable.
From the ground to your screen, every moment captured, every voice represented.
Vijay might hold a meeting.
Joseph Vijay all set to arrive here.
All eyes will be now on Vijay's performance as CM. Can he be from superstar to super CM?
With Akshita driving unmatched engagement, together the Tamil Nadu Bureau set the benchmark for election coverage. India Today Tamil Nadu Bureau, on the ground, leading the agenda.
Melodi. Chocolates, of course, they have been around for decades and have been enjoyed by the Indian consumers for so long. But this time around, the way it has been showcased on a global platform, Prime Minister himself taking this as a present for Giorgia Meloni. How do you really see this? Did you already have an information that he's going to be taking this gift to Italy?
No, we had no information. I think we are completely taken by surprise, pleasantly surprised, and can't thank enough, our Honorable Prime Minister for giving this brand a global stage. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister is known for, giving global stage to Swadeshi or Indian brands. And I think, he's done that today by presenting Melodi to the Prime Minister of Italy. So, honestly, as I say, pleasantly surprised and can't thank him enough for this.
Absolutely. There couldn't have been probably a bigger ambassador for you and for Melody Chocolates than the Prime Minister himself on a global stage. But give me an understanding right after this. What is the expectation on sales of Melody Chocolates? Do you expect a big boom there? Are you already looking at these packets off the shelf on quick commerce products? What's the initial reaction?
Yeah, so there has been, I think a lot of traction that's seen on QCom or quick commerce platforms since morning, since, the news has been doing rounds across the net for Melody. And we expect, the growth to accelerate. It's a brand that's growing very well, and we would further, see acceleration of the growth. Not just that, it's, it's the largest toffee brand of India. So, probably the kind of growth that you would be seeing would be huge. Not just in India, having, given a global stage, we would see growths happening across the globe. It's currently available in 200 plus countries. We export it. But given this
and
opportunity...
what about Italy? Do you export there already?
Yeah, we do. So I think, great opportunity to see a lot more traction there as well.
A new party has been launched in India. It's called the Cockroach Janta Party. You heard that right. Eligibility criteria is unemployed, lazy, and chronically online. Ability to rant professionally. The party's slogan is secular, socialist, democratic, and lazy. And it calls itself the voice of the youth. The website is on your screen right now, cockroachjantaparty.org, launched the same day. The growth was immediate and striking. Within 3 days of launch, the party has attracted about 80,000 sign-ups. On Instagram alone, the party has crossed 551,000 followers within 48 hours. And if you thought that this lazy and unemployed movement was just online, it has gone offline. A group of youth volunteers carried out cleanliness drives along the Yamuna River, dressed like cockroaches, carrying placards as a peaceful response to the CGI's remark. What was the CGI's remark? Let's play that up for you as well. Right? Now, the volunteers said that they chose their own insult and they could not take in the statement that was made by CGI Surikant. They said that they were pained by his comments. Now, what were his comments? Remember, on the 15th of May, Chief Justice of India Surikant likened unemployed youth to cockroaches during a Supreme Court hearing. The remarks went viral. And the very next day, a digital content creator, Abhijit, founded the Cockroach Janta Party. Now, who is Abhijit? Abhijit is a 30-year-old Indian student currently studying public relations in Boston University. He's not in India. He has a degree, does not have a job, and he calls himself the OG cockroach. So he thought, let's speak with him. Let me welcome now Abhijit on the program. Hi, Abhijit. How's it going? I want to understand from you, how did this entire, cockroach party idea even come to your mind? Why did you decide to launch a party? Not a campaign, not a slogan, but a party.
I think it was more triggering coming it from the Chief Justice of India, who is the custodian of Constitution, which grants us the freedom of expression. Someone who is there to safeguard our freedom of expression is comparing us with cockroaches and parasites for just putting up our opinion. That was more hurting part, I would say. Had this comment made by anybody else from the ruling party, which they normally do, it wouldn't have caused such stir, but it came from someone who is supposed to protect our freedom of expression.
All right, so would it be fair to say that you are the OG cockroach? You are the one as you called yourself, that you are the one that the Chief Justice was really talking about. Why did it become so personal? And I'm trying to understand, ever since then, you've got support of some opposition MPs as well, some TMC MPs who have jumped in. How did you take that support?
Everybody who will speak about the youth, about the Gen Z and their concerns are welcome in this party. Because for too long, I believe the Indian politics has ignored the Indian youth. If you look at the political discourse of India, what it has been for the last 10, 12 years, it has been around Hindu, Muslim and stuff like that. How is it actually serving the youth? What is it in for them? There is absolutely nothing. So why would the Indian youth would look up to these people?
But currently the poster boy for Indian youth is Vijay, right? He's the one who's garnered most Gen Z and millennial votes here. Can Vijay join the cockroach party?
I think Vijay has already achieved his own success.
But what about Arvind Kejriwal? Can he join the cockroach party?
He can extend his support if he wants to, but I don't think that anybody in the among the Gen Zs would like any political party to be involved in this. I want to be really clear about it.
You're clear about that, but there's a reason I brought up Arvind Kejriwal, because I know that you were associated with the Aam Aadmi Party in the past. Back in the day, you have managed Aam Aadmi Party's social media messaging. You handled their positioning online as well. What happened? You're not working with them anymore? They could not live up to your expectations? Would that be fair to say?
No, it's not that, Sonal. Actually, I worked there for from 2020 to 2023, I think. And it was for a brief period of time. I was actually very inspired by the health and education model that they worked on. I mean, it was also very refreshing to know that in Indian politics then, health and education was nowhere. And he delivered on that. So I was inspired by that. And I just wanted to contribute in that. And after that, I thought maybe I need to move forward with my life. So I took a year off. I started preparing for my applications. And then in 2024, I decided, okay, it's time to move ahead in life, focus on personal life, financial stability and stuff like that. So I applied to some universities. I got into Boston University and I have been here since then.
Okay. You know, in the past 1 year, a lot of Gen Z movements have happened in and around India's neighborhood. We've had Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. And a lot of memes were then floated around saying, India ka Gen Z kahan hai? Are you trying to say India ka Gen Z yahan hai?
I think India ka Gen Z hamesha yahi tha. Because the kind of support you see that we have got in just 3 days, Sonal. Today we have like 3 lakh registered members. The figure has gone to 3 lakh in just 4 days. On Instagram, we got 3.3 million people. That is 30 lakh people are following us. Do you really think that this is possible through any orchestrated campaign? No, it is not.
No, it is possible. But, you know, my question to you is this, that do you have a plan on what is going to happen next, or is this just a flash in the pan moment?
Because it has just been 3-4 days. And as I told you, nothing of this was planned. If I had to plan it, I wouldn't be doing it from the US. I would have been in India. Right? All of this happened so suddenly. But I want to underline this. This has happened because the frustration that these young people have for many years. It has happened because of that. Like 36 crore, India has the largest young population. And majority of that young population is out of workforce. What do you expect from them then? It will be frustrated. They are really frustrated.
Okay, you know, there is a 5-point agenda that I found on your website, and it's a quick one. I'm sure AI was used to make all of that. It says that the key demand includes no Chief Justice shall be granted a Rajya Sabha seat or a post-retirement reward. It says that Chief Election Commissioner or Commissioner who deletes legitimate votes shall be arrested under UAPA. It also goes on to say that women shall receive 50%, not 33% reservation, along with 50% cabinet positions. Are you really saying this is prepping up? Is this a meme, or are you prepping up for a party? Give me a straight answer.
I think this is about what should be the ideal situation and what we should strive for. It's about that. And we are striving for an India that would have all the institution independent, be it the judiciary, be it the election commission, or be it the media. The greatest threat to Indian democracy today is that all of those institutions seems to be aligned with the ruling party, and that is a very dangerous sign. So that is what we are striving for. We are striving for the neutrality and independence of all these institutions.
But despite all of that, Abhijit, I have to bring to your attention that they're still winning elections. If I am to call it out, you're not naming the BJP, but this is an attack sort of, or a counter narrative to this, right? But they're still winning elections. And you are saying that this is democracy. Are you saying that you will be fighting elections against them?
Yeah, they are winning elections, but how? We should also discuss that then.
Okay, the Chief Justice of India, ever since you came out with this, has clarified his comments. He did come out to say that it was for those who have fake degrees, etc. But you haven't withdrawn or taken even cognizance of those comments, have you?
I find the clarification even more despicable because he said that it was aimed at the people who don't have a real degree or who have bogus degree and stuff like that. So we all know that majority of the India today lives in rural parts. The rural youth, even the Gen Z of the rural, works as a daily wage laborer because he doesn't have a formal degree. He doesn't have the privilege to get a formal education. So those who don't have the privilege to earn a formal degree don't have the right to speak up in a democracy. What is the Chief Justice of India is trying to say here? Doesn't the constitution which he sworn to protect says that every individual, irrespective of his educational qualification or his social status, has the right to speak up, has the right to freedom of expression? How can you say that nobody who doesn't have a formal degree is a cockroach? Like, this is so disheartening to hear from the Chief Justice of India.
Okay, but, you know, Abhijit, the narrative on Gen Z in India is what? That Gen Z outrages, but only online. If they come out on the streets, it's only to make reels. This doesn't really translate into something, which is why I was saying that many would say this is just a, you know, like a splash in the pan sort of a moment.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. Because for past few months, I have been observing that there is this growing trend that earlier people were frustrated, but they wouldn't like to express their dissatisfaction. But if you ever go on Instagram, now these people are speaking up. And this is just the first stage. Now they are trying to speak up. Earlier, they were not even speaking up. Now they have got to a point where they are being vocal about their frustration. And tomorrow they might even get on the streets. But let me remind you again, if they get on the streets, don't think it will be like Nepal or Bangladesh. Indian Gen Z won't do that. Like, these people are really smart. I have been speaking to hundreds of them, and they are explaining me how they need to, you know, protest in a very democratic and peaceful manner. They understand how important it is to raise their voice, but within the constitutional rights. So I wouldn't compare the Indian Gen Z with the Gen Z of other nations and would try to, you know, defame them, because these people are more smarter than the entire cabinet ministry that is sitting there today. The kind of politicians we have, the kind of ministers we have, what educational qualifications do they have?
Okay, but Abhijit, you seem to be representing the voice of youth, so let me ask you a question. Is there anybody, any neta, abhineta, any cricketer, any politician, anybody who represents the Indian youth today in the country?
I'm not leading them. Basically, they have created this movement on their own, to be honest. I was not expecting...
leaderless movements are even worse. We
know how that works, right?
This movement will give faces, and this will give more educated faces than we have today. And that would be a really good sign for Indian politics, don't you think?
All right, so you're saying even you are not a leader at the moment. then who is leading this movement? What happens?
I would like to ask you, when was the last time you ever heard from any Indian politician who is trying to engage with the Gen Z? You are a journalist, you have been in this field for quite so long, and I think you follow these politicians more than me. Please tell me, who is the last person or politician who actually tried to address this Gen Z population?
Well, if you're asking me, like I said in the beginning, at the moment, the current flavor seems to be Vijay. He's one person who comes to mind, and Gen Z came out in big numbers to vote for him.
Yeah, but he's a
But
very
that's my opinion. Doesn't have to be.
We won't like include him in the existing political system that exists today. So even you don't have the answer. See, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, Abhijit, we'll leave it there for the moment, but thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with the cockroach party. You tell us that it's funded by no one. You tell us that it will invite no other political party. You also tell us that it is not at the behest or against anyone. It is simply the voice of the youth. We wait to see if this becomes an event that has been a trend and a hashtag for some time, or is this here to stay till 2029? We'll be watching for the moment. Thanks so much for joining us. All right, that was the Cockroach Janta Party. What do you think about them? Tell us in the comments coming out on our live stream. For the moment, it's a goodbye from us, but stay tuned to India Today. Lots more coming up.
Am I right in saying the global reserves have fallen by nearly 380 million barrels since the war began?
The supply declined by about 11 million, but the gap between supply and demand now, because of the decline in demand, is way, way smaller than that. So if you look at the number of flights being canceled, for example, we have globally over 100,000 flights being canceled. That is demand decline in jet fuel as a result of that. But we have demand decline in so many ways. Even if you look at India, for example, look at India's imports, for example, in March and April. It declined substantially, it declined significantly. But now, basically, it is back to almost normal for India. We've seen a decline in inventories in India. We've seen a decline in India's petroleum exports because you need to use that domestically. So we are seeing all those reactions to higher prices and shortages around the world. So the gap between supply and demand right now is way smaller than what we've seen before.
What do you see happening in countries like India, which are heavily dependent on oil, their imports, a large part of our oil and gas coming through the Strait of Hormuz? What happens to countries like India? Are countries like China, for example, which you mentioned at the outset, far better placed? And how do you see the scenario unfolding for India in the next month? Assuming the war continues, assuming the blockade continues.
Right. India is in a very difficult situation, not only when it comes to oil and gas. As you know, there was a problem in LPG, and still we have a problem in LPG. We have a problem with fertilizers. We have a problem with helium. So the problems are not only oil and gas, and they extend to other things. So India is really in a difficult position, and simply because India was growing at very high rates. So the impact on economic growth is very significant because of this high growth. What India basically, the pain that India already had and the pain that India will have next month is already a done deal. We cannot do much about it. But the issue here is, what are the lessons that we learned from this experience, so this will not happen again.
In Hollywood, relationships don't just exist in public. They survive public interrogation, and when the couple in question is Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet, one viral screenshot is enough to send the entire internet into meltdown mode. Screaming, "Break up." The chaos began when a screenshot started circulating online, claiming that Timothy had announced his breakup with Kylie on social media. The viral screen grab showed what appeared to be Timothy's Instagram stories section with the message, "Me and Kylie have sadly split, but remain good friends." The post instantly triggered panic among fans and fueled endless speculation online. But just as quickly as the rumors spread, the truth came out. The screenshot was completely fake. Timothy Chalamet never posted any statement about Kylie Jenner on their relationship on social media. Meanwhile, over the past few years, Kylie Jenner and Timothy Chalamet have become one of Hollywood's most low-key yet obsessively followed celebrity couples. Though romantic rumors began plaguing the two in April 2023, but it wasn't confirmed until they were spotted kissing at Beyoncé's Renaissance World Tour in early September. Since then, the couple has gradually stepped into the spotlight together, making appearances at major events including the Golden Globe Awards, BAFTA Awards, and the Academy Awards. While also supporting each other during important family moments. However, their romance has continued to divide the internet. While many fans adore their chemistry and unexpected pairing, others have remained skeptical about the relationship from the very beginning.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by the new Tygoon. Welcome to driving.
This was the moment when Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay took the wheels of an SUV. He was flagging off a new fleet of vehicles in the state when the driver who he was handing over the keys to said, "Why don't you drive for a bit?" And so with his ministers, Chief Minister Vijay there, going ahead and taking a short drive, symbolic one, but it's drawn sharp public attention and reactions online. 40 new vehicles being procured by the Tamil Nadu government. So it's down to business for Vijay. 10 days now as Chief Minister. Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're watching Super 6 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. We've got, as always, lots lined up for you over the next 60 minutes. So what have we got on the show this evening? Here's a glimpse. We'll begin first with Tamil Nadu and the fact that you're going to see a cabinet expansion already taking place in the state. Not surprising because only a handful of ministers have been sworn in. But there are a lot of questions about which parties are in. Vijay has reached out to the VCK and IUML to dump the DMK and fully back the TVK, in which case they'll get cabinet posts. But there's one issue, one headache, which is the support from the AIADMK rebels. That's led to threats also pouring in from some of these leaders, some of these allies who are saying it's us or them. We'll break down those details in the number game for you, but also coming up on the show at 6:30 this evening, the images that's got everyone talking, it's literally broken the internet. That moment of Prime Minister Modi gifting Italian Prime Minister Meloni a bag of Melodi chocolates. It's got 100 million views in a matter of hours. We'll talk about that footage and also some of the serious big takeaways of the Prime Minister's visit to Italy. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. We begin, as always, with the headlines first. Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Meloni hold bilateral meet in Rome. India and Italy agree to elevate ties to strategic partnership. Meloni flaunts her Hindi, shares mantra of Parishram.
It is an Indian word which states that very well, which is Parishram. Parishram, which means hard work, constant commitment, fatigue, a word which I know is very often used in India.
The viral Melodi moment with Melodi chocolates. Prime Minister Modi gifts Melodi chocolates to Meloni. Italian Prime Minister posts a video thanking Modi for what she calls very, very good toffees. Both leaders also take a selfie at the iconic Colosseum after a car ride and dinner made pictures that have gone viral since. Political war breaks out over the Melodi moment. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi says Prime Minister handing out candies amid economic storm, says it's a farce, not leadership. Prime Minister Modi may meet Trump at the G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend G7 summit, Modi invited to in France. They may meet for the first time in 16 months. G7 summit in France from June 15 to 17. Vijay open for power sharing in Tamil Nadu, invites VCK, IUML to join the cabinet. No invite for AIADMK to form government in Tamil Nadu. TVK, however, says rebel MLAs have highlighted they want to leave AIADMK and support us. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan holds high-level security meeting on re-NEET and orders a crackdown on fake Telegram channels. Social media platforms asked to detect and block misinformation networks.
And let's begin with breaking news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Popular YouTuber Savaka Shankar, who's been in and out of jail, currently in jail, detained repeatedly by the previous DMK government under the Gundas Act, will now be released. In one of the moves made by the Vijay government today, they've revoked that detention order under the Gundas Act, noting particularly that there's no specific charge against Savaka Shankar to keep him locked up in the manner that he has been. Savaka Shankar, as a YouTuber, was extremely critical of the DMK, and so that led to him constantly also being taken into custody, being arrested under the Gundas Act, which makes it easy really for state governments to crack down and have little explaining to do. And so while Savaka Shankar has been languishing in jail repeatedly over the last many years, he will now be out. Pramod Madhav is joining us with more details on this. Pramod, for the YouTuber who's, faced one crackdown after another, multiple cases in the last many years, this comes as huge relief. But explain to us, what were the charges against him, Pramod, and how is it that the Vijay government has actually ensured that they can revoke those charges in this manner and ensure his release?
There are multiple cases that is against Savaka Shankar. In fact, one of the cases is about a movie called as Red and Follow, claiming that he had gone ahead and threatened the producer and also people associated with the movie, by which one person called Mahesh went ahead and filed a complaint. So based on that, also cases have been charged. There are cases of cannabis usage and things like that against him as well. And as you might remember, he was taken from one district to another at one point for court hearings and such, which means case will be filed he'll be in one prison at one district, but he'll have to go to a court in another district, like something in Coimbatore and Chennai and something like that. And now what happened is that in the state of Tamil Nadu recently, he was the person who had actually had to face Gundas Act twice. And this is where the TVK government has now come forward and the board has stated that it is revoking this Gundas Act against Savaka Shankar Akshita.
Okay, interesting developments this, and of course for the YouTuber, he's going to be welcoming this on social media. There's been a lot of chatter about this move because it's been facing a lot of criticism also. The fact that Savaka Shankar under the Gundas Act has been behind bars. Thanks, Pramod, for those details. We'll come to you in just a bit. But the big headline that's emerged from Tamil Nadu is that we're going to see a cabinet expansion in which, for the first time in Tamil Nadu, there will be power sharing. The TVK mentioned this. Vijay mentioned he's open to power sharing and he's going to walk the talk on it. The Congress gets two berths, two portfolios that they will be given. Out of 5 MLAs, 2 of them will now be ministers. So it's a great deal for the Congress. And it's not just them. The VCK and the IUML, 2 parties that have actually provided outside support to the TVK, which means that they're still with the DMK, providing and being an ally of the DMK, have been offered 1 cabinet berth each. So what Vijay has done with that offer is kind of sent across a message to these 2 parties to cut off all ties with the DMK. Cut off ties with the DMK, join the TVK, provide alliance support, and so you'll be a part of the government. It looks like the VCK is definitely tempted by the offer, as is the IUML. But what does that do? Completely isolates the DMK, which is only left with left parties, the Makkal Nidhi Mayam, MDMK on their side. All other parties cutting off ties have joined hands then with the TVK. We break down all the details first in this report on what really Vijay's cabinet expansion plan is about.
After TVK's sweeping tsunami victory, Chief Minister Vijay is moving ahead with a cabinet expansion aimed at strengthening his government. Sources say the Tamil Nadu cabinet expansion is likely on Thursday, with Congress expected to get 2 ministerial berths. TVK has also extended invitations to IUML and VCK to join the cabinet.
IUML, நம்முடைய இஸ்லாமிய சகோதரர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நாங்கள் பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். அதை நாங்கள் தலைவர்களிடையே வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறோம்.
The VCK says it never backed the government with the intention of getting cabinet post, but the offer cannot be ignored.
இடதுசாரிகள் என்ன முடிவெடுத்தார்களோ அதே முடிவை தான் நாங்களும் எடுத்தோம். இப்போது தாவேகா தரப்பிலிருந்து வெளிப்படையான ஒரு அழைப்பு வந்திருக்கிற போது எங்கள் தோழர்கள் அந்த அழைப்பை ஏன் ஏற்கவில்லை என்ற கேள்வி பிறகு எழுப்பக்கூடும். ஆகவே முன்னணி பொறுப்பாளர்களோடு கலந்து பேசிய பிறகு அறிவிப்போம்.
DMK has welcomed the move, saying IUML and VCK were once part of DMK and will continue to share ideological support.
CPIM, IUML and VCK are with us. They had won the elections in our alliance, and they are extending support only to ensure that a government is formed now. They had stated that you should not violate our policies also. You should protect our policies also. So they are not interested in joining the cabinet.
However, BJP has attacked TVK, claiming it is no different from DMK and AIADMK in its political approach.
The TVK, which had claimed and come to power for using a minority government, stating that they were against the DMK and the ADMK, and by aligning with parties which were been with the DMK for the last 10-15 years, it just goes to show that the TVK is nothing but another DMK, and they're just very desperate for power at this point of time.
The final shape of the cabinet will be known this week. With allies joining the government, Chief Minister Vijay will be on a stronger footing. With Apurva Jayachandran, Bureau Report, India Today.
So cabinet expansion happening in the next 24 to 48 hours. There have been, in fact, offers given to the VCK and the IUML who are still considering it at this point. Let me bring in Anaga Keshav for more details on what's really playing out in Chennai. Anaga, if you look at really how the numbers are placed, you know, Vijay's played a very smart game here by reaching out to the VCK and IUML. He's ensuring there is no longer just outside support. So while you've got the 5 of the Congress on your side already, they'd already dumped the DMK, made it very clear they're with the TVK. You're now isolating the DMK further by giving this particular opportunity or offer to the VCK and IUML. Is that the only reason why the TVK has gone forth with this offer now?
Well, in fact, you're absolutely right in pointing that out, because one main point to focus for the TVK government is to make sure that their government is stable. Because remember that they are just past the majority mark in terms of the support when it comes to left parties and the VCK, keeping the AIADMK MLA support outside. Now, that's why Vijay wants to make sure that his government at the end of the day is strong and stable. Now, this has also come at a cost. The condition that was placed by the left parties was that AIADMK leaders must not be a part of the cabinet. And that's why, if you see, there has been a major day of clarity today with Adhav Arjuna himself coming out and saying that AIADMK is only a party of comradeship for us and there's no space for cabinet berth. So that was the main condition that the left parties and the VCK had kept, discouraging TVK from inducting AIADMK leaders into his cabinet. And they also went a step further and warned Vijay that if they did so, then they would reconsider their support to the TVK government. Now, this threat has led Vijay to keep out the AIADMK MLAs as of now and to just induct the VCK MLAs and IUML as of now. The main reason why, another important reason why the AIADMKs were kept out is that if they were inducted, then the TVK government would have to start off their governance in full-on defensive mode, because the main AIADMK leaders would be SP Velumani and Vijay Bhaskar, who do have corruption cases pending against them. So just in a starting point, Vijay would have to start off his governance on the defensive mode, and that would not sit well politically. And that's why AIADMK MLAs have been kept out of the cabinet. IUML MLAs have been offered cabinet positions, and so have the VCK MLAs.
And this is a great deal, you know, whether it's for the IUML or the VCK. They've got 2 MLAs, and to be a part of the cabinet, which even with the DMK was a very distant dream, is something that they will be very, very excited about. Because like I said, in Tamil Nadu, this is historic, the fact that you're going to see power sharing in a government. It's never happened before. No party, whether the DMK or AIADMK, was open to it. That could change now. But what does that really look like as far as the numbers go? When I was saying that, look, when for the TVK, they've got those numbers on board, then what am I talking about? Let's take a look at those numbers. At a majority mark of 116, remember that the TVK got 108. I'm minusing 1 because of the speaker, minusing another because Vijay won in 2 seats. So 106. The Congress with 5, 111. Now, the IUML and the VCK with 2 each, they provided outside support. So while they said we'll do everything to help you to form the government and gave that support, now what the TVK is trying to do is convert that. They're trying to ensure that that number of 4 comes on board fully, that they become allies and therefore be a part of the government as well. It will mean essentially that the DMK is left with barely any allies. The MDMK, MNM are on their side. The DMDK has offered support to TVK as well. But if I were then to change that, left support, CPI and CPM, 2 each again. If they come on board, then again you will have the TVK in a very comfortable number. But So far, the left has said we will only provide outside support, which is why no offer has gone across to the CPI or, for that matter, the CPM. The big question mark, however, is what about the AIADMK, which is right now split right down the middle. So if I look at the AIADMK, and I've just thrown across 47 into this side, in which case you've got a number of 163. That's a robust, stable government right there. That's an overwhelming number, let's be very clear. But this is easier said than done. To have 47 on board is extremely challenging. Why? Because the AIADMK split into two. You had 25 MLAs vote in favor of the TVK in the floor test from the AIADMK. Those 25 are the rebel camp, C.V. Shanmugam, S.P. Velumani. But then there's a big question mark over 22 MLAs who are with EPS, who still remains the General Secretary of the party. And therein lies the challenge for TVK. The reason the AIADMK is not really a part of the mix right now as far as cabinet expansion is concerned or part of the power sharing deal is because they are still a part of the party, which means an ally of the BJP, part of the NDA, and there's no clarity on which way this will go as far as EPS is concerned. So that number of 47, take it with a pinch of salt, because the ideal scenario that TVK will be counting on is that 20 plus from the AIADMK jump over, or that EPS caves in, gives in, which at this point doesn't seem to be happening. But as we talk of the AIADMK, the TVK today, while asked about whether the AIADMK rebels who provided support during those floor tests will also be brought into the party, the message was very clear. The TVK said they will not be a part of the government, but we're thankful for this support, essentially indicating that there is positive movement on that front. That's not got the other alliance partners happy, rather jittery. They've warned very clearly the TVK, saying if they join hands with these AIADMK rebels, we're out. So as much as TVK has got on board the Congress, the IUML, the VCK, all and got their support, it's all conditional. And so it's a catch-22 situation of sorts. You've got 20 plus MLAs of the AIADMK rebels will come over. You need that number. But at the same time, Congress, VCK, IUML will all go against you.
Si Joseph Vijay enum naan தமிழ்நாட்டு அரசின் முதலமைச்சர் என்ற முறையில்
Just days ago, Vijay took oath as Chief Minister and won the trust vote with flying colours, with TVK and allies putting up a show of unity. Vijay secured 144 votes in favour of his government in the Assembly, thanks to 25 AIADMK rebels who backed him. TVK has hinted that AIADMK rebels can join the Vijay government.
எங்க கிட்ட இந்த ஃபேக்ஷன்ஸ் வந்து புரட்சித் தலைவி அம்மா அவர்கள், புரட்சித் தலைவி எம்ஜிஆர் அவர்களுடைய கனவை நாங்கள் நிறைவேற்றணும். அதிமுக கட்சியை வந்து காப்பாற்றப்படணும். ஐயா இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் கட்சியை டெல்லியில் அடமானம் வச்சுட்டாங்க. நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து 14-15 தேர்தலில் தோத்துட்டோம். இந்த கடுமையான தோல்விக்கு திரு இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் தான் காரணம்னு அவருடைய நிலைப்பாடு காரணம். டெல்லியோட சேர்ந்தது மிகப்பெரிய அதிருப்தியாக இருந்தாலும், பிஜேபியோட சேர்ந்து மிகப்பெரிய அதிருப்தியாக இருந்தாலும், திமுகவுடைய கடைசியில திரு இபிஎஸ் ஐயா பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் சேர்ந்தது வரலாற்று பிழைங்கிறதோட ஒரு தற்கொலைக்கு சமங்கிறது அதிமுக தொண்டர்கள் உணர்ந்திருக்காங்க.
The potential entry of AIADMK rebels into Vijay's government has made alliance partners jittery.
வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருவது என்கிற முறையில் இடதுசாரி கட்சிகள் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் நாங்கள் அறிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆட்சி என்பது அமையப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவை அவர்கள் அமைச்சரவையில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அவர்களுடைய ஆதரவை தொடர்ந்து பெறுவது என்பதோ மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு எதிரானது. அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிற கிளீன் கவர்னன்ஸ், ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேக என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேக செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
அதிமுகவிலிருந்து ஒரு பிரிவை வரவேற்கக்கூடிய வகையில் அவர்களுக்கு அமைச்சரவையில் இடம் கொடுப்பதாக சொல்லப்படுகிறதே என்று எழுப்பினார்கள். எங்கள் ஆதரவு நிலைப்பாட்டில் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்ய வேண்டிய சூழல் உருவாகும் என்று 2-3 நாட்களுக்கு முன்னரே பதிவு செய்தேன். அத்தகைய முயற்சி ஏதும் இல்லை என்ற தகவலும் கிட்டியிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவிலிருந்து விலகி இருக்கிற ஒரு பிரிவினருக்கு அமைச்சரவையில் இடம் தருவதற்கான வாய்ப்பில்லை என்கிற தகவல் தாவேகா தரப்பிலிருந்து தரப்பட்டிருக்கிறது.
Congress, on the other hand, is not happy even with the talks. They believe that if TVK is in talks with AIADMK, then they need to rethink the coalition. The divide over the entry of AIADMK rebels has put Chief Minister Vijay in a tricky spot. While the rebels will give the TVK government comfortable majority, it could lose key allies, dealing a blow to its image. On the other hand, if AIADMK rebels are kept out, TVK will survive with Congress and smaller allies, while remaining vulnerable to smaller parties. How Chief Minister Vijay navigates this political tightrope remains to be seen. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, bringing back Anaga Keshava on this. Anaga, what is the TVK thinking as far as the AIADMK is concerned? Here you have, and you know, the scenario that I painted of 47 AIADMK MLAs, that's very difficult really for the TVK to pull off. The AIADMK rebels, however, is a different story. What's really happening on that front, Anaga, as far as the AIADMK split is concerned? And in a later stage, if there is a complete breakup, is there a possibility of these leaders being accommodated within the TVK and being given cabinet berths?
Well, both sides do seem to be interested. Even the AIADMK split faction and the TVK government are interested in inducting the AIADMK MLAs, but it's the threat from the left parties and the likes of VCK and the warning that they had issued to Vijay against inducting the AIADMK that has really stopped this whole process from happening. Because even optics-wise, Akshita, if they do induct the AIADMK MLAs, then the TVK government would have to start off its governance, like I was mentioning, on a defensive mode. Because TVK is there projecting itself as a Tuya Sakti, which means that a pure form of governance. But the very AIADMK MLAs, for example, the likes of Vijay Bhaskar, SP Velumani, still have corruption cases pending against them. Now, that would raise a lot of questions about the purity of TVK's model of governance that has promised to ensure a corrupt-free government. So therefore, even Karti Chidambaram had also tweeted this morning, lauding TVK's decision as a good move by not inducting the AIADMK MLA. So certainly the allies of TVK, including Congress, are not really happy if the AIADMK MLAs do get inducted. So unless and until TVK government is stable enough and has the confidence and has won the support and confidence on 100% of its alliance parties, the induction of AIADMK MLAs into the cabinet, even one or two for that matter, would be on hold.
So it's going to be controversial irrespective of what happens, because the other allies then will start dictating all sorts of terms and conditions to Vijay, and we'll have to see how really he navigates that particular support. Thanks, Anaga, for joining us with those details. Let's cut across to a news break coming in now from neighbouring Kerala. Okay, you've got now the portfolio allocations of the entire Keralam cabinet that was sworn in a couple of days ago. And guess what? There are, in fact, heavy portfolios that have been given, extremely important premium portfolios given to the KC camp. Essentially, as expected, you've got VD Satishan, Chief Minister, Ramesh Chennithala, Home Minister, and then besides Muralidharan, all others given plum portfolios, and all of them considered to be KC Venugopal aides, supporters, part of his camp. The question that will be asked, therefore, is while as far as the CM race is concerned, VD Satishan may have won in that particular round, overall, is the government going to be run essentially by what KC Venugopal wants and says, considering these are his aides who've been given key portfolios right now? That will be the question. And is this going to be the biggest challenge really for VD Satishan to have control over his own ministers, his own government, when so many of them will be listening to what KC Venugopal has to say? Will he be controlling essentially via remote what's happening in Kerala from Delhi? Let me bring in Shibi Mol for more details. She's joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram with the latest on this. The portfolio allocation is done, Shibi. Which camp would you say has really won as far as these portfolios and the ministers are concerned?
Well, Akshita, it's definitely the KC camp because almost all the ministers are from the KC camp. They've all voted for KC when the High Command had come down to check with the MLAs about their preference. So most of them are from KC Venugopal's team itself. In fact, in the end, there were a few clashes between 2 to 3 people as to who should be taken in the cabinet. And in that also, the KC Venugopal loyalists had won and was taken into the cabinet in the last moment also. So clearly there is an edge for the KC Venugopal camp. But VD Satishan, it is definitely a challenging part for VD Satishan because in the coming 5 years, there will be a lot of challenges as they will be in government. When you're in opposition, it's not like when you're in opposition. When you're in government, there'll be naturally more questions raised to you. There'll be a lot of protests. It's not just CPM, there's a BJP opposition also in Kerala right now. So it is going to be a tough challenge ahead. But then he's one man who led that fight, not just that led that fight. There were 2 contenders along with him for the chief ministerial post. He, despite not having the MLA's support, he was able to become the chief minister. So it looks like he knows the game, he knows how to handle them and how to bring this troop together.
As far as portfolio allocation goes, Shibi, just on portfolio allocation, I know there was some back and forth on this in the last few days. So ultimately, if you look at who got what, where was the compromise formula reached?
Well, it took some time also because the Muslim League had demanded certain portfolios. They had demanded fisheries, which was always held by the Congress, but they had to finally give it to the Muslim League itself. Some departments have been changed. Like K. Muralidharan wanted to have a health department. There was some discussion regarding giving him an electricity department, but later he got health itself. Sandy Joseph, the KPCC president, was supposed to get revenue department. That was the information right from the beginning. Today morning, before submitting the list, is when we got to know that he will be not given the revenue department, a very important department, but he will be handling the. He will not be handling the revenue department. Revenue department will go to AP Anil Kumar, who is a very, very strong loyalist of KC Venugopal right from the beginning itself. So his team has got a revenue department, tourism department, higher education, all of these other main departments apart from health and education that goes to Muslim League. The other main portfolios are handled by the KC Venugopal loyalists.
So it'll be interesting to see how really VD Satishan navigates through that and whether he'll be able to get everyone on board, or will ultimately KC Venugopal have the final say as far as so many of these ministries are concerned. Thanks, Shibi, for joining us with those details. Also, a quick update of what's happening in Kerala right now. Amid what we've been seeing, the impact of war, the crisis that's been playing out, days after VD Satishan has been sworn in as Chief Minister, the Kerala Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation has announced a price hike of 4 rupees per litre for milk. The primary milk supplier is Milma in Kerala, and so a new price from June 1st, 4 rupees is the hike per litre. This decision, in fact, according to the Milma chairman, was accepted by the earlier government but was not implemented. Now it's been brought in with the model code of conduct no longer being in place. So you may see politics over this, but ultimately this is also an impact of the war being felt, and you're perhaps going to see this play out in every other state as well, that milk rates, other essentials will start shooting up. Okay, let's move to the lighter side of Keralam politics. You're seeing a full-blown meme culture, and that's because of the newest viral star. I'm talking about Chief Minister VD Satishan himself. He's been trending online as the Pookie CM. If you don't know what that means, you're a little behind on your Gen Z terms. But his reaction to a question on vehicle modification exploded across social media, and everyone referring to him as the cutest Chief Minister there is. What exactly is this about? You know, beyond the memes, why is it that Gen Z is rejoicing over VD Satishan allowing vehicle modification? We break that down in this report by Shibimo.
Keralam's newest internet sensation isn't a movie star or a social media influencer. It is Chief Minister VD Satishan, now lovingly dubbed the Pookie Chief Minister by social media. And in perhaps the biggest political vibe shift Keralam has seen in years. The state has gone from having the image of a stern, serious chief minister to now embracing a meme-worthy, real-friendly, Pookie chief minister. The viral moment came during a press conference announcing the new cabinet when Satishan was asked about one election promise that struck a major chord with Keralam's youth: vehicle modification.
നടക്കുമല്ലോ പറഞ്ഞതൊക്കെ നടത്താനല്ലേ നമ്മൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ? ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ജനാഭിലാഷങ്ങളെ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാക്കാനാണ്. ചെറുപ്പക്കാരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെ, അവരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെയാണ്. അല്ലാതെ വെറുതെ വോട്ട് കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി പറഞ്ഞതാണ്. പറഞ്ഞ വാക്കിന് വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ.
The promise struck a chord online, and now his candid reaction to the question is all over social media. For many youngsters, it is not just about modified vehicles, but about finally feeling understood.
എക്സോസ്റ്റ് വെച്ച് മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരുന്നു. ലീഗലായിട്ട് ഉള്ള എക്സോസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്. എക്സോസ്റ്റ് വേണ്ട തീരുമാനമാണ്. മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് എന്തായാലും വരേണ്ടതാണ്.
Government and people both should keep in mind that they have their own responsibility. So if they are doing it in such a way that they are not harming others, then everyone can enjoy their freedom and they can do that kind of styles and everything.
From campaign promise to policy buzz to full-blown meme culture, VD Satishan's political honeymoon is now playing out one reel at a time. With Shibi Mol KG, Bureau Report, India Today.
Great to see so many chief ministers going viral across the south. I'm slipping into a short break. Coming up on the other side, we get you a special broadcast on the most talked about, the most viral moment right now in the country. I'm talking about the Modi-Meloni meet and the video that's broken the internet. A bag of toffees, Melodi chocolates that Prime Minister Modi handed over to the Italian Prime Minister. Views of 100 million and counting.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
back. Let's now get you the moment everyone's been talking about, the Melodi moment. I'm referring to the chocolate, but I'm also referring to, of course, the term that's used to refer to Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Meloni every time they meet. And so guess what? The two worlds met because you had that viral moment of Prime Minister Modi gifting a bag of Melodi chocolates, toffees, to the Italian Prime Minister, who quickly shared a selfie video that's now broken the internet. The numbers on your screens prove that 100 million views in just a matter of hours. Remember, that video was posted this morning and already it's got 100 million views and counting, of course. So it gives you a sense of exactly how viral that particular moment, the camaraderie, the friendship between the two leaders has gone. But also, while we talk about really the virality of those pictures, we've seen several of it, whether it was Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister at the Colosseum earlier, where you had Italian Prime Minister Meloni showing him around, again clicking a selfie, which then she posted on social media. That friendship is also translating to a great India-Italy friendship story, which is really the most important takeaway. Let's be very clear, away from the virality, away from the memes, that ultimately the country and the story of what's happening between India and Italy is really the headline that we will be shining the spotlight on. So as we get to those moments, let's first look at that viral video that's got 100 million views now.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
And that video has gone all kinds of viral. Of course, I'm sure you've seen the kind of memes doing the rounds as well. But it is the fact that the Italian Prime Minister was so taken by, in fact, the gift that the Prime Minister had brought for her, that she whipped out her phone, decided to record a selfie video. She calls it a very, very good toffee. And then for the grand reveal of the Prime Minister showing that it's called Melodi. Now, if you've not been watching all that's been doing the rounds on the internet, every time Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister meet, there's a term that it's being used for them, which is Melodi. And that's why really the wordplay and the gift from Prime Minister Modi. Let me bring in Pranay Upadhyay of India Today Global for more on this. Pranay, 100 million and counting, yes. But there is a story behind all of this virality, which is that it's also translating to great progress in the India-Italy story, which is the headline, which is really what grabs the spotlight.
Absolutely. These pictures are all actually translating into the sweet, gains in terms of the India-Italy partnership. This is the first bilateral visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Italy, and how warmly he was received by Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and their Melodi moments. You have seen, be it, Prime Minister Meloni's person. She has given tour to Prime Minister Modi to Colosseum yesterday in Rome, and they had private dinner as well. And now there's this. We have seen this video as well. But if you see in terms of the tangible gains, what India-Italy relation is actually translating into, and if you see that the bilateral trade between India and Italy has grown, India's export to Italy has almost grown up 20% in last 2 years. And in fact, India's remittance, like the remittance money coming from Italy to India, has also grown almost 32.8%. So this is an exponential gain, and this is an exponential growth in terms of our bilateral trade story, our bilateral partnership story, and be it from defense to digital connectivity, from agriculture to automobile, and from material and merchandise to minerals, critical minerals. In everywhere, both the countries are partnering with each other.
Okay, thanks very much, Pranay, for getting us all of those details. It's great to know that personal friendship and a personal bond is also translating to tangible gains, as you've put it, for both India and for Italy. Let's take a look at some of those highlights. Okay, away from really the viral moment and that clip, let's take a look at really what both Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni had to say in their joint statement right after that crucial bilateral.
डिजाइन एंड डेवलप इन इंडिया एंड इटली एंड डिलीवर फॉर द वर्ल्ड के सिद्धांत पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फैशन से लेकर फिनटेक तक, लेदर से लेकर लॉजिस्टिक तक, मोबिलिटी से लेकर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, हर क्षेत्र में हम अपनी ताकतों को जोड़कर पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन हमारी पार्टनरशिप का इंजन है। एआई, क्वांटम, स्पेस और सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी जैसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप्स, रिसर्च सेंटर्स और उद्योगों को आपस में जोड़ने के लिए हम इंडिया इटली इनोवेशन सेंटर पर काम कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा के क्षेत्रों में करीबी सहयोग हमारे गहरे आपसी विश्वास का प्रतीक है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इटली एकमत है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ हमारी साझा पहल ने पूरे विश्व के सामने एक महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है।
Dear Prime Minister, thank you very much again for being here. This visit of yours is an honor for us and opens a new page in the relations with our countries. It's not going to be the last one in this long book that you are writing together with resolution, doing our work in the best possible way. There is an Indian word which states that very well, which is parishram. Parishram, which means hard work, constant commitment, fatigue, a word which I know is very often used in India, and it is often used in a very popular way of saying parishram hi sa falta ki kunjiai, which means tough work is the key to success, and we are used to build our relations in this way, with a hard work which becomes success at the end. Thank you very much.
So let's get you a sense of really all the viral moments that came in from the Prime Minister's visit to Italy. He's going to be departing later tonight. He's been, of course, out for a 5-nation packed tour, but it's perhaps his leg, the last leg in Italy, that's grabbed the most attention. From a visit to the Colosseum to the moment that I spoke of, where he gifted a bag of toffee and chocolates to the Italian Prime Minister, we sum it all up for you.
A very, very...
Rome roads, Colosseum vibes, chocolatey banter, and the internet's favorite duo, Melodi, is back. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni welcomed Prime Minister Narendra Modi with a selfie and a super friendly message. Welcome to Rome, my friend. And just like that, the internet exploded. The now viral pictures once again brought social media back to its favorite nickname, Melodi.
Hello from the Melodi team.
From sightseeing to sharing a car ride to dinner diplomacy and to a visit to the iconic Colosseum. The Modi-Meloni chemistry was on full display. And then came the sweetest twist of the evening. Prime Minister Modi gifted Meloni a special box of Melodi chocolates, a playful nod to the viral Melodi memes that fans can't stop talking about. Meloni thanked Prime Minister Modi for the gift, and the moment instantly became another social media hit.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee. Melodi.
body language between the two leaders looked relaxed, effortless, and warm, more like trusted friends than formal diplomatic counterparts. Their candid smiles, easy conversations, and informal moments have now become a signature talking point in global diplomacy. Call it selfie diplomacy or Melodi magic. This India-Italy bonhomie is clearly here to stay. Bureau Report, India Today.
Every time there's a meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, everyone picks up their phone, scrolls their timeline, because you see a whole lot of videos, memes going viral. And so it would be amiss of us not to show you some of the best memes that are out there. I'm leaving you with this report. Thanks for tuning in.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
The Melodi Union has once again broken the internet. Pictures that broke the internet on Wednesday already garnered over 2.2 million likes on Instagram within just 2 hours, turning into one of the most talked about global political photo moments of the day. Then came Modi's much talked about car diplomacy moment, adding more fuel to the viral wave. Memes, as expected, flooded the internet within minutes. Some users called it a boomer moment, while others said the reactions were giving them the ick. The most viral trend of the day is a DDLJ-style AI-generated video featuring Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni. Reimagining the duo in a Bollywood romance setup that has taken meme culture by storm. Social media users have also joked that the pictures resemble more of a glamorous wedding photo shoot than a formal diplomatic engagement, further adding to the viral frenzy surrounding the Melodi moment. With Simran Saroa, Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
हमने उनको कहा कि आपका प्रधानमंत्री गद्दार है, आपका होम मिनिस्टर गद्दार है, आपका संगठन गद्दार है, आपने हिंदुस्तान को बेचने का काम किया है, आपने हमारे संगठन, आपने हमारे संविधान पर आक्रमण किया है, आपने अंबेडकर जी पर आक्रमण किया है, आपने वीरापासी जी पर आक्रमण किया है, आपने गांधी जी पर आक्रमण किया है। खुल के उनसे कहिए।
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं न कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं न कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं न कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं।
7 महीने में एक भी राज्य ने, एक भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने, एक भी गली ने उनका ऑर्डर माना नहीं है। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने हाथ धोकर के कह दिया कि आज के बाद हमारे पास मत आइए, आप जाइए हाई कोर्ट में। तो अब देखा जाएगा।
डिसअपॉइंटेड है आप? नहीं,
मैं तो खुश हूँ। ये होना ही नहीं था, होना ही नहीं था, क्योंकि जो ऑर्डर्स उन्होंने दिए हैं कोई राज्य का कोई भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इसको अमल नहीं कर सकता है। एक तो 1 रुपया सरकार ने नहीं डाला है, दूसरा कोई भी शेल्टर्स इन 7 महीनों में बनाने हैं, तीसरा जो आप कह रहे हो कि रेलवे स्टेशन से कुत्ते हटाओ, आप जाकर के देखिए कैसे हटा सकते हैं हम लोग आते खाने के साथ, दरवाजे हर वक्त खुले हैं। तो फिर आप मुझे बताइए कि कुत्ते नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा? बंदर आएंगे, कुत्ते आएंगे, जहाँ खाना मिलता है वहीं जानवर आता है।
Taking vitamins every day, but not sure if you're taking them right. Well, it turns out timing can make a big difference to how well your body absorbs them. This is something that confuses me all the time. The big question here is, you're taking these vitamins every day, but how much are you thinking about how well your body is absorbing them? The timing of this is really important, isn't it, Dr. Gaikwad?
Yes, timing is most essential while taking vitamins or nutrients, because some nutrients absorb better when they are taken with the fat, some vitamins better absorb on empty stomach, or some vitamins and minerals or nutrients compete with each other. So for example, vitamin D taken on empty stomach is not going to utilize properly. If I take vitamin D with fat, it is going to absorb well. For vitamin C, it is water soluble vitamin. I can take it anytime, but in morning hours it is better, because vitamin C is important for energy metabolism and immunity formation. So I can take it in the morning hours with water.
Which are the 2 vitamins or more than 2 vitamins that we should not mix, doctor, and why?
No. For vitamins, you can take it anytime, or you can take. See, fat-soluble vitamins need fat in their diet, and water-soluble vitamins, they don't need any specific milk type.
Okay.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं गिरिबाला सिंह जी, बात करने के लिए जो आरोप तुषा के परिवार की तरफ से लगाए गए थे। काफी कुछ बातें इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कल कही, लेकिन परिवार अभी तक अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करवाने के लिए शव ले रहा है। इस पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि अब तो एक हफ्ते से ऊपर हो गया?
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है।
आपने मैम कल भावुक होते हुए ये भी कहा था कि हर परिवार चाहता है कि उनके घर में एक छोटा बच्चा है, और कल जब प्रेगनेंसी को लेकर के आपने बात की, उस वक्त आपने भावुक होते ये भी कहा कि बच्चा वो चाहती नहीं थी और इसलिए उसने MTP ट्रीटमेंट लिया।
उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प की जरूरत होती है। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने ही।
और सिजोफ्रेनिया का कब पता चला मैम?
एंजाइटी का लिखा है उसके पर्चे में, और जो दवाई दी अगर आप उसको वो चेक करेंगे तो दैट इज गिवन फॉर ऑल दीज पेशेंट्स, मैनिक डिप्रेशन एंड शिजोफ्रेनिया। ठीक है, मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं उस दिशा में, तो इसलिए वही कर बता पाएंगे। यस,
आप लोगों ने 8 लाख रुपए करीब जो है ट्रांसफर किए, जिसकी बैंक डिटेल्स भी आपने कोर्ट में सबमिट कराई हैं। क्या आपके एडवोकेट की तरफ से ये डिमांड आ रही है कि बैंक डिटेल्स निकलनी चाहिए तुषा की?
बिल्कुल निकलनी चाहिए। वी नीड टू नो वो पैसा कहाँ खर्च हुआ है।
लोगों के ऊपर 2 लाख के आरोप लगाए उन्होंने,
और 2 लाख रुपए तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे? देयर इज नो UPI ट्रांजैक्शन जो वो दे रहे हैं, हम क्यों मांगेंगे? 2 लाख इज माई सैलरी, तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे इस तरह से पैसा, जब हम ऐसे परिवार से, जो हम अपना राइट्स भी रेलिंक्विशमेंट करके बैठे हैं ससुराल पक्ष से भी, तो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन एट ऑल।
जो एलिगेशन उनकी मां कल लगा रही है कि मेरी बात हो रही थी तुषा से, अचानक से फोन कट गया, देन सडनली हाफ एन आवर के बाद पता चलता है कि वो नहीं रही, ये इन एलिगेशन।
मदर ने जैसे ही फोन किया, हम लोग तो सब ऊपर नीचे जा रहे थे, दौड़ रहे थे, कहाँ गई, तो अब देखा बिटिया को, तो देन वी ट्राई टू सेव हर। तो इसलिए इस तरह से उनका हरकत, इट्स रियली बैड, इट्स कॉज्ड लॉट ऑफ पेन।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Candare Lifestyle Jewelry from Kalyan Company. Co-powered by Jindal Stainless. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you?
Produced
to a charity case.